standings. We see it across the top of our graphic. Week 2, Week 1, and play-ins. We're going to talk about each of these sections, but I want to real quick call out these Week 2 players on the left side of our screen that we're not going to see this weekend. These are players that have already moved on to Week 2, already punched their ticket to the TPC next set, and because of that, they get a little bit of a vacation. They get to sleep well.
It's not just a vacation, it's also like the scouting report that you get some time to see how the tournament plays out, see what's actually being played out in the meta, who's struggling, who's scraping by, who's dominating the field. I think it also might even impact the priority of people you're inviting to your scrims, right? You want to make sure you're getting the best practice possible. So everyone in Week 2, you got to know they are feeling very happy about their current status this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to be talking a ton today, though, about Week 1 and play-ins players, specifically these guys that have to fight their way back into the TPC. They are in danger of being relegated. The TFT Pro Circuit had 32 players, and it sent all of their players into the regional finals just in different spots. But the challengers come from different places. Tacticians Cup 1 and 2 sent the top 20 players from those into Week 1, and then the top 16 from the ranked ladders across the Americas region also enter into Week 1 to try and steal those slots in the TPC.
It has been a wild journey for a lot of the players, and I don't want to take too much time talking about all this stuff because the real meat and potatoes is going to be our player stories coming up.
Well, let's talk a little bit about those players that are competing in this Week 1. They're competing for that Week 2 spot, which will secure them the TFT Pro Circuit in set 16. These are the qualified players from the Americas. We will be ignoring that bottom section. Week 2, those players have already moved on, but the play-ins and the Week 1 rosters, those are the players we're going to be zooming on and seeing this weekend.
Today's Friday, right? So it's a play-ins. We got day number 1, and so right now we can actually just focus the most on these players who, before you even make it into this round of 48, you have a whole nother day of competition you got to make it through. I know we're going to break down the actual format so everyone can understand what it looks like to get to that, but I just want to say all of these day 1 players, it is extremely scary to be in because you have such a narrow margin of error, and what we need these players to do right now is not freak out. You got to play like yourself. You got to be confident because you don't have the space to screw up right now. You have to bring everything to the table starting in game 1.
Well, let's talk a little bit about why that format is so scary. The play-in formats invite 16 players into it, and only 8 will escape and move on to Week 1. So represented by hexagons on screen, that's how many players enter. We saw them on our last slide of who exactly they are. But these players will play 4 games, shuffling every 2 games, just like happens in almost every TFT tournament across the whole globe. They'll play in 4 games, and after 4 games, 4 of our players will already advance into Week 1. If you start off hot, you can get through, but if you don't start off hot, you can get eliminated just after 4 games.
That 4-game elimination it's scary. There are so many players that you see, they start off with an 8th, and many players, I would say especially the inexperienced one, it's easy to get in your head. You start off with an 8th, you follow it up with a 7th, 8th. 4-game sample size means that you have no more room to go about 4. You have to slingshot yourself back into the top half there just to stay, or the top 2, top 3 quarters to stay alive. So you always have the agency on your side that if you can pull out a first or a second, you'll be able to stay alive in the tournament. But it does mean that games number 1 and 2 are going to be extremely impactful for the cadence of their day.
Yeah, if you have a couple bad games, if you go for your roll down on your reroll and you miss a couple times, it just could be over right in the first 4 games. But after that happens, 4 advance, 4 get cut. We will have 2 more games with 8 players, where at the end of that, 4 will advance to that Week 1 that next day, and then 4 will be eliminated as well. So just like you're talking about, Gangly, in that first day specifically, you already lose 8 players, and it is extremely nerve-wracking to be in the play-in stage.
You got to play like yourself. You got to be confident, and hopefully you can make it out of the play-in, but that's not where it ends, right? Because we got 2 more days of competition coming up right after that.
We sure do. Week 1, day 1 is going to be where we see a lot of the players start. So if your favorite player's not playing on day 1, if they're not playing right after this, don't worry, you'll be okay, because 48 players start in day one of week one. And this is where it spreads out a little bit. You get a little bit of a bigger sample size, a little bit more breathing room, especially for those players advancing from the play-in, because they're going to play 6 games, shuffling every 2 games. And after these 6 games, 32 will advance to the final day of week one, that's where the format gets crazy. But again, not a super aggressive cut on this day, but it will continue to do progressive cuts tomorrow.
I love this cut too, because it does make every player feel like they have complete control over your game. It's not very easy in TFT to go 1-1-1-1-1. It's a lot easier to go 5-5-5-5-5, right? And in a format like this, making sure that you're avoiding 8s when you're low rolling and that you're converting your high roll into top 2s, that's the key to success. So it gives players a lot of agency in this format.
The good news for players that have a good day one of week one is that points do not reset. And so for a lot of these players, when 32 advance from day 1 to day 2, we are playing 4 spots in the TPC and ultimately spots in the Tactician's Crown, but points will reset between week 1 and week 2. And so for this day specifically, this is where it starts to get a little crazy. 32 players play 2 games, and after just 2 games on this day, keeping their scores from the day before, 8 will advance to the next weekend and to the TPC.
This has been a new addition, this set in particular, where we're starting to cut the top rather than cutting the bottom. And you have enough games to show that you're not just high rolling a couple games and sneaking your way into the second weekend. If you are doing well over the course of 8 games, you are clearly doing something right. So I love this. And like you're saying, it narrows the field a bit more. It crunches those numbers so that even the players who are at the bottom of this 32 still have time to climb their way back in.
Yeah, there's chances to VOD review, get a good night's sleep, and maybe come back, because we have no cuts happening in that round, just the top moving on. And so the comeback mechanics on day 2 here are pretty big for our players. 24 players now playing 2 more games on day 2. And at this point is where we start to lose more players. The bottom 4 get eliminated and top 4 advance once again to next week. But again, only 4 more people eliminated.
Yeah, same thing. It makes all the numbers feel really tight. It lets the players stay in control of their own fate.
Well, the final matchup, the final lobby, 16, 2 lobbies going on, and this is where crunch time happens and big swings can happen, because you know how quickly those point standings can change. 2 more games, and at the end of those 2 games, we see 8 more advance, 8 more are eliminated, and we'll finally have our full weekend 2 roster after an incredible weekend. This day 2 may be one of the craziest days of all of TFT histories.
It's going to be the kind of event that I think for a lot of the players who are inexperienced will look back on as like a canon event in their history of TFT, just because of how difficult it is to actually make it through. Like, you're playing through a gigantic field, you're playing with cuts relatively often where you can never really fall asleep, but also because of the way the cuts are formatted, the players who advance are going to be the players who remain calm the entire time, because the cuts are not egregious enough that if you just low roll a couple games, you're going to get cut. You're always going to be in control of your fate. And because of that, it's going to feel like an incredibly skill expressive weekend.
One of the most unique things is that there's basically 2 things that players are playing for in this regionals. One is that set 16 TPC, and the other is the Tactician's Crown slots. And so every day of this is going to matter, especially when we look at those players that qualify into the next week. They're also in the prize money. $50,000 is at stake, but that's all handed out to weekend 2 competitors, so it will be great to watch them there. But let's talk a little bit about the players, because we talked a little bit about the nerdy stuff, the format, and how this is all going to work. Now let's talk about some of your favorite streamers, some of your favorite players, the people that you're a fan of. We looked at this graphic earlier, again, not looking at the bottom of our screen, but there are so many players entering this week 1, and there's so many things to talk about. We can't possibly talk about all of them, so we decided to put them into some categories. Gangly, why did we do it like this?
Like you said, it's impossible to know everything about every player, and it's even harder to explain everything about every player in a reasonable amount of time. And we've only got 30 minutes for this podcast, so we got to keep it tight. And what we want to do here is create a general shape for players, right? Where do they fall in the big picture of TFT? Not everybody's going to fall into a single bucket. There's going to be a lot of overlap, and understand that there's nuance with every player. Every story is going to be unique and share certain traits with others and have certain things that are completely different. But we wanted to at least give you a general sense of what our personal expectations are of these players and how we believe they fall into the Americas TFT.
Well, let's get started with our first bucket of players, and it's Dish Soap. I mean, this guy, if you haven't watched TFT esports before, let me just tell you a little bit about Dish Soap. He is the best player in the world. He's won the Tactician's crown twice. He only has one on his head in this picture, but he's got two of them. And just happened to land in this regionals week 1, and it's probably the biggest surprise.
Yeah, 2-time set champion, 5 straight set championship appearances since the first time he ever won a tournament, which was back in set 10. And even before that was considered the best player to have not won a tournament yet, right? Dish Soap is in a tier of his own, not just because of accolades, but also just expectations in the TPC. He was one of the few players that you were expecting to be guaranteed into week 2. And this set has, I would say, struggled compared to our expectations of him. Is not going to be in the play-in stage. We'll be in week 1, so gets to skip 1 day of competition. But he clearly has, there is a disconnect between our expectations of Dish Soap in this set and the results that he's actually found. So for that reason, we decided to put him in a bucket of his own.
Yeah, he's just so good, and we're excited to even just watch more TFT that he's going to play. He's going to play a few more games this weekend, but let's talk about some of these other players that we couldn't quite put in Dish Soap tier, but definitely were people that we view as favorites going in to make it out, and here they are on our screen. Philip, Marcel P, Kiyun, Greya, Toronto, Tokyo, Artjao, Pokigam, and Spencer.
A lot of players we could obviously talk about. You know, there's a reason they're favorites because they're storied competitors in the scene. The one I want to call out, though, is Spencer, because this is a player, one of the few favorites on this list who is not in the TPC this set. Narrowly missed out on qualifying into the TPC after set 14. But I mean, Spencer, 3-time at set championship appearances, was very close to making top 8 as well in one of those. And I would just say, like, in terms of raw skill, has to be one of the highest caps in the Americas, in North America even as well, and historically has been considered one of those players that, you know, that when they're playing at their best, they're more than capable of taking it all the way.
Yeah, I think for each of these players, they have very high expectations. One of the players on this list is Marcel P, who has already punched their ticket to the Tactician's crown, but was a few points off. He was the 13th seed from the Pro points, so now playing through weekend 1, gets a little bit of extra practice in, so I'm sure he's not the most upset because he's already got the goal of the Tactician's crown, but now has to make it back to the TPC through this format, so I expect big things from each of these players and would be surprised if any of them bombed out. But moving forward a little bit to some players that have a little bit more of a story behind them, and we haven't been able to follow them as much this set because they haven't been in the TPC, but they've had some really high highs. Sort of return to glory category with some big name players.
The one you got, I mean, top left there, if there's one player in this list that stands out, it's Malala, right? He was the 2nd world champ that we had in North America and had that legendary run in set 10. Wins the Macau Open, wins another event following it up, the KDA Cup, then makes it to the set championship and wins the entire thing. A single set performance that will probably never be matched ever again. And despite that, had a hard time following it up with consistent results at the regional finals. In fact, he didn't even qualify back into the next Tactician's crown because he didn't make it to the regional finals in set 11. And so this is the 2nd time ever that we're actually going to be seeing all 3 of the set champions from North America at a regional finals. And funny enough, they're actually all 3 going to be in this first weekend of play.
Malala's story and now making it back this set. I'm just excited to see him at this stage again. It's been a minute since we've had him here, and I know he continues to work hard and is obviously very talented at TFT. Want to touch on Dank Memes a little bit. He 2-time Tactician's crown qualifier, and then last set just didn't have a good set. He wasn't able to make it to the regionals finals, so wasn't able to have the opportunity to qualify for the TPC, and now is back after winning the first Tactician's Cup. Excited to see him perform, and I think the guys on the bottom, Fan the Kiki and Black Sheep, have both had their moments in the sun, especially being just prolific Latin American players, and so excited to see them come back and be able to make a run.
And something I love about both Fan the Kiki and Black Sheep is how they represent different eras in LATAM. Fan the Kiki is someone who made it to the Tactician's crown twice before, set 6 and 7, and represents that pre-merge era of LATAM where they got to exist on their own. And then Black Sheep, someone who in more recent sets has kind of stepped up to the plate, especially in lieu of Michael and Altanawe, who were two LATAM greats that struggled for the last couple of sets. And of course, Michael making his return this set has been great, but having both Fan the Kiki and Black Sheep here at the regional finals gives LATAM another pillar that they can look to kind of carry them in the international stage.
And real quickly, just to wrap up, the last player on this slide, Ripple Overdrive, is someone I know, Gangly, you're going to talk a little bit about later, but it's someone that has not had the chance to make it to a Tactician's crown, but it's been so close so many times. And so excited to see them. These are probably, at least, this is my favorite storyline slide. I think each of these players has a lot to play for, so I'm excited to follow their journeys. But let's keep moving on to some of these players that we see often compete at a high level, but maybe not always in tournament. Let's talk a little bit about our ladder warriors, those that have qualified through ladder and are constantly at the top.
And if you are a fan of North American TFT, I think you'll know all of these players. I'd say, at least relatively well. The one that I want to talk about has got to be Mr. Greg himself, T-Lides. You can see him there in the bottom right hand.
So handsome.
T-Lides he's an interesting character because he had this explosive breakout into the scene in set 9 where we just had a bunch of newcomers go into the regional finals, make these deep runs. Toronto Tokyo was another player, and make it into the set championship. But since then, T-Lides has really struggled to capture that magic that he found that set once again, despite his growing popularity as a streamer. He's a huge name now in North America. Love watching him, and obviously incredible at the game because he performs so well on ladder. What I want to see from T-Lides though is that same confidence that he brings to ladder, bring it to the tournament, because that's what I want to see from these kinds of players, because we know they're capable of performing, but we haven't seen it consistently in tournament. So all 6 of these players on this slide, I think, have a great opportunity right now to really stamp their legacy as not just great players on the North American ladder, but capable of going all the way in tournament as well.
These players are very much characterized by they are good at TFT, 100%. They have to be, right? They're constantly, rank 1, top 10 in North America. In all of their ladder games, they are just absolutely dominating. But when it comes to tournament, they may not be the best. They're a great TFT player, but are they a great TFT tournament player? And I know a lot of these players are hoping to get that answer this weekend. Some of these players, though, heading into this weekend, and this is our largest bucket because we've seen lots of mixed results from this group of players. They're in our volatile tier because we never exactly know how to predict where they're going to end up.
It is weird to see someone like Replay on this list, right? Just kind of given his track record. And this set has not been the same Replay that we've seen in sets past. And I would say that if Replay was playing as consistently as he was in previous sets, he wouldn't be on this list right now. But we want to recognize that in his current form, we still believe that Replay is capable of making the deep run, but he's not really expected to. Another player I want to highlight, though, has got to be Toddy. In the era that we're currently in, this merging of the regions era of TFT, there have been a lot of Brazilian players that have come out of the woodwork and kind of stamped their names as like household America's players. And Toddy is someone who in set 11 narrowly missed making it to the set championship. This is a player who a lot of people kind of thought of him more as this content creator, maybe not a serious competitor or an elite Brazilian threat, but we've seen the kind of tastes of what Toddy's capable of, and it's someone who I think may not be favored in a general regionals field, but has shown us that when they're playing on, they're capable of it. And I would love to be able to see Toddy come out of the woodwork once again and make a deep run at the regional finals.
I think someone with maybe the opposite story of that is Milk, who is probably the biggest name on this list. Obviously has had a ton of success, but he is finally on his way back from an Asian excursion. He's just been traveling all over Asia, living life while playing in the TPC. Maybe was able to make it into week 1, and I think he said I've got 5 days to study. I'm ready to roll. So if Milk can lock in 5 days, there's no reason he can't go all the way. But
low key, if there's one player from North America that you have to send into a giant tournament with only 5 days of prep, Milk is probably the player, right? He's a player that for so long was kind of coasting by and still was an elite threat. There was the whole story of Milk when he tries is the best player in North America. And so he is just so naturally good at this game, and the type of game clicks with his brain in a way that I think even with limited practice, he'll be in pretty good form.
Absolutely. Speaking of players that we expect a lot from, but maybe didn't see the amount of success this set that we thought we would in the TPC specifically, are these players on screen. These are players that had a spot in the TPC and really just didn't show up in the way that maybe we had expected. They have finished either in the play-ins or week 1 stage and just have a lot to prove still.
Pico is someone who last set had this miraculous breakout set, their first ever top 8 at a regional finals, made it to the set championship, the Tactician's crown. They were the qualifier point leader for all of Brazil, and like you're saying, makes it to the CPC and doesn't show up in the same form. There are a lot of players that kind of have a similar story here, but Copico is someone that I'm really looking at because of how important having that Brazilian representation is for that region. And while we've had success, players like Bob Zera making it into the top 12, to see their last set best performer make the comeback this weekend, I think is going to do a lot for that region.
100%. I think a lot of these players had higher expectations for themselves as well, and now just need to show up when it's time. Right, this is go time. This is do or die. This is ascend or get relegated back to tier 2 and fight back through there. So I'm excited to see what their stories look like at the end of this weekend. But I want to move on to maybe the most dangerous tier of players. These are the rising talent, the rising stars per se of our Americas region. These are players that are entering this regionals field with maybe a little bit of unknown about them, but a lot of some good tournament results that could now snowball into making the weekend too.
Yeah, it's this weird mix of, like you're saying, they don't necessarily have enough expectations on them that people are looking at them and considering them favorites, but there's something about each of these players that you need to be excited about. The one I'm going to highlight is going to be Slice Down. This is the quintessential couch to crown competitor that we've seen come out of nowhere this set, right? Plays in the for the first sub regional, wins the entire thing, makes it to cup number 1, makes it to day 2, but doesn't make it into regional finals. Then plays in trials number 2, the new format that we had in North America, gets 7th on day 1, makes it back to cup, and then gets the final slot, number 15, the final slot to make it into the regional finals. This is someone who 3 months ago, I had never heard this name before, and now they have multiple strong tournament performances. Slice Down clearly has shown that they are able to compete in tournament, and if there's one player that I don't know that much about that I'm very excited to see, it's going to be Slice Down.
I think there's so many stories on here that have yet to be written, but even further down this category are some of these players that we have no idea really who they are going into this tournament. They've qualified through tier 2 and now have a shot to really put their name on the map this weekend and show up in a really big way.
Yeah, someone like Dre, the lone representative from Latin America North, is going to be in this tier. But alongside that, I want to talk about someone like Ego, who this is their first set, as far as I can tell, ever competing in TFT. And that's dangerous. Making to the regional field, you got to be good enough to make it here. But it is a different beast. You're not playing against the same caliber of players that you played to get your spot here. It's not like you're playing ladder anymore. It's not like you're playing in trials. It is a different field. And so I'm very curious to see how players like this actually compete. I will say, I've seen some pretty crazy Canadian TFT players come out of nowhere and do some crazy stuff. So maybe Ego is going to take the note from Set 8 Wage and Iverson and make some magic happen this regionals.
It sure could. Any of these players could surprise us, and I'm excited to follow their journeys along. We hope that these buckets of players are helpful for you. They were kind of hard for us to make, right? To put players into one bucket specifically, because there's so much that goes into each of these players' stories. And I'm just personally excited to follow along this weekend and see where these players all end up and continue to see their story written. But Gangly, to wrap up our show, everybody wants the content. Everybody wants the predictions. Well, let's jump into it. We each picked a favorite and a dark horse to make it out of week 1 into week 2. Gangly, you picked Philip and Tropical. Tell me about that.
Sure did. All right, Philip, listen, this guy has made it to regional finals many, many times, has yet to place below a top 16. We saw him in the top 8 of the second TPC this set. Narrowly missed out on his chance to go straight to the set championship. And last set, 5 players make it out of the final lobby to go to the Tactician's Crown, and Philip ends up in 7th. Brutal loss. Has been on the cusp of making it to Tactician's Crown multiple times. I believe he's due. I think he's going to make it through this weekend. And Tropical, we talked about Slice Down, this player who made it through sub-regional and make it to go all the way. Tropical is a very similar story. Got 3rd in that sub-regional event and then made it in through the Tacticians Cup to find their way here. This is also someone I've seen play in some of our grassroots events that we host in Tri-State, and so I've got a little bit of bias there. So Tropical, Philip, 2 players that are connected to Tri-State one way or another, whether or not they live here. So those are my 2 picks.
My 2 picks, I have Kiyun and Kai Wang. Kiyun has showed up this set better than ever. He has qualified to the regionals twice, basically, through Tacticians Cups. The first one qualifying to the play-ins as a 9th place finish, and in the second Tacticians Cup, he won the whole thing. This is his first win since a tournament in set 3. This man is back and at his best ever, and I'm so excited to continue to watch him. And also someone that many players don't know by name, but has been quietly one of the best players, maybe in America. This is a hot take by me, but he's my dark horse. I got to hype him up. Kai Wang is an absolute demon when it comes to knowing TFT like no one else. He was on the Citadel EWC roster, and many of those team members said that he was the mastermind behind it all, having a lot of that in-game knowledge and strategy to drive that team. So he's my dark horse to make it through. We're so excited to watch all of these players this weekend. And just like every roll down episode, we finish with our You Are Here graphic, and we see that we're at Regionals Week 1, and not just at Regionals Week 1. We're in the broadcast right now. We're wrapping this up, Gangly. I know you're about to be on screen. Are you excited?
Here I am. Oh, yes. I cannot wait, and I'm sure future me or / current me at the time of everyone watching this is extremely excited for everything that's about to unfold.
It is going to be crazy because weekend 2 happens just the next weekend. We have a couple week break, and then all the players that make it to the Tactician's Crown will be on land, half of them in Spain, half of them in China, and it is going to be an absolute cinema TFT. It is going to be wonderful. So Gangly, from the roll down, if you guys have never checked out our podcast, you can find us over on YouTube or anywhere you find your podcast. But without further ado, let's jump into the action. Play-ins, day 1 of these regionals happening right now. Let's roll.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics channel for our brand new edition of the Americas Regional Finals. So good to be back here for the KO Coliseum set alongside the crew. My name is Necra, and I'm going to be your host this weekend. And to kick things off, we've got Gangly and Asa joining me at the top of the day. Asa, I want to give a huge welcome to you for joining us on the broadcast for the first time. So how you doing? Welcome.
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's exciting to cast with you again. I casted with you in Vegas, but I was still playing in the Vegas Open at the time. My heat was over, and they got me in. That was a lot of fun. I've done some co-streams with Frodan, but this will be my first official broadcast, so I'm really excited.
Oh yeah, you're definitely no stranger to our broadcast, but it's amazing to have you here in this capacity to lend us all of that TFT knowledge. So we're really excited to have you here, Asa. Gangly as well, welcome back to the broadcast. How you doing? And how are you in 2 places at once? With the primer at the beginning, and then now you're rolling right into the show.
That's right. Yep. Quickly, shaved the sides of my head, got a little haircut, took off the hoodie. Here I am, ready for weekend 1. Look, we got 2 weekends of regionals, twice as much TFT, 6 days of play total. So I'm ready. We're gonna have a good time.
You're so right. Double the days, double the fun, and we're going to be doubling down on the stakes this weekend as the Americas Regional Finals bring the heat. Today is going to be really exciting, but before we get to that, I want you to also be looking forward to the future, because the future of TFT has been so bright. We had the Vegas Open. Asa, I'm so glad that you brought that up, because then we made our trip over to Macau, and we are going to be going over to Paris for our 3rd stop for the coveted TFT Open. Paris is going to be such a blast. There are unfortunately no competitors passes available anymore because those sold out like crazy fast. Riot even added more and they sold out even faster, but we still have spectator passes available. So make sure you scan that QR code and you join us, whether it's there in person or you join us at the stream. But Asa, oh my gosh, just thinking back to the Vegas Open and just how much of a blast that was for the first event of its kind, I'm still mind blown that we got to experience that 2 years ago.
Yeah, if you love TFT, I would highly recommend checking out one of these opens. Paris is going to be awesome. Competitive passes are sold out, but generally the best part of being at the event is not the competing itself. You can play TFT whenever you want. There's so many cool things going on. Would highly recommend it.
Also, Asa is, I don't know why you haven't said this, Asa is competing at Paris because you won the competitor pass in Macau through the 4v4 event, right? Asa was on a team with a bunch of different North American players and won the side event for the 4v4 in Macau.
Yeah, I was one of the first people to qualify for Paris. I played with Rainplosion, Goobums, and Phoenixa, and we played against a pretty strong European team with Lelouch and some of his friends in the finals. So that was really exciting. It was a lot of fun.
Oh my gosh, I remember that moment and I'm so glad that we were able to actually capture that, and now you get to compete there and hopefully we'll see everybody else there as well as we look forward to what set 16 will bring us at the Paris Open. But we still have set 15 to finish up and send off in a celebratory way, and so that's why we bring our focus back here to the Americas Regional Finals, where we take a look at some of the best across Latin America, Central America, and North America to compete for chances at money and, of course, that Tactician's crown and the next set's TFT Pro Circuit. You two have to help me break down this graphic, though. Gangly, I know you've been following along the action all set long on your podcast, so maybe you can help us out here with what happened so far in KO Coliseum and how we got here.
So normally when CLE and I talk about this roadmap on our podcast, we have this little pin that says "You are here," because it is, like you're saying, there's a lot going on here. So if you kind of follow with your finger, you go past July, August, September, go to the bottom there through October, right where that yellow box is. Regional Finals, Week 1, October 24th through 26th. We are near the end of the Regional Finals. All the TPC is concluded. All of the cups and trials and qualification methods to the Regional Finals are done, and that's where we are right now. We have 16 players competing today, and then over the next 2 days, we'll find out who will make it into the TPC next weekend, and then next weekend we'll have that weekend 2 where we determine who's actually making it into the Tactician's crown.
Yeah, real quickly, I just want to say, you said near the end of regional finals. We're actually starting the regional finals near the end of the competitive roadmap.
Yes, thank you.
There's 3 ways to get in. There's the pro circuit, which players qualify for by doing well in the previous set. The Tacticians, Trials, and Cups, there are 2 of those that anyone was able to qualify into, as well as the ladder snapshots. So 3 different ways, and we'll be seeing players who have qualified through each of those ways compete in the finals this weekend.
There are so many players. We have expanded the regional finals to span across 6 days of competition, and you will see 68 total different competitors take the stage to see if they can win the money, win the title of America's Regional Finals, and then also move on to the Tactician's crown, where we get to see everybody clash on a global level. Today is the play-in, so we're going to be really focusing in on these 16 competitors that take the stage today across 6 games. And this is where things get really amped up here, because Gangly, it matters a lot. Not only do we have players that are coming in to play today that are from the bottom part of our TFT Pro circuit, but we also have players that are coming in hoping for a chance to play throughout the rest of the weekend from varying different qualification methods.
Yeah, and you know, I think you're making a good point where you're talking about the fact that we have players from the TPC that, generally speaking, struggled. You know, they did not have the season that they really expected to have throughout the regular season, the TPC. That said, I think a lot of people would probably still have them favored. But you have 4 games before that first cut there in the play-ins, before the top 4 move on to tomorrow, but 6 games overall to determine who all of those 8 players are going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be a very action-packed weekend, and especially as we turn our attention to one of our players that is going to be competing in today's field. We do have a special interview with Broseph. So, Broseph, thank you so much for taking the time to come onto the broadcast at the start of the day. It's really nice to be able to see you again and get a chance to talk to you, especially after the incredible come-up that you had just 2 sets ago to find yourself at the top of the pro level of competition. So, Broseph, how are you doing today, and how has been competing in the TFT Pro Circuit been for you?
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm doing really well. Really happy to be here. Well, I prefer to be in tomorrow, so hopefully that happens after today. But playing the TBC has been really fun. I think it's like really pushed me to be a better player, to push how well I can prepare for tournaments and practice for tournaments, and like really gotten better at TFT in a way that like the old system would never really be able to do, at least in my opinion. Playing basically like 3 regional level competitions against all the best players really forces you to improve. So it's been really fun.
One of the things about TFT is because of the rotating sets and just the fact that like the game itself changes quite a bit, is each set tends to test players for different skills. What skills do you feel like set 15 is testing you in, and how well does that align with your strengths as a player?
All right, so there's two things it tests. The first thing it tests is your APM, because in order to get all your fruits off and do your turn, you basically have to do everything about 20 seconds faster in order to be okay, in order to get your turn off and not lose a life. And the other thing it tests is your preparation, because you unlike like, I don't know, if you're deciding between 2 items, you can kind of think about, do I want to make a giant slayer here or a void staff here, right? But you don't know if you should refruit your unit or not, because you need to know what can you hit, is there anything better, and what am I looking for, and what the chance of getting that basically is. So having that stuff prepped on a spreadsheet, it's like kind of nightmarish, but like it plays to at least some of my strengths. I spend like most mornings on like a new patch, like looking over what to do around fruits and items and everything like that. And it's just added like another layer of, honestly, preparation complexity, which I think is fine, but I think a lot of other players don't quite enjoy. So maybe you could get something a little more intuitive in the coming sets. But I think it plays towards my advantages reasonably well, I think.
Impressive. At the start of the set, I briefly joined your study group because I wanted to compete, but then I actually lost motivation to compete because Broseph and these other guys were basically studying 24/7. I was like, I can't keep up with this. So how much of your prep would you say is done by yourself or with your study group, or could you just talk about your experience with that in general?
Yeah, I think the stuff I do myself is just stuff that you need to have ingrained in your mind, that you need to be able to do quickly. So like, for example, you need to know what the best item priority on all the units are, and like it's basically there in the stats. You just have to know them, and you have to know it quickly, right? The stuff that is useful to discuss with like other people is the kinds of things that require you to like pool your knowledge pretty much. Like even if I play 200 games, I'm not gonna get a good spot for even half the augments, I think. So hearing people's experiences on how they play certain hero augments, how they play certain econ augments, combat augments, things like that, help a lot in being able to know if this is something that's good to take in this situation, even if you've never done it before. If you've talked to someone about it, you can get an idea and then identify that that's a good situation to play it, pretty much.
Last
You'll
set,
be playing against Shoma, one of your study group partners today, right?
Yeah.
Is that
It'll
nerve-wracking
be-
at
How's
all?
that feel?
It'd be fine. Like Shoma's a good player. I think he likes to play Janna. What else? I mean, I think we have like a fairly similar read going in, which is like fine. I'm confident in how I play, and I know what I do well on this patch, which actually is like, I think fairly often different than what a lot of other people do well. So yeah, we'll see where that takes me today.
Well, we're all wishing you the best of luck, Broseph, and thank you so much again for joining us on the broadcast. Best of luck to you and the rest of your study group, and hopefully we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, bye.
Okay, Asa, that's so funny. You joined his study group, and then you left because they were like too hard in the sauce.
Well,
Really?
technically they kicked me out after I was inactive, but
Oh.
that is so
Okay.
funny.
I like the other their story better, but that's still really funny, and you really have the insider knowledge there. But Brosif does touch on something that I think a lot of our competitors are feeling today, and that is for play-ins, the stakes are really, really high. As we take a look at our qualified players that are going to be competing today, we do have those 8 players that are at the bottom of that TFT Pro circuit that are fighting to get through today to not lose their spot at the TFT Pro circuit. But we also have 4 players coming in fresh off of a great finish at the Tacticians Cup number 2 that I think will give them quite a run for their money today.
Yeah, the player that stands out the most to me in this list is Slicedown. If you haven't been following super closely all set long, Slicedown has been going on this kind of quintessential couch to crown run of playing in the sub-regional, winning the first sub-regional, making it to cup number 1, getting a top half finish, going through trials, placing 7th in one of the trials days, going back to cup, and then getting the final slot in the Tacticians Cup to qualify to regionals. Slicedown is someone who has very little competitive experience prior to this set and has very quickly made a name for themselves when otherwise they would pretty much just be overshadowed by all of the big names in TFT. So I'm really excited to see this story of Slicedown come to a head today.
I think Minhee is another player who's been competing for a while. We've seen Minhee around for quite a few sets now. I think they've always been near the top and never quite at the top, so we can see if they can make their run this set.
Yeah, and then Shoma as well, right? Who is going to be a part of that study group. So I wonder if there is a bit more of that information that comes in that might also give Shoma that edge. But we also have another subset of players that are going to also be fighting to try to make it into that first weekend. And that is going to be our players that come through from ladder. And Ace, I feel like there is a very specific skill set that you get from being able to play at the top of the ladder. Do you feel like that's ever something that ends up giving a player or a competitor an edge when it comes to these tournaments, just kind of having all that ladder experience?
Yeah, I think the players qualifying from ladder, they clearly have demonstrated they know how to play the game, they know how to play their spots, but I think the main difference compared to some of the players with more tournament experience is just playing under the tournament pressure and playing against the higher competition. The lobby tempo tends to be pretty different than when you play regularly on ladder, so they'll have to see how to adjust that playing against such a tough field.
The other thing you have to keep in mind with the ladder slots is that this set is different. Normally the ladder slots are the players that are also in the TPC. Dish Soap, Wajan Iverson are players that are taking up those ladder slots. With 32 players in the TPC, none of them can count toward the ladder slot. So especially the lower end of the ladder slots, the players that we're seeing here, I'm not entirely convinced that the performance that they've put up this set would normally qualify them to the regional final. So I don't know if they actually are coming in with a chip on their shoulder, but I think it's important to note that they're not actually competing with the same grouping of players that they normally would be in a different set of TFT.
I think that's a really great point, especially because when we take a look at some of these players that are coming in from different qualification methods, these are also going to be players that are, it feels weird to say, but at the bottom of that qualification method, like they still made it, but they're still fighting for a chance to actually compete alongside the other players that made it in at like the first North American ladder slot, the second North American ladder slot, etc. And especially when you also have this mix of pro TFT players that come in from the pro circuit, I think that's where we get a chance to really see this clash of styles. These players that have had months to be able to compete against the best of the best in this region are hoping to maintain that spot. And I think there are a couple of players that come in playing today that actually might surprise a lot of people. For me, I gotta look at Bio as a fan favorite, but also a crowd favorite, as somebody I think really does strike me as a shock that he's finding himself today having to play in for a spot at the regional finals.
I think like a complete 180 from our expectations of Bio compared to his performance in this set. Quite frankly, Bio was one of the worst looking players in the TPC all set long and really struggled to gain any ground. And Bio was someone that I think probably 99% of people from the outside looking in were expecting to be one of the best performers. Even if you look at the field in play-ins, it's 6 players in the play-ins have been to a set championship before. We have Replay, a literal world champion, playing in day 1 of the regional finals. there's a world where our previous world champion ends up in 68th place in the regional finals. It's not an easy field, and obviously some players, even if they have a great history behind them, they aren't in their best form. And that's, at the end of the day, like, your accolades cannot carry you in this current moment. Like, you have to leave your history behind and come into this weekend looking like a good TFT player.
Yeah, today is probably going to be one of the hardest days to get through. We start with 16 players, and then we cut half of those players after only 6 games. So it is going to be a pretty tough, and we'll see what players can perform in those 6 games.
That's so tough because I think there are a couple of other players that really stick out to me too, like Kerm X Asa. I think this is another player that has been at the top of North America for so many sets, and the fact that he is also here is a huge shock.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kerm has been, he's been competing for as long as I can remember, honestly. And I don't think he's ever taken a set off. This guy loves TFT, works hard, and he's very vocal about, I want to win.
Yeah, I think 6 games, it can sound like a lot of games to get through, but at the end of the day can still be a pretty small sample size to try to sort everything out. But we are ready to go for that first game of the day. So let's send it over to the rest of the crew that we've got working today. We've got Dobbs and Pie Hat. Pie Hat especially, welcome to the broadcast. We're so excited to have you back.
Thank you, Necra. We are here. We are about to watch the first game of competition, and I'm Dobbs, and I'm here I'm here with one of the Latin greatest players ever, Piehead. How are you doing?
I mean, you're giving me a little too much praise, but thank you so much, Dobbs. And it's amazing to be here. It's been a long time since I've been able to jab and glaze a lot of players, so I'm just really excited to be here and talk about TFT. So yeah, hi.
Yes, it's been a great competition throughout the set to be here. I'm sure that the players gave their best, and today we start the competition with high stakes. That's what I love about this format. Every single day matters a lot, and you have to start super hot because the first after 4 games we have a cutoff, and then just 2 more games to decide who is advancing for tomorrow. So what do you think about this format?
I think it's gonna be probably very tense, especially on a patch like this, which is very volatile. There are a lot of ways that you can probably enhance yourself into getting into a first, but there's a lot of variables going on. So having a bad start and then having to go to game 3 or game 4 relying on hitting the correct fruit, hitting the correct line, getting the rerolls on time. So there's going to be a lot of pressure going on, and probably the players really want to start in the best way possible, at least in the first 2 games.
Exactly. And we also have 6 players that already played at the championship level, Tactician Championship or Tactician Crown. So we have like so many different stories in here. Such great players like Replay, that's a world champion. And we have like the fresh starters. So I really want to see how this first day is going to be played.
Yeah, because the one thing that happens due to how the format goes and how people qualify to this, there's a lot of very different backgrounds. Because, as you said, Replay has all the background behind him. There are players who are playing on their first big tournament. There are players who are just coming from ladder. So, some of these players don't have as much tournament experience. So it comes to the question of, will they be able to stand up to the pressure, or will they be held down because of that?
Yes, that's what I think that makes things really interesting. So it's hard to predict how the players that have low experience is going to perform against the players who were playing on TPC, against the best players across America. So things are going to be really interesting on the day 1, and as we pass through the tournament, the cutoffs gets even wider. So it's important to keep up your best TFT in every single game in order to advance.
I do want to ask you, since you've been competing for a long time, I sadly haven't been able to compete for like a couple of years now, but you've been on the grind for a lot of sets, especially in a tournament like this, which is on day 3 of a new patch. You've been able to scrim on PvE and you've been able to maybe prepare a little, but the time frame from when the patch drops and when the tournament starts is very like 48, 72 hours. How do you prepare for something like that?
Well, I would say that the players actually did that. Probably they played tons of PvE games like Screaming with a bunch of high level players. But as the live comes, you have the status that you can check on many websites. I'm sure people like to do that in order to study more about the lines and the strategies. And there is something that is really important to mention is that you have to be really careful with your preparation, because when you're not in the tournament, players are more willing to go risky, to try that line very deeply. So until where can I sack my game and still get a first? But when it comes to real competition, people are not going to be that greedy. So you have to be confident on your strategy in order to do well on the first day. So whoever has the better meta read is going to have a huge advantage.
I will see how the players how their prep has been paying off. You see, the players that we're gonna see on the first lobby, there's a handful of them are from VR, though, so I'm probably gonna be very happy to follow along all of them. And there's some of the new players that Gangly and Necker were hyping up, like Slice Down, one of the newest faces in the competitive scene. And there's some people you probably know about. You probably have seen Tunington compete. You probably have seen Replay compete. And of course, someone like Bio also stands out here.
Yes, this is something that I love about this format as well. I was mentioning, I just love having the 2-week event. Is that we are now able to see more players into the regional finals. So it brings up more stories and and opens up the opportunities to newcomers to show what they have against the best players across the region. So I'm really excited to watch the games, and also we have a lot of Brazilians on the first day on the play-ins. I would say I'm a little bit nervous about that, but let's see what they have in store for us.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you. You obviously want the I think there are 6 players from Brazil, if I'm correct. So you probably want at least 3 or 4 of them to make it for tomorrow. That probably would be very hype. Here from Latam, we only have 1 player on the plane, so it's a little quote-unquote easier to follow. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm very interested in how CMB goes throughout the tournament, because 12 of the 16 players have been competing. They either played on the Pro Circuit or they played for the Cup. But CMB and also Black Sheep from Latam, they started playing through ladder. And Brazilian and Latam ladder are very different than in the
Exactly, they are very different. And to talk about the CMB, fun fact about him, he's actually challenger in multiple Riot Games games. He's challenger at League, and TFT, and Valorant. Not sure what the level is, Immortal or something, because I'm not used to the game, but he's like a beast in most of the Riot games across across all games. So he's a great player on ladder, and let's see if he can show the same results in the tournament as well.
We'll see how it goes. For starters, there's a lot of, as you can see, players usually grab the same, very similar like loots. Like someone has like 6 gold from orbs, our players will as well, and this may enable some of the players to go for a reroll line. So for example, Slicedown has already a couple of options down the line. Maybe he can go Jhin. We've seen Jhin be in a decent way of success, and they also holding out the Bastion. So people,
you mentioned. I was going to say that you mentioned the reroll lines. I expect a lot of players to invest their games, like trying to these kind of strategies. So, but of course, this is a 3-day meta, so it's hard to predict how the players are going to choose. But let's see how the meta performs on the first day of competition.
Yeah, one of the things I'm gonna expect a little more to watch is obviously the couple of common reroll lines like Malsafar reroll, Katarina reroll, and a lot of Fast 9. If you've seen EMER or if you've seen APAC, there was a lot of mech, a lot of Fast 9 Bastion with legendaries. And now, there's not much chaos happening because it's the first augment on 2-1, and there's a second augment on 2-5. So players will need to ramp up a little bit. So what are you seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, a couple good choices in here. I would say, depending on what you have, you can pick these 3 augments. So that's why they didn't roll any yet. So great 3 options in here. Slice of Life, really good for economy, as well as AFK. And Second Wind, it is a pretty strong combat augment as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting if they end up picking something like a Garvin hero augment, if they really want to go for that. But something like
not really.
Yeah, getting some economy down the line, just trying to drip feed your economy into getting like 20, 30, 40 as fast as possible is going to be really valuable. And you'll see it on the right side. There's a couple of players that have already chosen augments that are very reroll oriented. Pedro Batata and CAB already have the Pandora's Bench. Slicedown has Patience, is a virtue that makes it that he'll be able to have a lot of rerolls for maybe stage 3 whenever he wants to go through that.
Yeah, we can see a Katarina on his bench, so I don't know why if you can actually go into that line. The Pandora bench, you can go wherever you want. You just like try to find as many 2 costs as you can for Cat, but he's rolling for the 1 cost at least for now.
It is, yes, and one of the other player I'm really looking forward to what they did is Ladder Slayer, because having the small like metamorphosis augment where you can turn a 1 unit, 1 cost into a 2 cost or into a 3 cost. You can build a lot of strategies with that, and you've already seen the board that he has. He probably did a 1 cost 2-star, just one of the metamorphosis, the thingies, and he already has a Janna too. He actually has 4 Jannas, and even though Janna has been nerfed a little bit, probably more into a normal average instead of from last patch, still having a Janna early game and being able to maybe get to that quite early-ish, it's going to be very beneficial for him.
Yes, despite the nerfs that you mentioned, it's still a great composition to go through. And we also have to keep in mind that the second augment into the game is going to be right after the carousel.
Yes.
That actually can change a lot of things in the game. But for this guy that has 4 Jannas and a tier, 5 Jannas.
5 Jannas, okay.
Something. And a Kobuko, that's really something. For this guy, I don't think he's going anywhere else than Janna with the mentors.
Yeah, this is
great spot,
dream
I would say.
I mean, the last patch I was extremely happy with just having a Janna and Kobuko at the start. Now I'm seeing this is just one of the best things ever. And thankfully, he's gonna be able to, since items aren't as much of a priority in Janna in the way that you also want like blue buff or a jewel gauntlet or some items like that. You can flex a little bit on the itemization. You can go towards her. So that's probably it'll give him a little bit of time to like breathe and maybe build out his board. And obviously, when you have the Kobuko and Udyr online, you'll have more options.
Yes, I mean, I expect him to try getting the tier on the carousel because it's such a great item. You can build up items on Janna, Void Staff later on. You can build frontline items as well. And there is a Janna in there with Sword. Let's see if it goes for that.
No, he just wanted to. I respect that. Just wanting to guarantee an AP because there's a lot of AP items that you want to do in this console. Probably getting a sword would be a little harmful in the long run because what happens if you get like 2 or 3 more swords and then things just go out of hand?
Exactly, and I would say that he got the AP because it was on the 3 cost rather than a tier on a 1 cost. So players like going that way most of the times as well.
And now we have this the second augment into 5. We were saying a gold augment. He already passed on Nico hero augment, so probably no one's gonna get that, thankfully, because it's probably the strongest one of the bunch right now. But there aren't as many options here. Like you can probably go like cooking pot strategy with a strategy emblem, or down the line later if you have a reforge. But other than that, like
I like
you
the
can replicate.
replication. Yes, pretty good. Then you have a tier that we were talking about.
Yes, you can
I
probably
would say
already. Mhm.
gladly he didn't take the tier on the carousel, so now he can pick the tier.
Yes.
Oh, that's we never know.
I believe he did grab the tier, which should make sense due to how the items are going for him. And you can see the gambles going on over here. Replay had already a decent start. That could be considered a cruise star or something like that. And he gambled in the Gold Destiny. He got the Shen hero augment, which is honestly really on a really good point. He doesn't have any bow items or something to go for him right now, but he already has a good setup to build towards.
Well, I wouldn't expect getting the Golden Destiny and getting the Shen hero augment. So I would say for replay, he'll have to think about what items he can get throughout the game, because he didn't have any bows, as you said. And I think for Shen is mandatory. You know, you just need those specific items in order to the Shen to go as well. And here we see Vi hero augment as well. Such a great augment, I would say, and pretty good items. A sword and an IE. So I like this spot.
Yes, I am such a fan of Vi. Unlike Replay, which he gambled into it, Shenington decided to go for that, and you already have there's a lot of good items that you can go towards Vi, and there's a couple of builds that you can go to accompany her. You can also go somehow like the Jean or a Smolder. You can build for that. Sadly, he doesn't have something of a scale in augment. No weights, no not done yet, no like more 9,000. But Unflinch is still really good to have the Omnimap that she desperately needs.
Exactly. I would ask if he would change the fruit that he had, because I think he had a remover, but he instead didn't want to find those scaling fruits. But as you said, not done yet, and over 9,000. But Unflinch is such a solid choice to the early game.
Yeah, it's gonna be stage 3 is gonna be very important for them, because Vi really thrives on crushing on being over the temple, just getting a lot of kills, getting a lot of resources, more money, maybe even a couple of more components, so you can actually have 2 or 3 different itemized units. But let's see if he's able to do that, and if Vi is gonna show up like early-ish. And we just to point out, this is the augment round swaps, and the augments are earlier. The third and final augment is gonna be on 3-6. It's not gonna be as early as expected. It could be on 3-1 or 3-2 and just throw everything down the window. That 3-6 is late enough that it doesn't really change your game plan as much.
Yes, I feel specifically, at least for me, this portal is so hard to play sometimes. But when the first 2 augments are right before each other, and the third one is on the stage 3, it doesn't change that much. And one thing that I want to highlight on Slice Down augments is that his first augment, if you don't buy a unit, you gain 2 rolls, right? What most people do with this augment is actually sack the whole game and then get a bunch of free rolls to force some strong composition. But look at his board. He has so much. He has a lot of upgrades already. So he'll start to get free rolls, and it is like that he doesn't have a drawback, because he will have to save a lot of. He actually is going to end up saving a lot of HP, because this board is so strong right now.
Yeah, based on how many rerolls they had, they probably only rolled on one of the rounds. Probably the round that they had, the Rakan 2, probably used that to roll as well. Probably have a couple more upgrades and just set up everything. And it's going to be a really interesting thing, especially seeing how the lobby is shaped up to have a little a bit more aggressive. There's Janna 2, there's a Vi 2, there's a couple of rerollers, and then you have the other side of the coin. The player who is actually waiting and just tanking it all, Pedro Matata, is doing the other side of the spectrum. We've been talking a lot about rerolls and how that's gonna pan out. But we also have the mechs, we also have the Bastion, the Twisted Fates, or the Jarl Lee Sins that may happen down the line. And the question is, will Pedro Batata be able to get to there? Because he won't have as much HP going for stage 4.
Yes. What are we seeing in here? Is that people contesting Janna?
It is
Because
actually, yeah.
the two players has at least 5 Jannas, as we know, and Pedro is going to get a cash out pretty soon. Oh, he sold the Janna, so he's not playing Janna.
Oh, he's a Kali.
Oh, okay. He's a I'm sorry. He had 5 Jannas and a bunch of 2 costs on the
Yes.
bench. So I was wondering if he was going to stay on that line. But good points that you have. Maybe he's going to play a Kali.
I was also thinking the same thing about the Janus, because there were, I think it was Lars Slayer, the one who had the Megamorphosis and had the 5 Janus on 2-2 or 2-3, which
Mhm.
made it weird that Pedro wanted to go for Crystal Gambit into Janna reroll. But yeah, we've seen a Kali's probably, I assume it's gonna be that, go have a decent success, especially if you have a lot of resources and the cash out is very useful for you. However,
Yes.
I don't. I will still have to wait. He's probably gonna cash out on what, 3-6 if I'm timing it correctly.
Yeah, this is important that we can, if we can catch up his cash out, because it don't matter a lot. And if he's going actually to play a Kali, isn't that a little bit weird to play a Kali on best friends? Because you're gonna
Yes.
be locked with your positioning, and you really want to play that. Like you want to get into certain spots in order to Akali reach the carries. So it
Yeah, I
will
agree.
change a lot of his positioning. So it might get a little difficult, a little bit difficult.
I may be wrong. I'm used to predicting incorrectly on the co streams, so
Don't worry.
I'll mind.
Yeah, you can throw up if he's going to play Akali or not, but the decision is going to be his. Oh, there is an Akali.
And he's not playing that. He's actually sending it to
He's
the
rolling.
Pandoras. Okay, I'm proven wrong. I am mistaken. I am sorry.
Don't worry.
We'll just, I guess we just have to wait on 3-6 is probably obviously gonna cash out, and
Yes.
let's see what the plan for that is. I'm
Yeah.
still curious on where he's going.
My
heading towards.
guess is that he's playing Star Guardian. He kept Zaya 2 on the bench, and he has a Poppy, and the items were great for Jinx. So that's my guess. Let's see.
And this is like a great deal for both of them. Chillington really wants to kill units to have a couple more resources, and Pero Batata just really wants to lose. So this is like they shake hands, just carry on with their lives and their respective plans. And next round, probably a 300 cash out for Pedro. Exactly a 300
Yes.
cash out plus the third augment. So let's see what he gets.
Exactly. 300 cash out is a pretty good one. You have a lot of great things that you can get.
We are we're watching currently on Chillington, seeing on the buy reroll hero augment, seeing anything that probably can help them be
Oh.
stronger.
He didn't get the swords because he already had many. Interesting. I would go straight into the swords because you need a bunch of them.
And we
hit
see the
items.
cash out. The cash out
Yes.
for Pero Batatas, like free. I think it's the one with free complete documents, and
Yes.
obviously also grab investment to have more resources, both in gold and both in items. So stage 4 should be very powerful.
Yes. I wonder if he's actually pushing into that. It's impossible to him to reach that level 9 because this investment is not that gives you tons of extra gold. It's the stage 4 one. But I wonder what he had into the augment selection because I thought he was really rich already to play the Star Guardian.
Yes. I wanna put a pause into that and see on the other side of the board. Replay. We're wondering, will he be able to get items? Will he
Wow.
get balls? He had both a Giant Slayer and a Prisma and a Radiant Ginsus, which obviously that answers our question. You see a lot of people mostly grabbing items, either items or money. So nothing like combat-wise really stands out. So I expect the stage 4 to be a little too strong for my liking. So I fear for Pedro and for people who are doing fast 8 or fast 9.
Yes, let's see the roll down here can catch up the game. A pair of Poppy, pretty good, but still needs some forecasts. And one thing about this composition is that when we were playing on the TFT Cup 3 for the TPC, it was one of the strongest composition. But by now, it's just a composition that you can be good at it, but not the greatest one. But let's see how it can play.
Jinx. Rolla is going their way. Cassante 2, Jinx pair, Poppy 2. What you really want to see when you're like at 30 HP and having played a really big cash out. So it's a decent start for Pedro. He has this one more Jinx, and which Pandora's Bench may give him a hand. But yeah, I think he thinks he's on a decent spot. I don't know what.
Decent spot, I would say, yes.
Great.
We were playing here with his Shen 3, and as you said, he had a mission to get good items, and he had like maybe Biaya's Shen. This one is looking so good.
Yeah, the rerolls are hitting, like Shen 3 already, Bai 3 already. I don't know if the Janna player has already gotten to Janna 3, but yeah, you can see the pressure going on towards the lobby.
Yes, the lobby is like such a high in tempo.
Yes, and well, Pedro just waiting. He'll just wait and see what happens, see where it goes. I'm curious to see if there's any mech player or someone like that who's trying to go fast 9, for example, Mech
Mech got a Karma 2
on the right side of your screen if you're able to see.
Maybe this is a hint.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how things pan out, and
5
this
mech.
is one of the lines that we're going to expect to see a lot throughout the tournament. The mech, the Mighty Mech, you could say Mighty Mech flex, because the flex part of it is buying whatever units you can to go to level 9 and high roll a or maybe high roll a at level 8, I don't know. It really depends on your luck, no? But yeah.
I like the way he puts Leona with the items.
Yes.
He's trying to wait into his gold to get a little bit more in order to get into that level 9. And this is such a hard composition to play, because you don't have much to do besides if you don't get the Yoni. So it's really it's a composition that you cap so high, but it's a little bit risky.
And it's just crazy to see the goals on the right. You see, there's people just like 70, 60 gold, and there's just a couple of them that are like really scraping for things. BO 5 gold, really trying to get whatever he can to actually accompany the Shen 3, and Pedro Atato already talking about him extensively. So it's a little scary. And there's another player who's also playing mech. We're able to check on him, which is CMB. He is on the other side of the spectrum, because unlike McMahon, who is able to go to level 9 with 80 gold, CMB just rolled down at 8. Try to gamble.
Yes, that Pandora maybe paid off like a Yone for him. Such a great augment to find the right 5 cost you need. Got a little bit lucky in there, but looking very good. And actually, one of the things that I like with the mecha comp is actually having those extra items. So you can build up your carries and also sacrifice some items through the mech, because it benefits from the items that you put on the units that are piloting the mech itself. So really strong position in there for him, as he has like so many belts because of the augment.
That's an interesting concept. I don't think we've had a pet unit that you have to give them a lot of resources for a while now. The last one that comes up to mind was like Kale from Storyweaver from like set 11. And let's see, McMahon now going to 9. Seeing the Jone on the first roll, that's exactly what you want to see. and now the other part of it, and he also had one of the big pilot.
Yes, he already have the
He
fruits.
had everything set up. Okay, he's on a really good place, and you're seeing the differences on how people fruit up their mech. Because some players back in the last patch, people were mostly keen on doing it on Lucian and Senna. Now it has evolved to also give it to Aatrox due to how Juggernaut works and how much it actually benefits the mech. Sometimes people will also do Gangplank for it, but in this case, Mechman is just doing Aatrox and Senna to give the mech Executioner and a little bit more of survivability whenever he finds anything.
I wonder why they changed that approach. If it was like a way that they optimized the composition itself, or it just is just because it's not just scaling so much with AP because they nerfed how much of the max scales up with AP. It got nerfed a couple weeks ago, I guess, and now they are fruiting the Aatrox for more resistances.
Yes,
So
yes.
such a this is one of the composition that I expect to see winning a lot of games.
It's probably a little, I won't say straightforward, but the steps are very clear. One of the comps that can also win out, but it isn't as clear, is, for example, something like Slicedown is doing, which we may see a lot throughout the days, which is someone who started the game with a lot of HP, probably going to stage 4 with like 70 or 80 HP, tech key into Crystal Gambit, and just lose throughout the whole stage 4, try to gather a lot of resources with Crystal Gambit, and then go to level 9, and hitting whatever they can find, honestly. So it's a very risky way to play the game. As you can see, Slicedown already has only 7 HP. There's no margin of error. They're probably gonna cash out now. With a 300 cash out is more than reasonable, and they don't have much time to get everything built up.
Yes, and guess what he's playing? Mech Pilot. One more player into that comp.
Yeah.
So this is a composition that so many players are willing to play, and let's see if it pays off.
Tacticians round for Slicedown, so they'll have even more.
You got the fruits.
Listen.
It's really important to him to roll down everything that he can on this round, because if he actually sack a little bit more in order to get more economy, we will end up with so little time in the next round to do everything. I think he could roll even more. He's rolling.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest sets for people who don't have as high of an APM. I know I've struggled a lot with it. So we're just waiting on Jonas here. So what are we waiting for? Is there anything on the mech units that we haven't hit yet? I don't think so.
He has the fruits. Does he have the GP? Yes, he has everything. It's just a matter of positioning now and upgrading the rest of the units. Here comes the listen.
Thankfully, they have a big duplicator, so they can duplicate the karma if they have enough time, which is not the case for this time. So
it's so hard on this set. You have to do so many things. This was something the casters were discussing earlier today. You have to use your fruits, you have to place your items, position, and sometimes you have to refruit the champion. So it's important to sometimes skip a round or roll one round late earlier in order to get the things done.
And Slicedown doesn't have that much time. This may have been the karma difference or something like that, which is a very rough way to start. Slicedown going through the 1 HP cash out into mech, into almost making it through, and sadly you have the first 8th of the day.
Exactly. What I would say is just what we were talking about, right? So many things that you have to play on the single round, and every second that you save matters. So if he had one more second to duplicate his karma, he would won that fight. And he probably was the strongest player on the lobby, because he had that Tactician crown, he had the Yonichu, had so many resources, but it was not enough by the end of the day. So hopefully he can catch up on the next games.
Oh, this is just such an unfortunate way to start. Right? It happens. It's part of the game. We know that in this patch, especially, things are so volatile. Not everyone can be CMB or McMahon who have already their things set up. Sometimes there's someone will miss, or sometimes someone will not have the time to do that. So hopefully they bounce back after the next game. And let's see what the other players are doing. Someone like Bio, we haven't really checked on them a lot throughout the game. But you can see one of the, I wouldn't say, normal, I guess is the way to say it. We've seen rerolls, we've seen cash outs, mechs, and now we have just a normal, regular, good old, consistent Star Guardian combat. We haven't seen it that much throughout the other tournaments in EMEA or in APAC. But what do you think about the comp on this match?
Well, I would say we are seeing something in here because there are two players going into that Jinx, and both of them are from Brazil. So maybe they're building up some something around this. And this is a composition that, as I was talking about earlier, it was really strong back into the TPC last cup, the Star Guardian Cup. But for now, you have to have a little bit extra resources, like maybe don't cash out from Crystal Gambit or specific items and some HP to save across your game. But still can do pretty decently on the standings.
One of the things I like the most is also about watching high-level TFT games. It's the HP on like late stage 5, late stage 6. Because you see the highest HP in the lobbies replay, which can be 3 lives depending on how the matchups go. But now it's just in the small margins and seeing who can clutch up one round, one position, or in Bio's case, 1 Star Guardian spat, which may be the difference.
Yes.
And more power even to survive the onslaught of mechs.
I was about to say exactly that when you were talking about the rest of the things, the HP, and I was just thinking he got a Star Guardian spat, maybe he's back. But who knows? Let's see if he can take the mighty Mac, the best comp in the game right now.
Yeah, it is probably a good game to mark as a bench of like, or what you will expect to happen on almost every game. So this is like the workflow of a normal TFT game throughout this patch at least. So expect to see this going on for a couple of times throughout the day and throughout the whole week or weekends, plural, especially if you're seeing it for the second weekend as well. And let's see if Meno is able to hold out against the Janna. Janna has been able to win a couple of Scream lobbies, but this doesn't seem to be the case. They are gonna go level 9 probably on 5-6 because I don't know if they have the money to do that actually on Ladder Slayers' case.
Yes, the problem with the Ladder Slayer's game is that he missed the Kobuko. He's tanking, he's carrying the Cassandra, and I feel that a lot of the power of the composition is tied into the Kobuko's damage and his ability to keep stunning the backline and its positioning as well. So he wasn't able to get the Kobuko 3 and he's carrying the Cassandra. So I guess you lose a little bit of the potential you have.
The goal is very simple right now. It's Cassandra being able to outlive both Puppies and Jinx's burst enough so Janna can actually make it throughout the backline. And you can see like Protercus Bow and the Kronger actually surviving and making him stand for a long time. He still hasn't been able to proc the passive, so Jinx is just standing there showing her rockets. And now the Janna is gonna go through her. And Bio sadly, even though with the Star Guardian spat we thought he may have a chance, he ends up going 7th, if I am seeing correctly. I am slightly blind, I'm sorry.
Yes, he went 7th. And this is something that's so hard when you're facing a Cassandra. You don't want to be in front of him. It's actually a little bit better to kill the rest of the front line and leave the Cassandra in there and then try to kill him latest in the fight. Because if you spend your whole damage on the Cassandra, the rest of the front line is going to do their jobs. I mean, the Kobuko 2 stunned the Jinx in the middle of the fight, and that's where huge difference.
Yeah, that's exactly that's true. That's correct. And I am now rooting a little bit for Diana. I can't believe I'm saying that. This probably wouldn't have happened last patch. Probably will be rooting against the Diana player. But seeing this variation, or at least trying to survive or adapt to whatever they had, it's quite interesting to say at least so. I do like how those comps, even though they had a decent-ish nerf, they still are managing to keep up.
Yes, I mean with the correct opener, great items, and he also had like a great combat augment. This last augment, Giant and Mighty, if I'm not mistaken, it's such a great combat augment. So that leaves that have a lot of time to the Janna to pull up the damage, as well as the rise. You have to respect this rise with these items as well.
Yeah, and that's only what good things about Cassandra. He has a good matchup. Shen was able to lose a lot of time hitting the Cassandra, which may not. Okay, it was very close to being enough for Larsley clutch up and win on this one, but Riley ends up killing Larsley, going 5th. Sadly, I think he was on a decent setup going for them. And
Yes.
I want to mention one other thing, Dobbs. The duelist path here on CMB's board, which is very interesting in the way that, just to change completely the subject, I know, but the map will use the emblems that are being given to them. So this mech basically has Jarrett from Aatrox, Executioner from Senna, and duelist from the emblem.
Exactly. This is one of the greatest things that you can pursue when you're playing Mac. The more emblems you have, and if you sack them, you're gonna be even stronger because you're gonna get so many traits on the Mac. And this is one of the best things that you can do on this composition. Maybe I'm willing to see Mighty Mac with the flexible augment. It's it's so strong. It's so strong.
And you just see the power going in these fights. Even Shen wasn't able. I know the mech is like the Giga tanks, one of the mightiest tanks that you can have on the set. A lot of HP, a lot of damage, a lot of CC. And even Shen couldn't be able to bypass that. So we just end up having CMB with fighting for top 2 against Pedro Batata.
Yes, and we were watching the Pedro Batata opener playing that cash out line, and he was able to secure a second, at least by now. So well played by him. I mean, he started the game with so low on HP, but right after the cash out that he got, he was able to go into that level 9, and he seems pretty strong right now. So the Brazilian already took the lobby, so I'm happy for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is just a victory lap for you, because seeing Brazil doing top 2. I am really excited to see something that is Mighty Mech or isn't reroll fighting for top 1. I just want to see if this cash out for Pedro Batata is able to pull through, or is Jinx gonna have the same issue that we had on the other fight a couple of rounds ago. He's still stuck on the mech, not being able to get through
that. So strong, so strong right now.
Oh, she's trying her best. It's very close. She can actually clutch it up.
Oh, here we go.
It is
game 1. Yeah, it was game 1 for Pedro Batata, also known as Conda. He uses both nicknames, and I'm really happy to watch this end game, because Pedro Batata is one of my favorite players, friend from the starting days of TFT. Really well played by him, getting into that cash out and also securing his first game.
Yeah, I had forgotten that Pedro Batata was actually Conda. I remember them from a long time ago, so it's good to see them, even though we had rebrand, or I don't know if it's a rebrand or just like they wanted to change names throughout the sets. It's good to see them here and see actually a really good performance. Like I said on the start of the game, I'm really excited for anything that isn't mech or isn't reroll to actually contest and show that there are more things in the set or in the patch that aren't just the usual suspects. So I'm really excited for that, and I think that sets up a good precedent for the next games of the day.
Exactly. this game also showed what we can expect a lot through the tournament. A lot of players going into that mech line. I think we just saw one reroll line on this game, that was the Jenna. Maybe some more players are okay. There was the Vi carry as well, but just 2 rerolls. Maybe some Katarina we're missing, but there are tons of games that we're gonna cover.
Yeah, there's just a long, long road ahead. Just 5 more games to go to see who's actually able to make it through the plains into the day 1 of the week 1 of the regional finals. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Exactly. We are going to a short break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
Welcome, everyone, to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is CLE, and I am your host, alongside my constant co-host, the Paisano himself, Gangly. What's up, man?
Yeah, happy to be here. A little bit different than normal, not our usual platform, but here we are, regional finals time. It's time to give a little bit of insight into the field today.
Absolutely. This is a very special episode. We've teamed up with the TFT esports team to release these as countdown videos to be part of the pre-show and give you guys a primer for the regional finals that you guys have now all tuned in for. So welcome to the regional finals broadcast. We are so excited to have you. During this podcast, we're going to cover multiple different things. We're going to talk about the format because this is a 2-weekend event. It is incredibly hype and a little bit confusing, so we'll make sure to fill you in. We'll do some player introductions. We'll try to fit player stories into some buckets to help you guys understand where people are starting from and what we expect from them, and then also cover some predictions at the end. So you're going to want to stick around. Gangly, are you ready?
Let's do it, buddy.
Here we go. Competition slots. The main thing that people are competing for throughout the regional finals is a slot at the Tactician's crown. 40 total players join. 11 slots have already been claimed, but 9 go to APAC through their regionals, 8 to China through theirs, and the Americas and EMEA both have 6 slots. But Gangly, the 11 TFT Pro Circuit winners have already been selected and have already punched their ticket to the crown. Look at these guys from the Americas. Michael, Marcel P, and Robin Songs already all punching their spot to the Tactician's crown.
Something I love about this is the mixed bag that you kind of already see forming with the winners of the TPC. There's a lot of players on here that are household names to their respective regions, right? Robin Songs from the Americas, Coco from EMEA, both Ironbog and YBY, all being the favorites that people are excited to typically see at the Tactician's crown. But with that, we also open up the doors to some players who, I would still say are favored or expected to perform well within their regions, but maybe not returning competitors to the international stage time and time again. Marcel P is the one that stands out the most to me. So I'm really excited to see how this mixed bag of players make out at the Tactician's crown this set.
The TFT Pro Circuit was an incredible addition this set. We got some great moments, and it also helped line up what this regional finals looks like based on the pro points that they had. They competed on 3 tournaments throughout the set, and based on their results, they were placed into different spots within the regional finals. And so our TFT Pro Circuit standings, we see across the top of our graphic, week 2, week 1, and play-ins. We're going to talk about each of these sections, but I want to real quick call out these week 2 players on the left side of our screen that we're not going to see this weekend. These are players that have already moved on to week 2, already punched their ticket to the TPC next set, and because of that, they get a little bit of vacation. They get to sleep well.
It's not just a vacation, it's also like the scouting report that you get sometimes.
Well, what a way to start off our day of play-ins here at the Americas Regional Finals. Self, Gangly, Asa back on the desk to briefly break down what we saw in that first game. And I think the biggest thing that I think we must call attention to is how that roll down went for Slice Down. It felt like there was so much confidence behind being able to get that roll down through, but then it kind of all started to fall apart.
I mean, I want to pull back the curtain a little bit. The 3 of us are watching in the other room, as this roll down's going. We're like, oh my gosh, like there's just so much to do. So many players are probably rolling on neutrals in that same exact position, but Slice Down says, you know what, I got what it takes. I've got the confidence. I'm going to do it all in 30 seconds, and just doesn't unfortunately have enough time. And Slice Down from a position that I think certainly could have won out, seeing how the rest of the lobby played. Maybe would have still lost to Pedro, but unfortunately immediately goes 8th because he just couldn't get everything on his board on time.
Yeah, we'll never know, but we're seeing the spot right here where Slice Down greeted the maximum amount of econ on the neutral round, but that's a spot where a lot of the top established players, it's not an affront to like, hey, I'm not fast enough. It's just there's so much to do, especially in this set, that you can just, you know, roll down to 30 gold, you see one less total shop, but then you have all your items on for the next fight, and that would have made the difference in surviving there.
There's a part of me that is kind of taken back to set 4, set 5, though, when Spencer first came onto the scene and everyone was just blown away with how fast he was. And I kind of got this moment where I was like, oh my, like Slice Down, the young blood coming into regional finals is going to do the one-turn transition and do what no one else is capable of doing in the regional finals. And then he just goes 8th. Not quite the ending, but I respect the hustle that Slice Down was confident enough to say, I'm going to try, and even if it doesn't work out, at least he's doing what he clearly believes in himself to be capable of doing.
Yeah, it was just hard to watch though, right? Because we already had 2 other Mighty Mech players in the lobby. There were a couple of missed opportunities there, it looked like, for maybe Slice Down to have been able to get in a couple of those 2-star 5-cost legendaries instead, Asa. And so it's hard, right? You look at that spot and you go, well, what if you had done something different? But do you still believe in the 7 Mighty Mech there as the best choice to go for it in the roll down?
Yeah, the 7 Mighty Mech comp has been optimized recently, and I think we were just talking about how there's so much to do. Even if you spend all your time right at the start of neutrals planning your turn, I would think it's honestly too hard for really anyone, and it's not a front to Slice Down, to flex between 2 different roll downs at once. So you kind of have to commit, do I want to play this, you know, like 6 Bastion plus legendary backline or something like that, compared to going for the Mighty Mech. He already has some of the Mighty Mech pieces along with the Mech Pilot, so I think going for that route is absolutely fine line selection there.
And hindsight's always 2020, so.
Slice Down had the crazy cash out into it, right? But he wasn't the only player playing the Crystal Gambit cash out line. The other player was the person who actually went first there, right? Pedro, we were saying, we clearly wanted to play around Janna, but on stage 3 saw that Ladder Slayer had a very, very strong ladder Janna spot, and Pedro had to pivot out of it, right? And end up going for the 300 cash out, gets 3 full items, plays into the Star Guardian line that I would say, generally speaking, is not considered a win out composition unless it's played with the Crystal Gambit line, right? That's one of the ways in which it becomes really strong. And those resources for Pedro were enough to actually get him across the finish line. So really good feeling, especially if you're a Brazilian fan right now.
Absolutely, and we're gonna hop right back in the game because it's ready to go. So we'll send it back over to our casters, Dobbs and Pie Hat.
Thank you, guys. We are about to watch game 2 of the series. So Slice Down may have fallen into that top 8, but still have 3 more to go. And in order to keep the dream alive. So
It is, yes, but we're actually seeing the other lobby tops. We're gonna wish Slice Down the best wishes and best for them on their roll downs in the future. And now we're seeing the other 8 players that we haven't been able to follow throughout the first game. If I like a couple of things I know from the watching at the table at the sheet. 1v9 Peter was actually the one who came out on top on the first game of this one. So let's see if he can actually do the same thing again. Or players like Shomar Blacksheep, who ended up going 7 and 8, being able to bounce back after a rough game 1.
yes, really important to bounce back with so few games to play. And in here we see Ming having maybe the Colossal opener with the Nar and the Dr. Mundo. Such a great comp to open the game. You can lead into a TF later on. So let's see the augments. Nothing crazy here. Another silver augment opener.
Like we're seeing a reprint of last game because it was also the sooner
The same encounter,
earlier,
the
earlier
Jinx.
augments, the same encounter, the first augment
Mhm.
being a silver one. So
Exactly.
history may repeat itself. Even it also happens in TFT. So
Oh, hey, they're
we'll see.
branching out.
yeah, they're and also I think it's on a really good high roll spot for them because they already have a Garen 2, an Ariel 2, and we know that this comp, that any fast take comp can
I will
be
ask you-
played from ahead. So
I will ask you something. Is this game random? He got a random emblem, and suddenly he has X02 Garen 2, and he didn't have before the round. So great start for him. And when you have like a silver augment that gives you an emblem that is actually good, and you have great opener to it, it is like such a great spot. So let's see if he's going to play the Yumi line or maybe a Katarina if he can find it early.
I believe
So-
they already slammed a Jewel Gauntlet for like this small,
okay, so-
the fraction of a second that we saw the board before pivoting into Black Sheep, who was one of the more interesting augments and fair to say gambly augments, which is the Caretakers, which you have you get a 2 cost every time you roll up. You can have some very hard moments there. You can have like a Katarina, you can have a Janna, we have some a Kubuk or some of those things. But Black Sheep only has a B or a buy. What can you do with that?
I was about to ask you that. Honestly,
that's not what I was
what can you
thinking.
do with a Vi, man? I mean, I've seen an A player getting the Vi 3 and then playing 5 Crystal Gambit. So
Oh, I see.
this could be something, but I would say it will depend on what he gets because you can play maybe some reroll into a Smolder backline as well. It depends on what the game start giving him.
That's gonna be one of the more flexible routes. That he may have to improvise a little bit down the line. We just have to wait and see what are the other players, if they're contesting any rerolls, because you see a couple of, just like last game, Patience is a Virtue, one of the Pandora's Benches, and one of the Crafty Craftsman. I never know the name of the one that Peter has, the one that you build an item, and whenever you build an item, you have 3 rerolls. I always mess up that name, so I'm
Yes, I know
Not
what they're
reroll.
talking about. Yes. About Kuromax, maybe it's a Jenna line, as he already have the mentor fruit, the veteran.
Yes.
So it can be a Jenna angle for Kuromax. We will have a couple extra items right after the stage 2. It's really good to have extra items on this comp because we have so many units that relies on items like Kobuko, Jenna, Rise, and of course as well as Cassante. Such a great composition to use these units, these items.
Sadly, Kuromax is not gonna be able to get the tier because Shoma joined it from them. So no blue buff for now. And you can see how items are fair up. Minky, Star Minky, which we were talking about, if they're gonna play Cat or gonna play Yumi, already have the Adaptive Helm plus a Jewel Gauntlet. So that's very set in stone for what they're gonna have. We'll have to wait, just like last game. We'll have to wait on 2-6 to see if it's a silver augment, or gold augment, or if things are gonna go like.
Yes. The
Wow.
thing about when you have a silver an augment on the stage 2, it is actually completely random. So sometimes when you're willing to play a certain comp right after the game starts like this, you're strict into the Yumi line here. You can't pivot to anything else. And then you have to get a random thing right after it. So sometimes it gives you extra emblems or something crazy. And this actually matter a lot into the choice that you have. So let's see how can he pick the augment.
Yes, and it may be beneficial because some of the augments you are preferred to choose them on 2-6, for example.
Yes.
Let's say Kurumex's augment. You have to wait until the end of stage 2 to get free or 2 or 3 different
items.
components.
Yeah, the augment that Kuromax has.
Yeah, you can have if you choose them on 2-1, like it's whatever. But if you choose it on 2-6, you only have the punishment for 1 round, and then you have the items. So
Here we go.
check it out.
19, not the spot that you want. Okay.
Currently with the
Shoot
Jana
that three.
veteran.
Shoot trick, it's a little bit late maybe because you already committed into the Jenna. If you don't get the thing that you want, it can be a little bit bad. You already lost a lot of value this augment that has
Yes.
built in, right? You want to win the rounds with the upgraded units, but he goes for it.
He ends up
GP.
getting a Gangplank, and anything
Yeah.
that probably can help them go front of.
Oh, he doesn't have the bench because of his first
yeah.
augment.
All right.
Yeah, that's why he was like selling stuff, and he actually sold the Janna. So
Crazy.
changing of plans.
It seems so. Yeah. I had to look for. I didn't notice that interaction. Yeah, that's insane. And I'm not surprised to see a lot of items here, like the either receive the Psychic Force or a Scavenger, I think it is. Somewhere like Broseph already having heavy is the crown. I'm really curious to see Broseph ends up going to something like either Jin Mundo with the crown or Kog'Maw with the
Yes.
Russian crown.
Yeah, I think he was about to play crew, and then he is sitting on this augment that it doesn't seem to be so great at this composition. So let's see if it's going to keep the crew or if it's changing into the Bastion Kog'Maw or maybe Protector Kog'Maw.
Yes, and you see like the items that people prioritize. You see, this is like the third or fourth board we've seen Nashor's tooth being built on.
Exactly,
like-
and the first game as well.
Yes.
I feel it's because Nashor is such a great item, really flexible. You can build that on the AP unit or AD unit. We've seen Chinks with Nashors. You can place that on the Karma, on a Kali. So a lot of units uses this item really well. So that's why people end up slamming that a lot.
Yeah, kudos for the rework. I think the rework was very valuable for that. And everyone just to point out, everyone's getting a gold orb, which they will probably get a full item each and every one of them. So there's even more items into play. So players like Stellar Minky, who already has a replication, will have even more items. And to continue the point that this is basically a reprint from the last game,
Yeah,
the third and final augment is also on 3.6. So
that's crazy.
It's the same.
Yeah, this is
it's
crazy.
scripted.
Yes, I would say it is scripted, isn't it? It seems that it is. So here, Black Sheep, 2 wins. I got a sword from his second augment. I wonder if he's going to reroll into the Vi or if he's just pushing levels and playing the Juggernaut frontline with some sort of backline like a Volley Bear, maybe TF, if he's able to push levels.
Yeah, by thankfully can do a lot of damage throughout the mid stage. Even if she isn't a hero augment, like she does decent enough damage to be able to carry them through. And I am really curious to see where that goes. Same as you, so I have my doubts here. However, this is one of the boards I was really keen on seeing down the line, which is something like, I don't know if it's gonna stay this way due to the items that the units that are on the board. But seeing a Bolivar like just makes me want to believe that we may see a Bolly or a Samira in this game, especially with keepers.
Yes, I like the Volley Bear, especially into the early game. It's such a great unit. At the end of the game, it starts getting a little bit rough for him to pass through the max and the huge front lines, but having a Volley Bear early in the game usually means that you're really strong.
I spy with my little eye a Janna 2 with really good items and a Rise. I believe it was from Shoma, which is one of the players that may have gone for. He may stay at Janna, seeing that Kurumix probably pivoted out.
Broseph is probably keeping the crew.
Seems so, yeah.
Yes. So I wonder in which unit he will end up playing the crown, the master crown, because this is an item that scales up AP, and he also have exchanges, so it kind of does the same stuff. So I'm not so sure if it would be the best thing ever to build around, but definitely it was maybe the thing that he could do at this point.
I probably down the line
Let's see if it
it's gonna
pays
be
off.
Yeah, for sure. But since down the line it may be a good item for this fate, due to it being mixed both physical and magic damage, which is the fate always likes to have, which could be a higher cap. But crew is not one of those comps that it can be killed like 10 seconds from at the start of
The problem is that the crew has so much power divided across all units and the trait itself. So you don't have even though you have the Malphite tree usually, you don't have much. How can I say that? It's like your front line is not that reliable. I mean, sometimes some unit passes through, and you end up dying. Your Zeeks can die very soon. So it's really risky to play this line with the Demacia Crown.
Yeah, which is why this is one of the reasons as to why you usually see the crown with Gothmau with Bastions, because the Bastions give them enough time to actually ramp up.
To survive. Usually your Kog'Maw is the last unit that survives on the board.
Yeah. I'm gonna point out, Kale, one of the comps that we didn't see in the last game, and we probably won't see as much, is one of those lines that you have to be very specific on when you play it and where in the lobby you are to actually be able to pull it through, because Kale, as we've mentioned in the past, has two conditions. It has to get to Kale 3, and also has to go to level 9. And sometimes one of those two things won't happen or won't be possible. So I'm not sure if it is a good iconoclast for this, I believe, Dobbs.
Yeah, I feel that he already have so low. He's so low on gold. He has 12 gold and a couple units on the bench. So unless he has like a great augment right in the next augment, like an investment, it's going to be hard for him. Oh, here we go.
You called it.
Yeah, it's just as it is, right? Get investment.
It's just
push levels.
If I ever go back to competing, Dobbs, please, I want you to cast my games, because you are the luck charm. Apparently, so.
I mean, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, yes, that's what right. I mean, the game can still fall apart, of course, but that was something that he really needed. Tons of gold in order to get the other units and then push it into that level 9.
Kurmax doing a big pivot on their board, basically reverting the special that they had with a lot of rods, probably just changing completely the game. But we started seeing them playing mostly, which could have been a Janna comp. Then they
I saw the GP as well, the GP too. So half start for him. I wonder if he's playing Bastion line or if he's trying to go Mac, because if he goes Mac. Oh, he's probably going Mac.
Yeah, but this is Korean.
This is a spot that he had to roll on late, so it's gonna be hard to hit the Yoni. Maybe he needs a backup plan.
However, if he manages to get there, that mech is gonna be very beefed up, because they're gonna have probably 2 Rabadons, which is a lot of stats. We'll have an Executioner emblem. And the other things that I think Kurmes already has the 2 Ravels, 1 Serax, the Executioner stat. That make, if he is able to get there, he'll have 3 different traits due to Executioner and all that, and a lot of really good, solid, and consistent things for the mech to pop off. So it's just a matter of, can he get there?
Yes, I mean, he will flip a coin. If that goes well, he probably is like top 2 or something. He's gonna be like, 2 Gwens. Imagine. Oh, here's the Yoni.
Oh, there he is.
Here we go.
That's the streamer luck.
Forget everything we said. We are going pretty well this game, because he just needs to fish the fruits. He's going to be fine.
And the Carman, the Jarvan on the next shot. Okay, he has all the pieces of the mech, and he is unfazed. He's just rolling.
He got the mech pilot.
Down. And the mech pilot to add things through. That's just insane. They're gonna put it down on the Aatrox, so you can have both the Jarvan,
Perfect.
the Duelist, and the Executioner's Pad. Udyr is an excellent unit to add here on level 8, due to how it enables all the synergies
Aatrox too as
the
well.
moment.
These upgrades matter a lot when you're playing Mac because it benefits from the upgrades that you have. And having the Aatrox too is really good. Probably he'll keep rolling on the next rounds in order to find the Gangplank and Karma Lucian upgraded.
Yeah, as soon as the Karma 2 is unlocked, he'll be probably trying to go 9. He already has a lot of the pieces of the puzzles we were mentioning, so that's a really,
Yes.
really good spot for them.
I don't think he needs the Karma 2. I would say if he gets a bit more upgrades like Lucian, maybe GP,
I see your point.
it's fair enough. I mean, he's already good enough.
And you can see the prior of the items because
Mm-hmm.
triple Rabadons and the Spark also enables a lot to the mech to do a lot of the early game damage at the start of the fight. So yeah, just good for them. Good for Kurum.
Yes, I mean, I know Gangly hates this comp because you just pray for Yone sometimes. But Gangly, he is how you play the game. Find Yone on 3-7, and then you have like tons of AP to feed your mech. So we are learning Groot TFT in here, guys.
And yeah, it's insane how one of these augments how you can have a lot of rods and actually just turn them into a big mech. So
Yes, we
now
were
that he's
talking
all set up,
about that from the first game, right? Having extra
Yes.
items is great, especially the belts and the AP, because it scales twice, right? You have the Rabadons, but also you have the extra attack speed from the augment. So
exactly.
it's great.
And now that they are very set up, we are able to see the boards of other players. We were wondering what would Rosef do with the Mushroom Crown and the crew set up. What they were going to be able to do. They managed to pull off a strategist emblem and are just giving the items to Anjana too. And based on what they have on the Pandora's bench, may be able to get or may fish for the Jana free as well. Which can happen, especially since I don't believe anyone is playing Jana. I think everyone pivoted out of it.
Yeah, I feel Broseph is a little bit behind. He doesn't have any copies of Ziggs on his bench. Unless he starts getting lucky on the Pandoras, he's gonna be in trouble.
Yeah.
He's so low on HP already.
Not the best game for the player that we interviewed at the start of the day. So
Yeah, maybe have a T. Okay, he doesn't have a TF on the Carousel, but he maybe he can like pick a unit and then pray for the Pandoras.
Yes, and if you see down below, there's a couple of very interesting spots. Of course, you have the mech players, of course, but you have Stellar Minky, two Battle Academy emblems with a Radiant Rabadons in Yumi. We've been talking about how Yumi can be able to pull through if they have a really high roll spot or to be able to outscale or out-tempo the lobby. And they are on a really great spot. You see the difference in HP. They're probably winning out a lot of the rounds. And I believe someone else was also playing a fast take comp. I think it was Peter who ended up just going for the Bolivar too. So a lot of more varied strategies this game are all around dots.
Exactly. One thing I love about the Yumi comp is that when you're ahead, the composition works pretty well. So the spot for Minye was great. He has such a great early. So you start saving a lot of HP, and the people will be sacking to go into that level 9 mech and maybe trying to find the reroll perfect items and perfect spots and perfect units. And you're there sitting on 8 HP, 80 HP. So sometimes it's great composition to play for replacements, you know, like getting the seconds, thirds. For a tournament, it's really important to build up your your day on these strategies as well.
Especially when 50% of the field like carries on to the next day. So
Exactly.
very valuable. Yes. And I mean, Tali, that's now that we're able to see what the spot is looking like. We were talking about how investment and how it can manage Kale to go to 9 and can maybe enable her to do it. But it's 4-6. He's level 6 as well. Probably level 7, 80 on 5-1. I don't know if they're gonna be able to make it to 9.
Yes, even with the investment, right? I don't know if you roll it much to taking the sack. And he seems pretty behind. He's really behind, even with the investment.
Yeah, because when he grabbed investment, I remember it was level 5.
He was like 10 gold,
40
12 gold.
Yeah, when they
Yes,
grabbed investment,
it
they
was
went
too
into
low.
40 gold because it wasn't the investment plus. It was just the
Yes.
investment the plus one.
Yeah, it's actually pretty bad that you have the investment on 3-7 if you think about that, because you kind of lose 3 rounds of interest. So it would be better for him to get that on 3-2 or on the 4-2 maybe.
That's just disheartening to see on Tali's side of the game. Broseph also hanging through a thread. Maybe a Janna Free can change it. And Black Sheep, one of the players that were mentioning that with the early buys, if they buy 2, maybe playing a 4 mech or something like that. I believe we saw a fight where he didn't have Yone. He's the other side of the coin. You have Kurmix going all in, and then you have Black Sheep. I believe they missed on the roll down. No Yone so late. And you can see going from the top spot to just 15 HP on 4-7.
Yeah, it's a risky line when you don't find a Yoni early on or if you don't have much HP. So let's see if he's able to find it as well. Here's Tali rolling on 8. We see he stabilizes. He actually getting the free rerolls into upgrading his board.
Yeah, it's
The
actually...
problem here is that he doesn't seem that he would be good enough to go into that level 9 on a couple 3 rounds because he's 30 gold, so he needs to survive until the carousel. So
it's gonna be rough. It just
It's not
really
looking
depends
so
on
good.
matchmaking and see if there are any boards that haven't really hit yet. I don't know if Peter is one of those because Volley 2 talked about how he can actually steamroll boards if he's on the weak side of the enemy's board. And he just
Here we
jumped
go.
through and killed Tali. He tried. The Kale tried to go level 9, but we've talked about how this could happen
Yes,
in these
I mean,
setups. So.
he was so low on economy on the 3-6, so it was so difficult to him, even with the investment, to reach that level 9.
Yeah, and we also have another fallen soldier. Broseph ends up going 7th, which still he had a really good game 1, actually going 2nd, so he's still in the middle of the pack related to points. So it's just one bad game he must carry on. And Black Sheep, we saw already hanging on with only 2 HP, no Jonas, 6 Mighty Mech, trying their best just to survive with a Puppy and maybe Karma doing enough damage. But I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, he's facing the strongest player in the lobby, probably. Not that that's not something that you wanna face when you're 5 mech. This the perfect spot that you were looking for. I would say when you miss the 7 mech, going 6 is not a big deal. It's actually not that bad, but you have to catch up on the next 2 games in order to play maybe 2 more.
It's a little rough, very rough.
Exactly.
So yeah, as we said, we have like 2 more games at least, because there's a small cut after the
Small
game
cut.
4, just for people who are just only tuning in. After the 4th game, 4 players will qualify to the next day, and 4 players will be eliminated. So you don't want to be on the bottom 4 and have actually 2 more games of leeway to bounce back. But yeah, it's just we'll see.
It's really tough. It's really rough because you can prepare yourself like for 3 months and then just played 4 games. So nobody wants to be in that spot. So you better recover soon from the early low rolls and bad games.
This board of Showm, I was mistaken, Showm. I said no one was playing Janna. Then you come here with 2 Kobukos on free due to the clones. That's my bad. But yeah, another Janna player trying to fight their way through the very strong boards we've seen. They can actually pull it. They can actually top 4. Depending on matchmaking. And double Kobuko or free, so it's very annoying to deal with.
Yes, we've seen this lobby actually played a little bit different from others on scrims and stuff. So many forecast lines going well, and we have the Soul Fighter Yumi. We can't count the Mac with the forecast line because you need the Yone, and so here is the reroll line shining and trying to avoid the Mac, of course, because
yeah. Well,
it can be a matter of position as well. Let's see if he can beat the Kuromax board.
Let me check on the board. They're playing against Peter and Janus on the other side of the board. So
yes, the position seems pretty good. The Kabuko clone will get some stun. Oh, he didn't ult. But here we go. The Jenna is well positioned.
And the ball just really was bounced back and forth. 2 Kobuko stands. The last attack he wasn't able to really do anything to the Janna. And it wasn't.
Another thing about this round was that Chief's Gloves from Cassante rolled Bramble Vast and Warmogs. So it was so great against the Samira.
Yes, indeed. I'm surprised that Kurum actually lost a round, seeing on the HP corners on the right. I don't know who he fought against. There's a way to check. But I am surprised that this board actually lost, if I'm being fully honest. It's there.
Here we go, Yonichu.
Yeah, apparently JRC was the one who beat Kurmek, so I'm just curious to see how things will lead up to them. And we see one of the normal carry on ups. I'm sorry, there was like an issue on my end on the mic. However, we're seeing that both like Samira and Bolivar just not being able to carry on. They've been falling off throughout stage 5. All the fast take coms are really strong throughout stage 4, and then they will be able to fall. So that's unfortunate for them.
I like the way the Shama played this game, having the Samira with volley. Was him that had the volley early on? It was, right? The keeper's line? Yes, it was. Really well played.
Yes, and actually the standout for me is Stellar Mihi. The same as last game, which we had one player doing a really good fast state line, being able to push through and actually outscale the lobby, and the Yumi is already going to top 2, which is not something I expected to say out loud this day after Hamira.
That was we were talking about having a great spot, like a great opener to Yumi can allow you to having like a good game because you save a lot of HP, and then you just win some rounds, and the Mighty Mac may kill the rest of the lobby that is low on HP. So it's hard to win games with Yumi, but your results going to be depending on how you open the game.
We'll check later who Stellar Mihi is gonna fight against for probably top 2. But now, two of the other comps, like a Kochma reroll, who ended up squeezing their way into top 4, trying to fight against Samira Boli. Boli just was able to jump into the backline and end up killing the Kochma, which was
yes, and it's looking very good for 1v9 Peter, because he went first on the first game. Now he is at least 3rd, so he's building up his way into the day one of competition. That is tomorrow. Today is
this
the
is
play-ins.
Exactly, this is the place that you want to be in. At minimum 14 points, maybe 15, he's able to clutch out against Kermex. On a when 4 games is all that you need to carry on. So it's a really great sport for them. Playing on a not as played line, a little more down the line. All the fast takeoffs, like, go for that. I am really curious about this match. It's really curious to see if Yumi has the power to withstand the mech with the Radiant Rabadons and all the mouse hard surfing. Doesn't seem like
It is looking close.
actually.
Looking close, but still, the mech is holding tight.
More?
Okay, here we go.
Oh.
Not enough to kill the mighty mech, but it was a close fight. Maybe he can win out. Maybe he can secure his second place, beating the Soul Fighter.
Yeah, looking at the matchmaking on the right, there's a high chance that Kurm and Peter are the ones playing against each other, and someone get in Stormy, he just fights a ghost, and if that happens, we are set on the top 2 of the lobby, so we'll just be able to. We just have to wait and see. Mech has the power to actually stop the Bolivar and Samira from their tracks. Bolivar can just get perma-stun both from Jarvan and then from the third cast of the Mech. So I'm
It's
not
so
sure if
many-
he's gonna be able to play.
So many sources of stun in this comp: the Yone, the Mayak itself, and the Jarvan. And also, I would say, having keepers against the mighty mech is not good enough, because you're in the clump, and you're gonna take so much damage.
We see Peter actually fighting against the real Stellar-Me. He losing by just an inch. It's a very simple ace. He actually has at least 2 more lives, and I am really curious. I just got the info. Thank you so much for that. Stellar-Me, he's very extremely close to the prismatic trait from Battle Academia. We weren't accounting for that, but since they had the 7 Battle Academia since so early, and this was
it's so hard to reach the Battle Academia prismatic.
But this was a game that had a lot of items, and he also has 2 item augments. So he just needs to survive 1 more round, which he will. He has 23 HP, and he'll have the prismatic online.
Is it guaranteed already?
It seems that it's next round 100% from what I'm seeing. So
Oh my god!
as long as he doesn't lose it like
that's
50
not
no.
what I was expecting when I was watching the game at the beginning. Because even though you have the spatula and getting the 7 Battle Academia really early, even with these things, it's hard to reach the prismatics. One of the hardest in the game.
It really is. But there's just one of those very 1 in 100 setups you can build on.
Yeah,
So
and he
who's
got
gonna
a bot. He got a ghost fight.
So who's gonna lose to the Prismatic Battle Academia from Stellar-Me? It seems that it's gonna be Kurumex. Kurumex killing Peter and just clutching up on the 2nd place. After that, let's be honest,
here we go.
really amazing 3-7 spot from Kurum, but nothing will be able to withstand Stellar-Me his ending prismatic board. First time seeing a prismatic trait on live broadcast.
Yes, exactly. And I guess it happened so early on the tournament because the way they changed the prismatic, the synergies this set was like prismatic. You not only need specific emblems or now you have to pursue the missions, and Battle Academia will have to play with 160 items right after you put the 7 Battle Academia. So it's really difficult. You need to wait a lot of rounds in order to get that.
Just check how, and actually the mech is doing a really decent. They're holding the line. Just check out all the power. Yumi has infinite amount of damage, and the mech just melts. It just went poof. And Stellar-Me, what an amazing first place for them. Also securing 14 points and being a really great spot for game 3 and 4.
Yes, I mean that's what we were talking about, right? This is the game that you want to see having a random emblem, getting into Battle Academia, 2 upgrades from the composition itself, an early Yumi, and then finishes the game with the prismatic trait. So a dream game for him, and secured his first spot. So really important to go through the tournament right after winning game 2.
That's as good as it gets for Jumi and for those type of comps. And like I said at the end of the last game, we're talking a lot about mech, we're talking a lot about reroll, and I'm just happy we were able to see other comps actually winning out the game. So
Exactly. We're hedging. The caster is gonna break down. The analyst desk is gonna break down the game, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the America's Regional Final Play-Ins. My name is Nekra, and I'm joined once again by Ganglane Asia to break down the action that we saw on stream in that game number 2. And I feel like this is kind of still the 7 mighty mech meta. We are still seeing it take over these lobbies, and I feel like that's just going to be the story as we continue through the day, huh?
Yeah, we saw Karam in the 8th place. His spot was not looking that good. But then he hit the Yone on his low arrow down immediately and was able to pilot that all the way to a second behind the Prismatic Battle Academia.
The Prismatic Battle Academia was a line that I think most players are not typically looking for, right? It's one of the hardest prismatics to actually get online, just for a couple of reasons. One, you need an absurd amount of items. You also need a lot of time. You also need a lot of HP, because this line tends to fall off quite hard. But Minhee, I think from the very beginning, recognized that this was a potential out to go top 1. After getting the prismatic or the Battle Academia from branching out, takes replication into Pandora's items, 2 additional component augments, and so he actually found himself with just enough HP to be able to get the prismatic Battle Academia and win out over this mech comp that we've been saying is traditionally going to be one of those compositions that's looking to win out the game. And so yeah, props to Minhee for finding one of the narrow outs that allows you to pilot a composition like this into a top 1.
Oh my gosh, it was just so cool to see all of the different animations with the Battle Academia punching out the mighty mech or like throwing swords through it or something, whatever. It was just cool to watch. But that was the story of our top 2. But I think there was also a lot of other takeaways from what happened kind of towards the bottom as we start to kind of go down the standings. I think the one thing that also stood out was Soul Fighter, Asa. That was a composition that I think a lot of people had questions about heading into this weekend, especially after the patch came through. So the fact we got to see it like a 3rd place, maybe there is a spot for Soul Fighter in this tournament.
Yeah, Soul Fighter's always been doing very well in the lower ranks, but it has trouble capping out. So when you're playing in tournaments against very strong competitions, against very strong boards, it has trouble competing in the end game. But 1v9 was able to take that to a 3rd, and it was really nice because, I mean, the comps that beat him with a 7 Mighty Mech, Yone 2 from Kurum, and then obviously the Prismatic Battle Academia, that was really great to see. It is a great placement for 1v9. It's pretty much as high as you can hope for.
Kind of the name of the game too in a tournament like this, right? Because the reality is that half the field is getting cut, and if you opt into some really risky lines and find yourself with a couple of bot 2s, sometimes, you know, in other tournaments you might have enough time to get back, but you have to remember that after 4 games, the bottom 4 players are getting cut and the top 4 players are advancing into the next day of competition. And so you can't actually load into every single game playing like a highly volatile composition. Sometimes it really is just about getting the points that are in front of you, and I think 1v9 Peter showed that excellently in this game.
On the flip side, if your spots are not that good, you do have to load into that highly volatile composition, because if your score's not right good, you only have 2 more games to get back. You probably really can't afford to be taking a comp where, you know, I'm happy with a 3rd.
Dude, can we actually talk maybe for a second about like Kurum opting into that high variance line? You were talking about it before in Necra too, right? It's like this is a composition that we know is capable of winning out, but something we've seen, you know, all patch long Necra is that like if you don't hit that Yone, you don't find 7 Mighty Mech,
like
you're going to have a very hard time. Yeah, exactly. And what happened to Black Sheep, right? This is what happens if you don't find the Yone and you don't have a backup plan, and if you don't have HP, which we know Kurum didn't have, this very high top end composition is going to fall in the top 2.
Yeah, I think Kurum did have a backup plan. You could potentially go into 6 or you could maybe go into like a Kali or even just a 5 Mighty Mech, but from Kurum's spot, it was kind of not looking great, where if he went with a backup plan, maybe he caps out at around, you know, like a 4th, but then you kind of gamble on going all in on, hey, I'm gonna hit the Yone. If I miss, sure, I might go like 8th or 7th, but if I hit, now I can get a really good placement, potentially win the lobby if it were for the Battle Academia.
But that did net him 6, 7 extra placements, so I think you are right that like you do have to kind of just hope that you're able to get that. But it's so funny because I think as we enter into these next 2 games, this is where it starts to heat up, because Gangly, as you said, like we're making cuts at the end of these next 2 games, and I think that's really where we'll see these players just do you try to go for these compositions that are really going to get you those top 4s a little more consistently, or are you going to have to opt in to trying to get those first places? And that's make or break. These next 2 games are going to be really hard.
The way that I like to look at it is that, you know, over the course of 6 games, you are certainly going to find some level of high roll, right? Like the odds of you not high rolling in any capacity over the course of 6 games is very unlikely. But if you can't capitalize on that high roll that you find earlier on in the day, or if you don't find it earlier on in the day, suddenly that number of 6 games starts to drop to 4, then it drops to 2. And now if you're one of the players that's in the bottom of the standings and you only have, I don't know, 3 to 5 points, you only have 2 games left. And the reality is you might not get a spot where you can realistically go top 1. And so now these players are in a weird position where you kind of have to flip a coin, but the coin might not be weighted in your favor. In fact, it might actually be weighted against you. And you might have to play for a top 1 in a game where just realistically, it's not likely you're going to play top 1.
So depends on how the cards will fall. And we will be taking a short break. After that, we'll come back and we'll have more TFT action after that. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the America's Regional Finals broadcast for KO Coliseum. We are getting word that there has been a technical difficulty with our first lobby, so we are going to be able to show that game, but still getting word whether or not we will have our 8th player that will be able to join. But we do have more TFT action to show everybody at the very least. But yeah, we will... So we're waiting on that second half of the standings, essentially. What do you all think about kind of the direction that some of these players could take? Is there any approach that actually you might think of when you say, well, I already know how the second lobby played out when you're trying to look for points here?
Well, I think you wouldn't really be metagaming based on like how the other lobby shaped up, but I do think it's important to keep in mind like the players who are top fouring multiple games in a row, right? Like the players like Kurum, we alluded to it earlier. When you find multiple top fours in a row, all of a sudden it gives you a little bit more slack to let the low roll come in and not feel super bad about it. But the players who find their first game as a bot 4 go into this second game, I think it's really important that you try to salvage whatever the game gives you and get as many points as possible. I actually feel like this game in particular is a game I would personally not want to flip at all and just want to play safe unless there's an opportunity there. So I want to see the players play it a little bit more conservatively and get the points in front of them.
Fair enough. We'll have to see how it plays out as we head back over to our casters, Dobbs and Piehat, to bring us through this second game of the first lobby.
Hi.
Hello, welcome back, guys. We are here to see Game 2. It's the third game that we are going to watch, but it's actually Game 2 for the Lobby 1. Unfortunately, we're going to start with 7 players because a player had issues. Macmeno had some issues that couldn't be solved in the last hour. So hopefully everything is all right with him. So, Piehat, what do you think about what we have seen on the first couple games today?
I mean, a couple of standouts have clearly been that no mech has won a game, and I've seen very few players actually going for a stage 4 or losing to Crystal Gambit Casual. The only one who has done it from what we've seen is Slice Down, and we'll remember how that went, sadly. But that being said, you're telling me that McMahon isn't playing correctly.
Sorry?
You're saying you're saying that McMahon isn't able to join.
That's unable to join. Yeah,
that will change the dynamics a bit because you will find players you'll find ghost boards earlier in the game, and and sometimes matchmaking can not go your way because due to it being 7 players, you will have a chance to fight, let's say, the strongest player of the lobby on 2-1 and on 2-6. So the HP discrepancies can actually heighten in this type of games, especially now with just this cow pal, like just more chaos overall. So it's gonna be a little harder, I believe, to go for a full lose streak strategy in this game specifically.
Yes, exactly. It's a little bit hard because the game turns to be a little bit more unpredictable. Yeah. But honestly, I feel sad about McMahon. He's a friend of mine. I know him very well. He's probably the city where he lives actually gets when it rains, he gets trouble with the power and maybe the internet. So I would guess that will be something like this. But hopefully everything's alright with him. And if he don't manage it to come back on the next 2 games, hopefully he can recover on the next regional finals because he was on the last TPC, and I know the game means a lot to him, but unfortunately, these things actually happens. So let's hope everything is alright with him at the end.
Yeah, and it's one of the players that I believe has having an upwards trajectory in Brazil. So correct me if I'm wrong in this case. I feel he's just been going upwards since he started competing not so long ago. So
yes, the last 2 regionals he went really well. Yes, the last 2 regionals, he was doing great, but these things actually happens.
Yes, and there's still time. He'll have the whole game to maybe try to find a way to salvage whatever. Maybe go to game 3 or game 4 actually competing, and who knows? Maybe it can be like the Cinderella story, and from not being playing on a game of planes into tier 1 again. Who knows?
Yes,
I'll be a great story to watch in an hour or so. But now,
here, Portable Forge, one of the best choices in the game for Ladder Slayer, as well as transfer students. You can commit into that reroll Battle Academia. Really good options for him right now. Oh, instead.
Okay, we have the second Yubi player of the season of the regional finals, Prodigy Battle Academia, with an AP, Jewel Gauntlet, and a Giant Slayer already on the bench. If he's so willing to do that.
Can I repeat the question for you? is this game random? I mean,
I mean,
Prodigy and Battle Academia is such a great opener for him, and I want actually to talk about that because between the three augments that he had, Portable Forge was one of the best augments across the whole set because you
Yes.
can get great choices in there, but instead he goes through the random augment. That, okay, let's just play what the game gives for me. And sometimes the game smiles back to you. And that's what happened. He can play the Battle Academia with two emblems, and he has great items for it already. So let's see how it's going to end.
and you can see a lot of the augments basically stating a direction very early on. There's another Gamba augment, if you may, slice down, having the heavyweight, the bell tolls, the heavyweight augment, which we still haven't seen a Malzahar heavyweight reroll, and hopefully we can see that. So Gangly on the analyst desk can just go on how much he loves that comp. So we'll just have to wait for that. And a couple of other hero augments as well. But Turing Complain the B hero augment again, and Pedro Batatas playing what, in my opinion, is the strongest comp in the game, or at least strongest hero augment in the game, which is Nico.
It's pretty good. The Nico hero augment, right? Yes. And one thing about Nico is that it was a unit that was really contested back in a few patches ago, because there were so many players going to that protector line and the Star Guardians. But now, is it a little bit rare to players to go into these compositions? So with this hero augment really strong in the meta, it's actually a little bit easier right now to find the Nico 3 that you need in order to pop off your comp.
Yes. And especially here, on when you're playing on a high resources setup like Scalpal, you can probably accompany Nico with a lot of things. So he has a lot of options to choose towards. Or probably he can go for, we've seen Nico reroll being played with an Ari 3, sometimes with a Janeth 3, sometimes with a Kaufmo 3. So it really just, the options are there for him if he's so willing to choose one of his lines.
Yes, this is a great, actually a great encounter to play the Nico hero augment, as you said. So many resources can lead you into more options, more items, and even more gold to get the composition online. So here's the first carousel of the game. The Pedro Batata got the AP, even though it's in the one cost. He really thinks that it's important to get this item. Sometimes players avoid getting the one cost for that extra economy.
I just didn't want to. It's not really related to your point, but it's just really weird to not set up for an augment on 1-5 dubs. Or I just really wanted to build upon what you were saying into the augment, and then I realized, oh no, augment is actually on 3-2, like it's supposed to be. So
Exactly. First game we were watching, like with the augments coming in the right turns, right?
yeah. Okay,
Here
but
we
yes.
see Bio playing the worth the wait, but instead he's actually going into the Katarina line. I wonder if it's worth the wait. It's actually a Kalista, but
It is a Kalista, actually, yes.
Okay, and now he's going to use the augment just to give him extra gold and try to place the Katarina, as he already has the over 9,000. That's one of the best fruits to his unit.
Yes, I do like that because you can have the Kalista 2 already on 3-2 on stay when you're level 6, because you just want 5 Battle Academia plus an Executioner, and usually it's Kalista until you find the right, due to how cheap it is to play a Kalista on your board. And then you just have you can have a +1 gold income the whole game.
He can still go to the Kalista if he manages to get the Jingzhao here, and maybe depending on the items he gets. And I feel Kalista is not a bad unit to get from the over 9,000. I mean, from the worth the wait, right? Because the Soul Fighter is a great composition. But let's see if it's going to keep the Katarina right after the PvE round.
Yeah, if he stays in Katarina, which I assume he will, I probably depends on the items and all that, of course. But I would like to see if the over 9,000 gods are merciful on this Katarina or not, because we've seen a couple of times whenever you're playing on ladder, two people choosing over 9,000. One of them have like AP, attack speed, and mana regen, and then you have only the HP ticks or armor, and you have a tank Katarina, and the other person has a carry Katarina. The difference is very night and day, so we'll just have to wait.
Exactly. This is
a
crazy
for next round.
This is such a crazy thing to think about on how the RNG gets into the game, right? This variance between like a great power up, it's just how lucky you are in getting the right status that you actually want. But look, he also got 2 Calistas on the shop, so it's still possible to him to go into this line. Oh, another Katarina? Maybe you pick one right after the items.
I believe we are set in stone right now, because we have an Edge of Night, we have a Hand of Justice, we have 4 Katarina, we have a Jumi, a random Jumi already on
Here we go.
Lucky.
I would assume if he had the set on the shop, he would go Kalista. But as he has a Yumi, he would just stay on Katarina, already have 4 copies. It's a great spot. And his items are actually great for the composition. Yes, the Edge of Night, Hand of Justice, and then Shred is already really good. And he's halfway into that Nashers as well. So it's a great spot.
Yeah, and the Kalista also works as an amazing secondary carry that actually just gets you kills and basically saves you HP, because one Katarina Spear may just kill someone, and that's what she is. She just kills someone. So it's gonna be really good until he gets into Katarina free. Hopefully Rakan free as well. And Unstoppable. We've seen a lot of theory going around of how you can position Katarina with Unstoppable, with Rakan with Unstoppable and all that. And there's a couple of schools or how you want to actually position the guy. So we'll see what line they are actually playing towards. But
yes,
since we're going now to CMB, actually, one of the players who was holding a Saya for the time being. Saya with a couple of items, attack speed items in general, I believe.
Saya was a composition that it's pretty decent on this meta. Not just because she was buffed or something, but the items that she uses actually got buffed pretty well. You can build up a Rage Blade. It's a little bit better on this patch, as well as the Kraken's Fury is really better this patch as well. So the composition actually got a little bit better. So I wonder if he's keeping playing the Saya reroll or if he's pushing into the Bastion line.
Especially when you have a lot of resources like Skullball, like you can basically do whatever you find that it's less contested. So you can probably manage or maximize, your chances of getting whatever you want, actually. And if you're seeing on the right side, there's a couple of very standout item combinations. One of them is being Bio. Bio has the Executioner augment that actually gives you resources whenever you, or the chance of getting resources whenever you kill someone. And someone like Chunington with a B hero augment, with which their Juggernauts are going to be even tankier. So that B is going to be a menace down the line.
Yeah, so I wonder how BU is going to perform about in this game, because he kind of has 2 economy augments in his Catapulto. That may be too much. That will depend on how fast he will be able to get the Katarina 3. Maybe some extra 3-star red units like Rakam. It's really important as well. Maybe Chase or Caitlyn, depending on how he has the items for it.
Yeah, that is a good call out, because in the end, if you don't get, you're at the mercy of the augment gods on 4-2, and if you don't have one of the the premium combat augments for Katarina, you're basically depending on over 9,000 to carry you
Exactly.
throughout late game. So that's maybe an issue.
Yes. It's a little bit low on HP, but as soon as he get the Katarina 3, he will start winning more fights. And about Pedro Batata had Savage Bean that's really good for him because he didn't have like much items on the Nico, but now he was capable of building 3 items on her, and he can like actually change stuff and find the perfect items for his main carry.
It's a decent change of pace compared to the last 2 games that we've casted tops, because if you see on the bottom right, there's no real lose streak comp. Like no one's really playing towards like Crystal Gambit or 1 HP cash outs or something like that. Due to it being both in Skull Pal and it also being 7 players, it's a little harder to actually keep that going on. So you see everyone mostly playing towards their win con, toward basically being as strong of a board as they can. Maybe Pedro Batata was the only one who was mainly lose streak because they really want to roll on 7 to get Nico 2.
Mm-hmm.
Which they're
this
actually
roll
not
down
getting.
is such a bad thing. I mean, he didn't find a single Nico. I mean, he found a single Nico actually because he didn't have a pair, but he rolled it so much and didn't find the extra copy that he needed. It's still a Scaropado. He will get tons of economy back, but that might be an issue to him if he loses the tempo that the composition needs.
Yeah. Pedro Batata is also on the similar spot that we saw Peter on the last game, because remember, this is actually game 2 for the players that we're watching, and Pedro Batata actually won the first game.
Exactly.
So he has a lot of points already. He just needs to basically try to salvage as much as they can to be in a good spot for game 3. And or Nico 2, like that's like 10 gold
finally
left in
Nico
hand,
2, but like 10 gold left. It's a really bad spot. I mean, thankfully he won the first game. So right in here, you just try to save as much placements you can, because you still need 6 copies for your main carry. So it's a lot.
I do want to mention and just pick your brain in this the fruit that Pedro Batata has on the Nico. He actually used that on a normal Nico, on a regular Nico. He probably put the Nico on the bench and had one of the tank options for her, and he chose Max Vitality.
Yes.
Usually in this comp you see something like Crimson Veil because you really want the healing and the extra shielding. I don't know what you think about this choice.
I mean, I know Max Vitality, one of the best fruits that you can have if you get it early on the game, of course. The more you get, the earlier you get, the better. Because Nico has built-in healing within the Star Guardian. So you don't have to have the healing on her. And having like extra HP is really good to achieve a protector, and you scales up so much. So I guess his fruit is great. The only problem with his game is it's actually that he is a little bit far from getting the Nico 3.
Yeah, gold is not on their way. Even being in Skull Pal, when you are out of gold in Skull, that doesn't really feel too well.
Yes.
Bio, I just want to point out, Bio sold their Kalista free, and
yes. And he's a little bit far from the Katarina as well. Oh no, actually he needs 1 copy.
One more copy. No Rakan 3, only Rakan 2 for this game, and a Jumi 2 actually, which may be an issue for. What's the player who had the dummy, the Prodigy Battle Academy dummy?
Mm-hmm. It might be an issue if he has low on HP later on. But like the Bio had to sell the Rakan copies that he had, so it's hard to him to get back into the game because the Rakan 3 is actually really important on this line.
Yeah, that's gonna be a struggle down the line. They're not gonna be able to get Rakan 3 at probably never. And we, like we were saying, when Bio chose their item, their augments on 3-2, they need a
Here we
really
go.
strong item combat augment now.
Yes, best frame not one of them, I guess. I don't like much climb the ladder, but you still have you're still playing the vertical comp, so it would be okay. But between he didn't get the bloody rage.
They're
And he goes to climb the ladder.
Climb the
Yeah.
ladder, yeah.
Yes, I feel that climb the ladder is really good if the Katarina is the last unit that on your board. It's actually very often that she is the last unit, but the problem is what I feel about Katarina is that the first kills that she gets, it's really important, and then right after the start of the fight, she won't have the augment, just later on, so it could be a trouble.
And you can see why, even though it's just Katarina, no Rakan free, you can see why Unstoppable was so important on this fight. Rakan just swooped through into the backline, gave Katarina the perfect angle to actually hold and go towards the enemy Yumi and just kill her on the second of the fight. And you'll see this a lot. This is why the positioning and why Unstoppable is so important on this comp, and why Katarina is very positioning reliant. So
Exactly.
Let's see, Bio needs to punish people who are really looking for them.
See Slice down here, level 9. He's actually not playing his first augment. Instead, he's trying to play mech.
Just so wild. It's extremely wild.
Yeah, that's what I expect from players at this caliber. I mean, sometimes you have to sack your augment if it's actually bad. And this first augment is not even that good. So he thought like, okay, I just will sack my augment and then play the best comp in the game. And if I get into the Yone, I don't even need that augment. And the only thing that I am scared of his spot is that the other 3 of his augments are just economy ones, so
Yes.
he doesn't have any combat. So that might not be enough, but who knows? If he has every single upgrade in the board, maybe he can get some extra fights.
Yeah, and I was wondering, now looking down the comps that everyone has, I was wondering if someone like Replay maybe pushed them away from heavyweights, but no, Replay is just playing a Malzahar 2 and just carrying on because they have like a random DC and Eco and Seraphine, so they're just building strong units on the border, not just re-rolling for heavyweights world. There's a couple of really standouts. Shootington already has B3 and G3, so they're going to be very stable. And we've already seen Slice Down almost getting everything in check. They just need the most important part of the comp, the Mech Pilot lottery.
You got it.
Which they hit. One very small detail that is going on over here that it may slip the eye of people. That what Slice Down was doing is that they gave they have a Casante on the bench with with one of the usual defensive fruits, and then
Yes,
they
when
put the fruits. Go for it.
No, finish. You finished
Okay,
it.
yeah. And then they were using the second fruit on Jaron since one of the units, if the first fruit is on a defensive on a tank and they have a defensive power up already, Jaron has a higher chance of getting Mech Pilot. And then
Exactly.
you just put that on Xenon, on Aatrox, and you rinse and repeat, and you have that on the desired units.
Yes, you have to know the tricks when you're playing a composition that really needs a certain power up. And Mech is actually one of these compositions that you must get the pilot or you're not gonna be that strong. So you have to play the tools that you have in order to find the right power up. So that increase the odds a little bit of getting.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest parts to learn about this game. This set
Yes,
specifically,
this
there's
set-
so many hidden rules.
Yes, this set specifically has so many things that you actually need to know. So this actually is one more thing that can define if a player has success or no or not.
It is. It is. It's just insane how many little edges you can actually have on the rest of the field if you actually know about those. That's tough knowledge.
Exactly.
It's insane.
Here we go. Leather Slayer sitting on Yumi 1. Also with Leona
What?
1.
That's just a shame because we're hyping Yumi last game due to how it went. We're actually hyping Lars Slayer's spot on the start of the game because it felt like
His spot was so good at tier 1. He has great items, but I didn't count that Bio would steal Yumi 2 on 3-2, right? I mean, not on 3-2, but on stage 3.
because
So
you don't plan for that. So yeah.
yes, exactly. So he doesn't have any single fire cost upgraded on a encounter that everybody has a lot of gold. So he's really far behind
Yes.
on the tempo.
Cal is really punishing on especially when you low roll because everyone is just so far ahead and you just basically don't have a comeback. Especially now that
Exactly.
you're seeing something like gold orbs being thrown left and right and it basically giving legendaries to people or gold overall.
Here we go. Found the Yumi. Tries to find the Leona as well.
That's
The,
just
the thing about this comp is that you actually need the 5 prodigies so much because it's really important for the composition itself. But he's not going to be able to fit that because he upgraded the Cassante.
Yes, that's true. That you'll be able to get everything online on level 9, or you'll have to ditch the Cassante and you're not getting either or. So that's just an unfortunate.
Now
thing for
he
our
just
player.
tried to save his placements.
Yes, which is completely respectable. It's just this is the duality of fast 8 comps because if you have them on an amazing spot, you'll see them win games. But if you miss or you are falling behind with them, it's really hard to catch up or to bounce back with
Exactly.
all the rerolls and all the mech pilots. So
Yes.
this can happen. However, he's not dead yet, so we're grieving for him. We're grieving, mourning him when he's still alive. So we'll just have to wait.
Exactly. It depends on how he can actually fight in this stage. If he gets like a full 7 mech pilot, it's gonna be a hard time for him. But he can still manage to save some placements, or maybe getting into a level 9 if he can scam some rounds and waiting to the next stage.
Oh, he
Here you
has
go.
to survive this round against CMB. Just playing good old Bastion frontline with the Jinx and a Saya for now. Trying to push their way into basically the biggest
Wow.
legendary board possible.
The Atomic
And-
on Leona killed the Yumi.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. And the 3 players who were bottom of the standings, they just end up being
Here we go.
5, 6, 7. Bio ended up being 5th, Pedro Batata 6th, and Lars Slayer 7th.
Yes, that's why it's so important to you to keep rolling and trying to find every single upgrade you need, because sometimes it's a matter of one single round that you can save 2 HP, you end up with 2 places ahead. So in the tournament, that will matter a lot. And Bio secured like a 5th in here, maybe could be like something to him to come back on the next 2 games in order to play 2 more. So it's important to think about this way on the tournament.
Yeah, there's time left. I just want to now just pivoting a little bit into the conversation. I just want to mention re-release board because we haven't seen a lot of this version yet of a board. We've seen a lot of Fast 9 into mech. We haven't seen a lot of Fast 9 into legendaries.
Oh, so close. It was such a close fight.
That's extremely. That's deflating because I just wanted to hype up the re-release board and he just lost. So that's a shame.
Yes.
There are basically 2 main ways of playing legendary soup, which you can go for 6 Juggernauts with Lee Sin as your legendary frontline, or 6 Bastions with a Braum that way. And you just use any variety of carries you can think of. twist the face like the mask because you can put Noxious Trap on him and you basically have 3 extra items. And you can also add a Zyra or a Seraphine or a Wayne or insert any legendary here that depends how that works well with them.
Exactly. And Twisted Fate is such a great unit because even he's just really strong as a main carry. Not just that, he actually can get you extra resources in order to push levels into that level 10, or maybe getting some extra items for your other legendary units. So it's a composition that kept really high when you get the spot.
Yes. And we are seeing probably the last remaining non-fast 9 comp right now, which is Channing playing B and Jin, because I believe CMB, Ruby, and Lightdown are all playing different variations of Backline. So is he seeing the B reroll, basically salvaging as many spots as they can, and on a decent spot they can actually win out against the people who haven't kept their boards that high yet, which is what's going on for now. Maybe it can get a third or a second depending on the matchups right now.
Exactly. Here is Replay trying to find that leasing too. Not yet.
And
I mean, this is yes, this is a unit that it's really important to him, as he is leasing. He's carrying 3 items. If he manages to get into the leasing too, he's going to be way stronger.
Yeah, listen, John is probably one of the premier carries right now, and since they're still not getting into the max cap possible, we're seeing how if B can actually put a hole into them and basically stop Relippy from getting to the maximum possible cap. Listen is still holding on, so if they can manage to just withstand a couple more rotation abilities, maybe it can be the way just to the fit ults and the B.
Oh my god.
It's enough. It's
It
just
was so close. Close enough to replay, and this is a checkpoint that it's so important to him.
Yes.
Because when you reach this round, you're gonna get 2 extra items. Of course, 2 extra items is really good for everyone. But when you have a legendary unit, you will scale up too much, and he can still be able to find that listen too, as well as the Braum. So he will end up really strong if he survives and if he manages to get these upgrades.
And same goes for everyone actually. Chunington can actually have a 3 item
Here's the
losing.
Zyra.
He manages to pull through, or a 2 item Zyra if it goes for that way. And actually passes through the Zyra, just choosing to play the Barrows, just give a little more strength to the Jing, which makes sense. And the Barrows too actually. If
Yes,
they have gold for it.
He couldn't fit the Zyra on the board because he can't take anything else.
He has
3 great
blue
items for
last week,
Varus.
yes. Great setup.
Great items for Varus, yes. Here is against CMB with the Jinx and a Braum too. Everybody's looking so strong right now. I mean, the boards are so capped.
Very interested
The
in how CMB ended up finishing up closing out their board, because it seems like a mix of a couple of really strong units.
Yes. Oh my god, this was so close. I mean, I thought CMB I thought CMB had won the fight, and then suddenly Varus is clutching out.
We were already talking about, okay, let's talk about CMB's board and see how they may actually just pull it through and go and dispute the top 1, but now they're not for now, it seems.
Yeah, I like the way that CMB he's playing this game, because 6 backjump Seraphine is one of the best compositions to cap your board, and he recognizes that he has items for Jinx, and of course you can place a Jinx on alongside the Seraphine, so good enough for him.
There's on this fight there's a timer, because when 15 seconds pass, the first Rockman actually takes in, and since the mech is currently a heavyweight, they'll get maximum HP, even more damage. You see that they're growing up a little bit, so it may be enough to actually get on the Beast board.
I mean, I didn't realize that, because this is an augment that is not that great, and I didn't think about that beforehand because you actually turn your mech into the heavyweight,
Yes.
and this is the perfect unit for it. He stands for the 15 seconds and gets tons of HP. So this guy might be a genius. I mean,
Yeah, it seems so. We were like that.
yeah, he was. We were talking. I was talking like he was sacking his first augment, but he had a plan. So well done. That's why I'm casting in what he was playing.
Exactly. Yeah, we have to throw one of those lines every now and then because we just need to keep
Yes.
ourselves accountable. And it's really an interesting way of actually piloting the mic pilot comp. No pun intended. I just realized that. So it's just really cool to see this variation.
Yes, jokes aside, I feel that these augments was not that great because the heavyweight line needs to have the burst damage right at the beginning. So waiting 15 seconds is a big deal. But for Mac, it's actually not a thing. The Mac lasts too much. But let's see if it's enough for this fight against replays legendary units. And that might not be enough. It's still
At least wasn't.
replays fight.
The Lee Sin ended up positioning in a way that the make wasn't able to have a good alignment to hit everyone in the board. So yes, the Twist of Fate basically was free firing into him. But still,
Yeah, but-
a third place for Slytheon, I think, is very honorable, especially after they went 8th on in the first game. So it is a good comeback.
Yes, I mean now he's back at the table, back at the game. Top 3, well played by him. Recovering from that last game that he tried that first 08 play and then ended up getting the 8. So, but let's see, another second place secured for CMB. Like great start. At least he will finish in here with 14 points. That's a lot. Let's see if he can manage to get the win.
That's a really cool variation of the board that they have because they end up playing the Bastion frontline with the Jinx and the Seraphine's duo carry. Usually see one of the legendary stuff Jinx, but seeing her being played here is like very, very interesting. But I don't know if they have enough power to actually kill.
Ooh.
Never mind, they have the power to burst down replays board. And that's a really
Oh my
strong
God, they're
showing
still
on that
alive.
board.
He's still
I
alive
wasn't
due to the
down there.
Baron.
I
Yeah,
wasn't
you have to-
genius, indeed.
You have to be careful when you turns into a caster. You gain powerful words. I mean, your words started getting the power. Maybe you can jinx some rounds. And
Oh, imagine if after I've said that, just CB loses every round.
it was so close, but still, Replay is still alive because he won 4 straight rounds, and then the Brawl gave him extra life. So it might be the last one. Let's see.
Maybe it repeats itself. The Braum is on a really decent place. He's not gonna throw anything really important, but he's not gonna
Yes.
be also. He will survive for a long time.
Oh, the Brawl may get the Lyssin. Lyssin has the Prison Veil. Unfleeching. It's still not enough. But well, I would say great game for Replay. He recognized that. We can see on his face that he's laughing and he's pretty happy with this second. But as we talked, great finish for CMB right after winning the second game. Already have like 15 points on his back. So great start for CMB.
Yeah, completely. I at the start of the day I was asking if the ladder players were gonna be able to actually play on par with the tournament players, with the players who come from the cups or the TPC, and CMB is showing a really strong performance. I believe they are the first. They are top 1 on the standings right now with the first and second place. We'll see standings in a little bit. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but it's a really good showing of them on a very interesting final board. So I do want to see how that evolves down to the tournament.
Yes. Guys, we are heading into a break. Don't go anywhere. And we are going to be back with the standings and the game 3.
go, everyone. Sorry, I'm finishing up my snack break. Because we got that extra game. But so excited to be back to be able to talk about that action because we were blessed with that extra game of content. So let's go ahead and talk about it. I think first thing that really stood out is the fact that we have finally seen these Fast 9 boards, which was something that we were looking at players to potentially go for to get those high placements and then two different versions of it heading into that first and second place, right, Asa?
Yeah, we saw two players both make to level 10, and it's pretty interesting. Replay had Trade Sector, but the other player, CMB, blanking,
CMB,
actually went triple team-wide combat, which is crazy, and was still able to make it there, going into stage 4 with about 85 HP. When you're looking to play this Fast 9 competition, oftentimes you're expected to lose all of stage 4.
Yeah, it's cool to be able to see the different variations coming through. Like the way the CMB played it, as you're talking about, Asa, is, you know, there are a lot of, I would say, like templates almost of like playing Fast 9. People talk about playing 6 Jug, playing 6 Bastion, and then typically it's kind of filled out with a 5 cost. But like you're calling out, he kind of bridged the gap between those by playing around the Jinx too, which is typically you would imagine is something that does not cap as high. But when you are saying that he takes 3 team-wide augments, I also feel like it's 3 team-wide augments that actually synergize pretty well in general with Jinx, right? You have the pumping up. Jinx is going to be able to utilize the attack speed very well. Tons of stats, obviously a more generic sort of augment there. And then the sword augment as well, like itemization for Jinx, allowing you to get a certain setup that just has the DPS. But I think you also have to talk about, you can see the Seraphine there in the back line with Archangels, Rabadons, and JG, just single-handedly taking out the back line of Replay. And that's the thing, is Replay wants this front-to-back fight, and playing the Seraphine with 3 items actually allows you to bypass that front-to-back fight entirely.
Yeah, we saw the 6 Bastion versus 6 Juggernaut. Those are the most common like Fast 9 variations, just because Juggernaut does have the legendary that lets you play Lee Sin. He's very powerful. Bastion, of course, has Braum as a legendary, whereas the other options, 6 Heavyweight or 6 Protector, neither of those have a legendary unit in those trades, so that they don't benefit as much from the Fast 9. And then, of course, your backliners, Zyra and Twisted Fate, basically don't have trades, so you can use whatever frontline is available.
Great to find both of those players see success in that second game. But of course, now that we have finally finished out our second game of the day from both of our lobbies, we get a chance to actually take a look at these standings, Gangly. And I think this is where we're going to start to really see those players have to go into these next games, third, fourth game, before we make our first cuts of the day. This is where it gets tight.
Yeah, we said earlier, normally in a tournament like this, you have 6 games to be able to make it to whatever threshold you're playing for, but the cut after 4, and we say cut, not always a negative thing, right? A positive cut, the top 4 automatically moving on after game 4 until tomorrow, and then only the bottom 4 being eliminated. But I think you have to look at the players that are going, you know, we can see 1-6 or 8-6 for McMano and Black Sheep there. This is what we were talking about before. You don't always have an opportunity to go for first each and every game. And with only 2 games before the cut, for these players, they are running out of time to actually find that sort of high roll that they need. The good news is only 4 players getting cut means you don't need to go first, right? If you're McMano and Black Sheep, I feel like the key to success here really is you need to just be able to calm down and just play like yourself, right? You got to be able to just take the points that are given to you. I think if you try to push it too much, try to turn this 5th or this 4th in front of you into a 1st, and you accidentally turn it into a 7th, now your tournament run is over. I think it really is a waiting game. You got to be patient, and when the high roll is presented to you, that's when you got to take it.
Yeah, very true. We are going to be going into our break. They'll get those lobbies reshuffled, and when we come back, we will have game number 3 for the Americas Regional Finals plans. Welcome back, everybody, to the Americas Regional Finals. We are through the thick of things when it comes to play-ins, and for this game number 3, it's gonna be myself and Asa on the desk to talk you through this next game. And Asa, I'm so stoked to be jumping on commentary with you. This next game is gonna be a blast.
Yeah, I'm so glad we got rid of Gangly. Hate that guy.
Oh my goodness, yeah. We'll have to see more of him later. How unfortunate for us. But for now, I'm so pumped to be able to jump into this next game. And we've already gotten some great stuff, right? We've seen some Fast 9. We've seen a couple of these reroll comps as well that maybe we had some question marks about after the patch came through. But kind of what's been your takeaway from the games that we've seen so far and the comps that have been doing well?
Yeah, it's only been 3 games, so definitely not anything to take a ton away from, but some comps that I didn't really, or I maybe expect to see more of was the kill reroll. We only saw Taliant play that, and I think they went 8th, but that's a comp that I was maybe expecting to see a little bit more, but you do have to have a good spot for it, and it's only been 3 games. Other than that, the Mighty Mech, the Fast 9, Katarina reroll, Janna reroll, I think these are the kind of comps we expected to see coming in, and we've been seeing a lot of those.
I think the Katarina has performed very well. Reroll especially, I think, is still something that our players could go for, but the Mighty Mech feels like so safe. All of our players, even we saw Slice Down actually opt into playing Mighty Mech when it was contested by 2 other players. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out in that first game, but second game did go a lot better for Slice Down coming into that line.
Yeah, I think Mighty Mech is definitely the clear S tier composition of the patch. It was pretty strong when players were playing it last patch, and it didn't get changed too much, but I think players have really optimized how to play it. So a lot of its power comes from not anything that came in the patch notes, but rather there's kind of optimizing the way you put your items. I think before last patch, a lot of times during Tacticians Cup 2, a lot of people were putting items on Jarvan instead of feeding them to the mech. People were putting the mech pilot on Lucian instead of Aatrox for the Juggernaut. And with all the optimizations, the Mighty Mech line has just really leaped ahead of the competition.
I like how it is sort of just feed the mech, make it as strong of a unit as possible, and then kind of see how it can slice and dice its way through those front lines. It's been really fun, but also kind of difficult to play against. You know, when you're the one that has the 7 Mighty Mech, I think you're feeling really great, especially when you hit that Yone, but actually finding a composition that can beat that is a very different story. And we have the Crab Rave lobby, actually, so we're gonna have a lot of gold and a lot of items and that Deadly Crab on stage 5, so we all have a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, Crab Rave is kind of interesting because you need high single target damage to take down the crab, and that frequently can be a placement or even more difference if you can beat the crab. So we'll see if any players make adjustments to their strategies against it.
But it's hard because how many of those compositions right now do you feel like in the long run will actually net you better placements than your opponents? Yeah, it's nice to be able to beat the crab, but is that something that you really should be keeping in mind when it comes to where you are in the competition?
Yeah, I think it's something that's not going to impact your decisions a ton, but it is something that I think you should keep in mind in this portal. A lot of the comps that have a lot more area of effect damage, maybe something like Soulfire with the Samira Gwen, both doing a lot of their damage from AoE, is kind of weak against the crab. So we'll have to see how that pans out. Also stall comps as well. Since the crab ramps up in damage really fast, you just need a high damage composition to beat it.
I wonder if you can actually just put something on your board then for the crab specifically, but I guess we'll have to wait and find out. Just keep it on your bench and slot it in later, but
yeah, it is useful to pivot into some higher damage units, because if you're playing a set of like 6 Juggernaut, but none of your Juggernauts deal that much damage, it actually doesn't matter that much to have all of them. Maybe like dropping some of those Juggernauts for more backline units can pay off.
That's just those little micro decisions our players can make as we get through the rest of our days of competition. But eyes right now really are going to be those players that are in the bottom of our standings. Asa, they only have 2 more games to go before we make our first set of cuts, shaving off the bottom as well as the top of our lobbies. So, you know, being in that position, it can be kind of tough to figure out how you want to play out this next game.
Yeah, we saw Pedro take aura farming right away. You know, it's funny. We were talking backstage with Gangly, and I predicted that we would not see this augment taken at all, but Pedro actually took it pretty quickly. Aura forming was a really strong augment in the last Tacticians Cup, but it was nerfed to not give a full item, which is a pretty big nerf if you compare it to an item augment like Big Grab Bag, which gives you 1.5 items. Taking out a full item out of this augment is a huge nerf to the power, but Pedro still believes in it.
Gangly called you out immediately.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would be shocked if aura forming by Asa.
Okay, I mean, I am surprised, I gotta say.
Yeah, well, maybe
Guess it's
something
better.
else that the players can actually believe in if you look at it later down on the line, and maybe there are some of those 5 costs that can actually give you something really, really beneficial. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of nice when you already have the Crystal Gambits on your board.
Yeah, this Heart of Gold Fruit opener is a really, really good hit for Pedro, who has pretty good synergies with 2 upgrades. So now you're able to farm an extra 2 gold per round. Comparing it to, once again, a gold augment, Trade Sector gives you about 2 gold per round. So if you're able to use those upgrades and keep that win streak going with the Heart of Gold, it's a huge benefit for your late game.
On the other side, we've got BO that took the Stars Are Born augment. So what are some of the heroes that you're looking for when taking an augment like this?
Yeah.
You want to have that immediate star up value for.
A lot of times you can use this for some of the top tier 2 cost reroll comps. Something like Katarina would be ideal. You could also use it for Janna or Zaya. But it seems that BO is going to go with a crew here, getting the 2-star Shen, the 2-star Malphite from this augment.
It's really nice to have those right away, and hopefully that's going to be something that can also help BO maybe start to string together some either wins or losses, I guess. It's tough when you already face an opponent that's got that mech active.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for BO because the econ augments, like Stars Are Born, tend to not be as strong in the Crabgrave portal, where everyone just kind of gets a lot of econ. So just having a little bit more econ doesn't give you that edge that it normally does.
That might be tough, but for somebody like Slice Down who ends up taking an XP-oriented augment instead, I think that's something that actually combos quite nicely with the Crabgrave. When you do have all of those extra resources like the incoming gold, you can get to like level 8 or 9 a lot faster than some of the other people in your lobby can.
Yeah, that's true. We see Talia and Slice Down with the augments to try to play around Fast 9, and there is kind of an inflection point where if you're able to get to 9 with a lot of gold, then you're now able to not roll before then and use all your gold very efficiently. So it can work out.
See if that pays off later on in the game, but I'm also seeing the Encore come out from this artifact anvil, and that opens up a lot of possibilities for you for reroll.
Yeah, Dawncore is a really, really good hit from Portable Forge. Peter also has a Shojin, which pairs very well with it. I would expect Peter to play Kog'Maw with this artifact. Dawncore reduces your maximum mana every single time you cast, and there's no unit in the game that casts as much as Kog'Maw, who can just take a really good advantage of it. I expect Peter to play the 6 Bastion frontline to go along with it. Bastions have almost all of their entire power budget in purely defenses, and Kog'Maw is an infinitely scaling unit that just wants the fight to go as long as possible.
Feels like some of the sets of old with how Kog'Maw operates now, where you just hope that your frontline buys you enough time so that Kog'Maw can pick off every single other unit on the other side. So I'd love to be able to see that come to fruition. And especially when we do have this portal that's going to give you a lot of gold from those creep rounds, I think it makes it even easier to hit those 3 cost rerolls.
Yeah, 3 cost reroll is really good with extra econ. Obviously, compared to 2 cost reroll, it's harder to hit, but when you get it online, it's stronger. And having the Crabgrave econ just helps you get there.
Some of those extra items as well to make sure that you can itemize the second carry, whether it's in the front or even just another tank. very excited to see if that Kog'Maw can come to fruition. But taking a look at the rest of the lobby, I'm kind of wondering where the rest of our players are going to go. Stellar Minhee right now is going to be one of our players that streaks and continues that with this additional win versus Black Sheep, but also feels like he just has a really strong board already.
Yeah, really good spot for Stellarman. He took the 2-trick to get the strong board, got Jin, and then hit a very early Jinx. That's a 2% chance for a 4 cost, and then an even lower chance to get a useful one exactly. So Stellarman, he already with like a pretty synergistic board.
And then Chunnington on the other side is also going to be our other player that's sitting at that 4-win streak and has started to put together just kind of a lot of good pieces of everything. But look at how he's keeping his options open, and especially just having the additional Juggernaut on the bench with the Nefiri. I think that is... where do you feel like he might be going with this?
Yeah, like you said, Chunnington and Minhee going up against each other, both the 100 streakers. This is a really important fight. Chunnington has the extra power from the extra Bramble Vest with the augment, so it's 3 items versus 2. While Minhee does have the 2-trick for the upgrades, Chunnington just naturals the upgrades, which is just better.
It's nice, helps you kind of preserve some of that gold as well, but you do see that while the Bramble Vest was kind of paying off dividends to the front line, Stellar Minhee is going to be able to win out that duel at the end of it, so the only player to be able to maintain that win streak throughout the entirety of Stage 2. So that's really big.
Yeah, that's a huge fight. That took me by surprise. I thought Chunnington was going to win that. It was looking good, but then that 4th shot from the Jin, just having that 2-star upgrade 2 cost made the difference.
And just the Jinx. Like,
yeah,
why not?
Sure. I think from Chunnington's spot, who had the Giant Slayer, he can kind of play anything, Giant Slayer, frontline items. You can play any comp from there. Will be interesting to see where they go.
A lot of different options. I feel like that's maybe correct me if I'm wrong here, but I kind of like that this set does allow you to have that type of flexibility. Sometimes I personally get very dizzy in terms of having almost too many possibilities, but in case you're contested or something like that, it's nice to have that pivoting option.
Yeah, I think this patch, overall, the meta is pretty diverse. We see Mighty Mech is definitely a little overtuned, honestly, as players have figured out how to optimize it better, more than I expected, but we have seen quite a lot of comps being viable, as well as different playstyles between like 1 cost reroll, 2 cost reroll, 3 cost reroll, level 8 or level 9 centric comps.
Ooh.
It looks like Minhee is thinking about going to Star Guardian and holding these rails on the bench.
That would definitely be a great composition to kind of max out the Star Guardians later, but I saw Bio actually hit the, I want to say Malphite 3 on the other side. Yeah, so, yeah, wow, look at that.
We see if Minhee at level 6 can keep streak against Bio, who has 2 Sivers in, and down a unit, but does have the Malphite 3. Seems like Minhee's board is just going to be too strong.
Yeah, I mean, that Jin is just putting in so much work. Oh, it's so easy he makes it look so easy when you're able to snipe units as quickly as that. But it's kind of wild that Bio wasn't able to actually win out that fight after hitting such a big upgrade.
Yeah, it's honestly a decent time for these two, for both of them really to fight each other, because if they fight each other later in the stage, they don't really know who's going to win. They're both going to be really strong, but Minhee keeps his 6 win streak, and Bio doesn't even mind that much, gets a 6 loss streak. So they're actually probably both pretty happy fighting each other there.
Lots of econ for both of them, and a second gold augment choice for everyone else. Chunnington, that was a super quick pickup of that big grab bag, but I'm curious about your thoughts on that one too, where it kind of feels like, yeah, it's nice to have the extra components early, but inevitably towards the end of the game, when you are in Crab Rave, like, you're getting a lot of items as well from those crabs.
Yeah, it kind of makes... Chunnington has 2 item augments, so they'll have a lot of tempo in the mid game. It tends to be a little bit weaker in the late game, but if you find a comp that can make use of all the extra items, such as the Mighty Mech composition, where you can feed 6 items to the mech, use 3 items on Karma, and then also itemize maybe a Lee Sin or a Jarvan, and that's not too bad. Yeah, you can get a lot of value out of the item augments that way.
Well, that's a really great point. Just kind of make a composition that can utilize that as best as possible. So it kind of seems like a easy road to be able to go down there, but We're gonna see Pedro Batata versus 1v9 Peter. And we can actually get a good look at how their compositions are kind of going. I think Pedro Batata actually would like to keep that loss streak, but I think so would have 1v9 Peter, right?
Yeah, they're both playing Crystal Gambit, but neither one of them has doubled down yet, so 1v9 Peter is definitely not too unhappy about winning that one. Crystal Gambit, your first 3 rounds, it doesn't matter too much whether you win or lose. Winning, you save HP. Losing, you get the extra econ from the streak. But then once you double down, you really need to lose. But neither of them lost a streak there. The double down streak.
That is always so risky. Because if you choose to double down and then you win on any of those next fights, you lose quite a bit of all of those flowers that you have saved up. So it's so tough to make that call, but it's all about that scouting, right? Make sure that you can actually safely go for the double down without falling into the trap of facing off against one of those other Crystal Gambit players.
Yeah, we see 1v9 Peter put the Janna in the front now, just calculating, you know, I'm just a little bit too strong about have the Janna in the back, so I'm going to get a bit weaker and make sure I lose this round. But you still do want to kill units. Every single HP saved is important, as well as killing units does give you a higher cash out, so still does play the itemized Syndra.
Must have known then that there was somebody else in the combat pool that might have been able to break that loss streak. So that is nice optimization to see. But let's see what else is going on in our lobby so far. Stellar Minhee, as we take a look at our first carousel in stage 3.
Still has not lost a round.
Yeah.
Yeah, BO won on 3-2, but then lost again on 3-3, which is pretty unfortunate for a BO spot with the crew. Right after you hit this Malphite 3, you really want to win with stage 3. This is going to be one of the strongest stages for him, so I'm pretty worried about BO spot.
Yeah, it just feels like Mimi... I don't know. Oh, well, okay, Sivir 3, that's a really nice upgrade to have. Does this change your mind?
I'm still a little bit scared for this spot, but we'll see what BO is able to make out of it.
Kind of a little awkward, because like you do get the extra protector in with the Rakan, but it's like you're still looking for like... you know, to be honest with you, I actually don't know what the most optimal crew board even looks like. Yes, you're trying to re-roll to get those crew units as startup as possible, but then what do you kind of start to round out this comp with?
Yeah, you're always going to play your crew units. This comp spikes really hard with Twist of Fate, which is just kind of a gamble. It's a 5-cost unit after you have to spend a lot of gold re-rolling, so you may or may not hit it. But the other comps you'll want to add in alongside those 5 crew units are Janna, who gets Protector to Malphite, and Strategist with Ziggs. So she's just a really, really good double trait unit. Apart from that, you can just add in more Strategists. Jarvan's just a really strong unit. You can use Rise, which will give Strategist as well as his Mentor bonus. And you can also use Bastion. Something like Braum, when you get to the higher levels, is great, as Bastion will provide a team-wide buff, and of course you will have a Shen 3.
Well, speaking of Rise, I think Italian's going to be very happy to have seen that in the shop. Already level 7, being able to put that in is going to activate a ton of different traits. Wow.
Yeah, Italian has quite a lot of traits active. It looks like they're probably going to try to play towards the 7 Mighty Mech, given how many mech units they already have, the Aatrox 2, the Jarvan, the Lucian 2, and just given how strong this line is. But we'll see if they end up in something else.
Now, ends up fruiting the set for now, so can maybe use those power-up removers a little bit later to try to fish for that actual mech pilot fruit bonus. But for now, not hitting either of those. As BO, I don't know if this spot is any better than what we saw from him just a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, they have a Sivir 3 now, but it's still looking grim.
Thieves Love Scrolls also kind of, you know what, maybe helping out right now just because of that extra little HP buff to the Sivir. But Taliant is on a pretty massive loss streak right now, 5. Yeah. And then Pedro Batata is also still on a loss streak throughout stage 3. At the very least, I guess that's good since Pedro did have the Crystal Gambit in.
Yeah, Taliant looks like they're actually considering flexing some of these other one costs, holding kind of synergistic ones, but I feel like you don't really have the time to do this, especially in this set. If one of the comps you're kind of thinking about is the mech pilot, you really need all the time you can have for your fruit removers.
Yeah, I mean, Talion, it's kind of rough though, right? Because you need to open up a couple of bench spaces to at least get your loot from the crabs if you get any extra champions. But you do have the Cluttered Mind augment, right? So you want to keep those bench slots full.
Yeah, with Cluttered, I would usually just sell them off now to save time, and then you can just do one extra roll at the very end just to fill up your bench. As you can see, he's actually being slowed down right now, making the Ezreal 2. Every single time one of those units lights up in your shop, it slows you down, and then he just sold it immediately.
Trying to make that transition to at least have the 5 Mighty Mech in. That was nice to be able to find the Karma, but the hardest part is definitely yet to come. Being able to get that Yone, and only on level 8 as well. That's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, it's good matchmaking, though, to go up against the Double Down Crystal Gambit. I think, like I was saying with the kind of the APM things that I think might just be a huge factor throughout the entire tournament. These are really, really good players, but the set is just so APM intensive that we've already seen several players not finish their turn and start the fight with items on the bench. And again, not getting punished going up against Double Down Crystal Gambit, so it's really nice there.
I know, especially when it comes to like the mech pilot champions not having any items, it's not going to actually feed over those stats. But as our third augment comes through, it is going to be a gold augment to round out our full gold lobby. And Slice Out also taking some extra items. We've got a team builder there for BO. He really wants to make sure that he's going to be getting all of those crew units start up. Oh, that's interesting. You make a Black Sheep's augments.
Black Sheep took cloning facility
Yeah.
last. I'm not sure. We'll have to see what Black Sheep ends up going. But Pedro Batata hit the Lee Sin 2 on level 8, which is actually a huge hit for him. It's especially because he has AD items, and he gets the Zara 2 in next round from the aura farming, but she wasn't going to be able to use those AD items. So really, really, really nice hit for Pedro.
I was going to say, though, make sure...
Crystal.
Yeah, but I was like, wait, make sure you get your emblem in before the fight starts.
Yeah.
You can have that 5 crystal gambit online.
Yeah, he needs to find a Swain, but finding a Swain usually isn't too hard, but doesn't have that much gold at the same time.
Oh, I mean, 1v9, Peter on the other side already has 5, so it actually might be a little bit hard, especially with the other crystal gambit players in the lobby.
Yeah, Peter did go into that Bastion Kog'Maw reroll, and since you're rolling on level 7 to look for 3 costs, that gives you your best odds. You're looking for Kog'Maw. The 3 cost Bastion is also the Crystal Gambit Swain, so he is taking as many of those out of the pool as he can. Oh, there's a Swain here. Wait.
Okay, nice.
He sold a Syndra.
Wait, so then he doesn't actually have 7.
Yeah, he had the Syndra last round, but he sold it in order to save his removers.
Oh no.
I think this is a little bit of a mistake, but maybe he'll be able to find it soon.
Well, he doesn't really have a whole lot of time left because he is sitting at 7 HP and a dream. So if this is going to be a loss, I'm pretty sure this is just a knockout.
Oh, I think the Lee Sin still got it. It's full health. The Lee Sin 2.
He's playing with my heart though, Asa. I always get so nervous.
It's definitely looking very scary. There's quite a lot of players who I think are able to knock out Pedro Batata.
Let's see.
There's a Yone on the carousel for the
Ooh.
1.
It's gonna be Slice Sound that picks that up.
Yeah.
And Slice Sound is looking at some of that. He was looking at the mech line again, and so I think that's going to be a nice pivot later. You already see some of those items on the Yuumi built to maybe be able to transition them over to the Karma a little bit later, and then the Yone can guarantee you that 7 mech.
Yeah, I think Slice Down definitely was looking to play this mech line, so getting the Yone is a huge pickup. And Black Sheep already level 9 with the forward thinking.
Wow. I mean, has the 3 Mighty Mech, but this Twisted Fate in, I kind of wonder if you do start to lean a little bit more into that legendary line. It has a pair of the Twisted Fates, actually. So one more, and I feel like Black Sheep's in a fairly good position, but this is also another scenario where you're 21 HP, and you don't really have a lot of health to work with.
Yeah, I'm pretty worried for Black Sheep just because it kind of looks like they flexed between the more standard Fast 9 play around legendaries as well as the Mighty Mech. You can see they still have the Mech Pilot on their board despite only playing 3 Mech. Yeah, if they're able to hit that Twisted Fate 2 or some of the Mech outs, then maybe they can stabilize, but they're going to be going down to 1 life here. I think they might not even make it to stage 5.
Oh, well, Pedro Batata, on the other hand, is one of those players that did have that 1 last life to work with, but is helping to make the most out of it. Of stringing together 2 wins, but it's going to be tough. Both Black Sheep and Pedro Batata within that 1 life left, and Black Sheep is making a very fast transition to see if he can actually get this 7 Mighty Mech online. He's got 1 more Yone, but...
He needs a Jarvan.
Yeah, where's the Jarvan? Oh, he can't get it!
It's not looking good for Black Sheep. Yeah, I think Black Sheep were thinking they're kind of doomed if they stayed on their current board, so they sold the Volibear sold the Cassante just to get some more gold in order to roll, which I think is a good heads-up decision where you're under pressure, you don't have a lot of time, so made a decision quickly, just was not able to hit the Jarvan, and that's going to be the end of Black Sheep.
Yeah,
Perfect lethal, I think.
Super unfortunate. Black Sheep really needed those points too. Only has 4 so far from getting 2 bot 4s back to back in those first 2 games, and this is going to be another very disappointing end to this game number 3.
Yeah.
And
Slice Down also missing the Jarvan.
I mean,
Where are these
Jarvan
Jarvans?
is one of those hotly contested units, right, Asa? Like a lot
For
of these
sure.
compositions would love to have that Jarvan in the board.
Yeah, I mean, even these 2 players both looking for 7 Mighty Mech, obviously contesting Jarvan, but there's other comps too that also pick up Jarvan. For example, Bio, I don't know if he has any, but that is, the crew comp does want to play a Jarvan just for that team-wide strategist buff that you already get with Ziggs.
Well, when we checked in 2 rounds ago, he didn't. So, who knows where those Jarvans are? Maybe they're hiding from everybody.
Yeah.
I don't think any player had a Jarvan. What is going on?
Still no Jarvan for Slice Down. I feel like someone's gotta have him.
Yeah, well, we'll get our observers and scout around and see if they actually find them. But I think the biggest issue here for Slice Down is not even just missing the Jarvan, but there's no Mech Pilot either.
Yeah.
So he just kind of has to use the fruit on the Lee Sin, and hopefully that's going to buy him enough time versus this crew board. But we've seen Bio make quite a few upgrades to this board since we last saw him as well. With that Ziggs also now fully 3-starred.
Yeah, Bio does have the 1 Jarvan.
Oh,
And that'll
okay.
be it for Slice Down. Slice Down and Black Sheep both going down without finding the Jarvan. That just shows you kind of the risk of this line. It's a high risk, high reward line where if you are able to get the 7 Mighty Mech online, then you're going to be really strong. I think we just saw 1v9 Peter, I believe, who did have that.
Oh, okay. Pedro
And
Batata
Pedro's also got it, yeah.
the Jarvan too. Yeah, so those Jarvans just must have been out of the pool. And it's so funny because you talk about the high risk, high reward, but usually it is that Yone that people end up missing out on just because it's that 1 legendary unit to round out that 7 mech trait. And that's usually when you're like, oh, okay, well, if I miss that, that makes a lot more sense than missing my 4 cost.
Yeah, sorry, Talia was the player who did have the 7 Mighty Mech. So we saw 3 different players go for it, but Talia was the one who was able to hit it. And we see Jarvan 2 versus Jarvan 2, so it's just a huge risk when you're opting into this line where you know a lot of the lobby is going to be taking out Jarvans. Bio as well, we saw, who had a Jarvan as well. So,
whoa. Wait, but that mech just exploded. Where did it go?
Yeah, Pedro's board
crushed it.
I was a little worried for Pedro's spot, but it seems like he's actually making the comeback too with the Zyra 2, Lee Sin 2. Got the Crystal Gambit in, so if he keeps winning, he's going to keep scaling up and potentially win the lobby.
I mean, that cash out must have been enormous and has given Pedro Batata that second life in this game, and now catching up to everybody else. Like, this HP total has gotten quite close in the last couple of rounds between the players in 2nd to 6th.
Yeah, Peter here did end up going into that Kog'Maw Bastion lines. Got the Swain 3, got the Kog'Maw 3, but in the Crab Rave is just one off of the Yasuo. Just doesn't seem to have quite enough combat power in order to win the fights. Going up against the legendaries Braum 2 and Twisted Fate 2, 6 Juggernaut. The kind of standard Fast 9 combination, either 6 Juggernaut or 6 Bastion. And then Zara and Twisted Fate, who just don't need any trace in the backline.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I mean, that was just like immediate backline access. You're still getting stuck on the Swain, so maybe the Swain can buy you enough time, but not before you actually
so
get attacked. No.
The Kog'Maw is quite good in this matchup, just because Kog'Maw is the hardest scaling unit in the game as far as like one individual fight goes. So going up against 6 Juggernaut, where you're putting so many of your resources into making the fight last long, just plays into the Kog'Maw player's hands.
I really thought that if the Braum was able to get back there, then we might have been able to see that Kog'Maw get eliminated a little bit sooner, but the Swain was still there to be able to back all of that up.
Yeah,
Wow.
Pedro Batata 6 streaking with the Crystal Gambit seems like gonna be in a pretty good spot to potentially take it all the way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Stellar Minhee, though, is hoping that he can kind of keep himself in this game as well. With that Twisted Fate 2, there are now 2 players that have that TF2 in the lobby.
Yeah, we can definitely see the effects of Crab Rave of allowing these players to get to level 9 and hit multiple 2-star legendaries. Stellar Minhee with 4 2-star legendaries off the back of their huge win streak in the early game. And Minhee, interestingly enough, is playing the old Fast 9 comp that was very popular with Strategist, Luchador, Sniper, Wraith around Varus, and as your primary carry. So it's really nice to see that.
Yeah, it is cool to see that like different flavor in those Fast 9 comps, because I really did think it was going to be a lot of that TF, still able to fit the TF in regardless. Oh, and that ends up being a very, very close fight. Bio barely hangs on from that final hit, but Pedro Batata still in it, still at 7 win streak. He hasn't lost yet.
It's a really unfortunate situation for Bio, because Bio is the one who really needs the TF playing the crew board, and he made it to level 9, but there's 6 TF gone between
he
just
found one!
Stellar Minhee and Batata.
But he did
And
find one.
1 TF. Is it going to be in time with 1 life left?
Oh, it's tough, but like at least you get that 5 crew activated, right? So maybe the trait is enough.
Yeah, it's a huge power spike. We'll see if it's enough against Chunnington. Oh, Chunnington was the one with TF2. Wait.
There's a lot of TFs.
Oh yeah,
in this
Pedro's not TF. Yeah. Sorry. Chunnington was the one with the TF2, not Pedro Batata.
There's
it's
a lot
on
of
the Ziggs
legendaries.
immediately.
Oh, it's tough.
Yeah.
Like TF1 versus TF2. I think Bio ended up getting quite unlucky in this game. At the start, still looked a little bit tough in terms of actually getting all of those crew units 3-starred, but just missing out on that TF because other people beat you to the punch is definitely not a very good feeling either.
Now we have the moment for Crab Rave. We'll see which one of these players can survive it.
Everyone's really close.
I'm really not sure, honestly. We'll see.
I think there's at least 2 players that could get eliminated by the Crab.
The Crab is kind of crazy.
The Crab is hard. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you're not prepared for this, you could just actually see an Elim.
Yeah, it does seem like these players are okay. We can't quite see the health bar on the left side one, but the Mighty Mech is still really healthy. I think it should have this.
Okay.
Oh, it does.
All right. Well, the Mighty Mech is just too powerful then. Everybody able to make it through.
Oh, it looks like Minhee is
wait.
struggling.
Oh,
Minhee does not take down the Crab. You lose a full item component there, which is not the end of the world given how many items you have here, but losing a life and then losing an item, which makes you weaker for the next stage, is definitely a little bit unfortunate.
If anything, it's just made everybody that much closer. Stellar Minhee, Talion, Pedro Batata, both on 1 life left. It's really only Chunnington that has a little bit of HP left to work with. But everybody's board is starting to get to a point where it's been maxed out. So it's anyone's game.
Yeah, Stellar Minhee hasn't really changed his board since last time we saw, but I mean, there wasn't that much to do. Had a lot of 2-star legendaries already, but going up against Tally, who now has 2-star Yone, 2-star Lee Sin, it's looking pretty close, but the mech is too strong.
It is so crazy to me that the 7 Mighty Mech can actually beat out these really full capped legendary boards. Because you would think that, you know, in a lot of the other sets that we've seen, once you're able to get that sort of legendary soup online, your board is just so strong. But this mech has just been the beast.
Yeah, this mech comp is definitely the comp to watch for this tournament. But Chinese took out Pedro Batata, even though after Pedro was getting those Crystal Gambit cash outs, it just wasn't enough against Changchen, who did have a Twisted Fate early, who gives you cash outs as well. And Changchen pretty much just looking for Lee Sin 2 to cap out their board.
Really close, but not any gold to start rolling down with, so you're just gonna have to be patient and hope that it comes to you in either the next shop or maybe on the carousel if we extend the game that far. But one way to find out, and that's this final fight, baby. Oh, it's this final fight.
It's not looking that close.
Okay,
I think
not quite
will have
final
one
fight,
more life.
But...
There's also the Braum passive that can deceptively be an extra life at some point, but it seems that both of these players should be down to 1 life, and if I'm not mistaken, this should be the final fight.
I know, I love the poros that follow you around. I think that's my favorite. One of my favorite things from this set is that Braum passive.
Yeah, the poros are so cute.
cute.
We got an interesting set from Talia, not fully itemizing the mech. So even among the players competing in the regional finals, there's some different ideas about how to play the Mighty Mech, because I'm sure there are some players who would put the Val, even though they're really good on the Jarvan, onto the mech.
Yeah.
And just funnel as much power into the mech as possible. But Talia has the Vals on the Jarvan, and it's working out.
He hasn't lost so far to these legendary boards, and it's very possible we see that same fate continue in this final fight. One of these players is going to either fall in first or second, and it's looking like history's going to repeat itself here, Asa. This mech is just absolutely nothing to scoff at, as Talia smiles his way to that first place, knocking out Chellington in second.
That's a huge win for Talia, who's only at 5 points. We saw them taking an 8th earlier with Kale.
Oh yeah, that Kale game was so rough, because even though Taliant ended up getting that Kale 3 online, it felt like the rest of the board just wasn't strong enough to keep up with everybody else that was in that lobby. So it is kind of nice to see the reverse side happen, where Taliant really got it together, that Yone also definitely helping out, but otherwise, yeah, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, we saw the Mighty Mech kind of duality where there were 3 players who went for it. 2 of them went 7th and 8th, but the other went first. And that kind of shows you why players are so invested in playing this comp, where who knows, of these 7th or 8th players, I believe it was Slice Down. I'm blanking on the other one, but they were both just 1 Jarvan off from getting the 7 mech online that maybe would have extended their life.
That is still crazy. It was a Jarvan away, not a Yone away for those 7 mecha players to actually make it a little bit further. But that is going to do it for our 3rd game. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the desk break that down, and then we'll get into game number 4.
Welcome back, everybody. Gangly, Pie Hat, and Dobbs here on the analyst desk to break down a little bit of what we saw and talk about some of the implications coming out of game number 3. Dobbs, let's start at the top, right? Talion coming through, which I feel like is a bit of a redemption arc, right? This is Talion struggling for most of the TPC, right? I would say coming into the play-in stage as someone who felt like they were underperforming, and even in this game, they're playing 3-way contested mech, and actually are the one mech player that actually finds the top 4, right? And then they end up taking the whole thing.
Yes, exactly. Mech is actually a comp that we've seen being played to 3-way contested throughout all of the games that we've seen today, and sometimes actually pays off. And one person will take like a huge win at the end of the day, and Tali got this one, and it's pretty important to him to come back, as he didn't go well in the previous game, but hopefully he can manage to get better at the 4th one and secure his spot at the day 1.
The danger, Pie Hat, when you have so many people playing mech is something that we saw play out in this game, right? Black Sheep and Slice Down both clearly angling, trying to play mech, and they're both rolling to 0 on level 9 or level 8, and they're trying to find Jarvan, and they find everything else except the one Jarvan, right? Just the most contested unit, and because of that, they're 6 out of 7 mech. There's an argument here that maybe when you're scouting around, if you see this many people angling towards the one contested unit that kind of transcends all the compositions being Jarvan, that maybe mech is a bit overplayed and you should be considering other lines.
I hard agree with that. I just want to return to the first games that we watched on the Brain broadcast. There were a couple of Bolivars, a couple of Star Guardians, a couple of Yumis that had decent, if not good results. I just think that I do understand, because this was a Scalpel or Crab Rave. I mean, there was a lot more resources. You could go and have an argument of actually just playing for mech, but there are a lot of players too having the same thoughts as you, so you have to actually sit and wonder if it's actually worth it to go to the lottery and maybe contest a first place, or just immediately go AFE like we've seen. So especially on a game like this where you had the crew player had the Jarvans, Pedro Batata had Jarvans, so there weren't really as many of that unit in the pool, so it was really hard.
Speaking of Pedro Patata, I think, Dobbs, we should talk about him for a moment, right? Because this is the second game that we saw Pedro play into this deep Crystal Gambit cash-out game, right? We saw it in game 1 where he went first, and then this most recent game where he went 4th. Obviously, this is a very risky play style that I think you need to have a lot of confidence to pilot.
Yeah, exactly. And about Pedro, I used to know him as a player that likes the strange play high tempo lobbies, and then he pulling off the Crystal Gambit high risky keywords composition pretty well today. It's nice to see.
I think with all that said, we're going to be getting ready for our next lobby. We're going to be going back to lobby 2. So right now I'm going to be able to send it over to Necra and Asa. So thank you both for taking us through the last game. We got one more game with the two of you. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Gangly and Co. Yes, Asa and I are going to be back to bring you game number 4. And Asa, this is where things really do get tight, because the last chance for 4 of our players to keep themselves out of that elimination zone. But on the flip side of things, we also get a chance to send 4 players forward to tomorrow, and they don't have to play out the final 2 games of the day.
Yeah, it's a pretty stressful game for sure. I think this is where, no matter how good you are at TFT, having the good mental to be able to perform under pressure really becomes important, because almost every single player, I believe, is in a spot to either push themselves into the advancing and they don't have to play the next 2 games, or in a spot where they could be eliminated in the next 2 games. Or they could be eliminated now, and not play the next 2 games. So either way, this is going to be a really important game, and the players who are going to be able to keep it cool and just play their game like they normally do are going to find that edge.
How do you handle that? You know, you have also come in from top competitor experience. What is it that, or do you have any tricks that you kind of like to implement when it comes to like kind of calming your nerves or head into the zone for these final couple games?
Yeah, there's a lot of different things you can do. One thing that I think is really important is to make sure your breathing and hydration is good. That's something that people can kind of forget in between games. Get up, stretch, do some exercises, take some deep breaths. A lot of times when you're just playing and not really thinking about it, you might not be getting enough breath, which causes you to be functioning at like 90% of your normal skill level, and that can be a really big deal when it comes to every single placement mattering.
You're so valid for that. Science does indicate that having oxygen in your brain is a good thing. So that, and then I can also see some of our players making sure that they're snacking. I know like Caliente ate something before that last game. Bio is making sure he's
Bio's
also
snacking.
staying neutralized. Yeah.
I'm gonna drink some water too.
Yeah, right? Everybody stay hydrated. And speaking of snacks, we are going to be into a portal that is going to give us our power snacks a little bit early. So what do you do when you get to this portal? Does that kind of change the way that you like to play the game when you know you're getting your second snack early?
Yeah, I think this portal doesn't really affect the way you play the game too much, because you do get on stage 2-6, which is a little bit too late to benefit from the scaling ones. So maybe someone can come up with something clever to take advantage of this, but in my experience, it doesn't really change how you play the game that much.
I'm ready for people to hit Mech Pilot early.
Yeah,
super early.
Yeah, I actually think it makes the Mech Pilot line slightly worse, I want to say, because Mech Pilot is actually not that strong in the early game. It's hard to get 5 mech because you need one of Jarvan or Karma to get 5 mech. There's only 4 of them that are 3 costs or cheaper. And the Mech Pilot, when you're taking like a Lucian off your board, it's actually pretty impactful, even though it's making your mech stronger.
That is a good point. I would have just said full send it. Get the Mech Pilots in there and figure out the rest of it later.
Yeah, I think some of these players will definitely just take Mech Pilot if they see it early to avoid the headache of not being able to hit it later. But it is generally weaker than a different fruit at the start of the game.
What do you make of Sliced? Did Sliced Out put the fruit on the Katarina and then not put it in the board?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what fruit they have, but you're probably going to hold all of these units regardless, so it doesn't really matter too much whether you put the Callistas or the Katarina on the board, or the Nefiri, since you're holding them anyway.
Alright, Gold Augment to start off this game. Oh, Pedro Batata just takes shopping spree. Gets Aatrox 2 immediately. And then
yeah, Lucian too.
Oh yeah,
they all look so similar. It's so hard to tell.
Oh shoot! Whoops. I was like, they're just all Mighty Max champ.
Yeah, especially when it's like just their face, but it's just a helmet.
So
an
true.
anime helmet.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Chinese has a Katarina 2 with the over 9,000 already. This is probably just a commit to Katarina spot.
Yeah, I mean, like this fact that you get the scaling.
They go for unflinching. Maybe they thought it was contested. Or maybe they just are not a fan of the line, but I'm guessing it's maybe contested.
I think it might be a little because we already saw. Well, I thought maybe Slice Down would end up playing it since the Katarina at 2 is. Well, he did have a Katarina, and now it's gone.
Yeah, we saw Slice Down with the Katarina on the fruit, but it seems that Slice Down did get rid of it to play Knuckle Dusters. Pretty exciting hero augment. Really fun augment to play if you get the chance. Your Vi just farms you loot throughout the game, and then because you're playing a Vi, you can play some Crystal Gambit as well.
Okay, so really raking in the dough or the components or whatever down the line. Oh. Man,
1v9 Peter with the Static Shiv. Last game, they went for the Dawncore Kog'Maw, and Static Shiv is also another really good Kog'Maw item, so we'll see if they end up going for one of those setups again around the Kog'Maw, or if they opt for something else. I would kind of expect them to go into the Kog'Maw, but we'll see.
Oh wow, look at this. We do have a couple of other artifacts in the lobby. Stellar Minhee actually ended up taking the gold generating tank item. Bio also has the option for a gold generating artifact as well. So that's a lot of power early for some of these players.
Yeah, for Minhee, you really want to get another tank item as soon as possible so you can actually start getting gold. We saw that even on the Rammus 1, it was not able to actually generate any gold in that fight, so you really want to get that online as soon as possible. Bio with a Gambler's Blade. This is mostly an attack speed item, but you can kind of flexibly play it into anything.
I was gonna say, this looks like a good Kale item if you wanted to actually just play like Kale reroll. But also, Kale? Question mark?
Yeah. Looks like only with one Kale, probably not the spot for Kale, but it is a good item on her as Kale with Duelist alone. Normally you'll play Udyr to give her Duelist, just attacks really fast. Oftentimes you can even put other attack speed items and just farm a lot of gold with Gambler's Blade, which is really nice to try to get to level 9. But attack speed, just a good stat on really every unit can use it. Attacking more gives you more mana, so can't really go wrong with attack speed.
What if you put the Gambler's Blade on a tank?
That would not be recommended.
Oh boy. I'm full of these. I'm here all day, everybody.
We saw Talion with a raid boss. Really interesting first choice augment. I don't know. This is a pretty unusual choice. I would guess they're going to go into like something like Bastion Kog'Maw, but we'll have to see. Especially with 1v9 Peter having the static shiv.
Could you play anything else?
Yeah, it could be Xayah maybe, but they don't have any Xayahs either. But typically the comps are usually played with 6 Bastion. Could be Kog'Maw, who just, again, as mentioned last game, for those who weren't here, you just want to stall the fight as long as possible, and Bastions have all of their power budget and defensives. The other option is Xayah. You'll get Star Guardian with a Rel, and you'll get Edgelord with a Shen. So, just really good trades for Xayah.
Well, I mean, we already have the Star Guardian active, and 1v9 Peter actually does end up selling the Ezreal to go place that static shiv onto the Kog'Maw that he just found from the Lulu. So it will be contested if we do see both of our players actually go towards that Kog'Maw.
Yeah. The nice thing about Kog'Maw is, because he's a backline with no traits, while Bastion is the best frontline, if you are hitting a lot of something else, like already with a Nico pair, and the Malphite 2, and the Kennen shop, you can just play Kog'Maw with Protectors. It's not quite as strong, but if that's what Mordog is giving you, then you take it.
Is there ever a world where you get, like, the Nico?
Oh, the Cassante. Mordog loves him.
Oh, yeah, actually just blessed. Oh my goodness. Just high roll on level 5?
Yeah, one of the biggest downsides to playing the Protector version is that there's exactly 6 of them, which means you need to find the Cassante, which sometimes can be pretty difficult, but he's already got it here on stage 2.
That would be the hardest one to hit, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, well, that's really nice. And that second snack coming in handy to be able to give another power over to all of our players as that got dropped early from the portal.
Yeah, 1v9 Peter's spot looking really good. Already has a Kog'Maw, already has a Cassante. Should have a really strong board, as you can see, going up against Talion. Just how one-sided this fight is.
That's crazy. I mean, that early Cassante hit's going to help save 1v9 Peter a lot of HP later on. As we see a couple of our other boards. A little bit more Battle Academia here for Chunnington, who...
It looks like they are going to commit to the Katarina reroll, but I'm surprised they didn't go for the over 9,000. Over 9,000 was nerfed in the patch 3 days ago, but it's still really strong. It's a relatively small nerf.
But it is a little bit risky when you do have just the random stats that are rolled, right? It doesn't actually guarantee you to get more AP or more attack speed or any of the other stats that would help you with longevity combat.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you can low roll your over 9,000, but the really nice thing is you can actually just get rid of it at that point if that's happening, and then pick up a different fruit. But maybe Chunnington just really thinks the I mean, obviously, like, Chunnington didn't pick the over 9,000, so they believe in the unflinching. I think that's a pretty unusual choice, as over 9,000 has been regarded as one of Katarina's best fruits by a lot of the other players.
Well, just the things that provide her more power throughout the game. I think one of the biggest issues sometimes with running those 2-cost reroll comps is that they start to fall off as you get later, just because the power level of the other boards, people going to level 9, people getting the 7 mech online, sometimes you just can't keep up unless your Katarina continues to scale, which is one of those things that over 9,000 fruit can help provide you. It's just those additional stats.
Yeah, speaking of mech, Black Sheep slams the Hand of Justice. Really good item to feed to the mech. Has a clear mind. Just trying to hit this Yone, or Jarvan and Yone, as we saw last game, we have to say. Just going for this mech line. And we see the Razeblade and the Deathblade on the other side, so probably the Xayah Bastions most likely. Has a Jinx on bench, so we'll see. Maybe he can just end up playing Fast 8 with a 6 Bastion, or Fast 8 or Fast 9 with 6 Bastion. So it'll be interesting see if they go for a reroll or not.
I guess it depends on how the rest of the lobby is also shaping up. Because if everyone else is also trying to go towards those compositions that come online a little bit later, you might feel a little bit more comfortable to try to match that. But if people are getting these reroll lines online sooner...
Yeah, it looks like Taliant just rolling now.
Oh, wow, yeah.
For the Xayah.
Xayah.
Really wants the Xayah too to start winning out on this stage. When you're 6 loss, you really want to start winning as soon as possible. When you're already this low HP, going any lower starts to become a really big problem.
Well, that was
because
nice.
At some point, you're going to rotate into 7 Mighty Mech.
That's true. And then, ooh, yeah, you might hurt a little bit. But that Xayah 2 did come online pretty early. Also ended up taking heavy is the crown. And
Yeah,
put that
really
onto
strong
Xayah.
board. Yeah, it gets a 3-item Xayah 2 already, and has an upgraded frontliner. 3 upgraded frontliners even, so... Taliant's board definitely capable of force streaking the rest of the stage.
When would be the most optimal time for Taliant to try to get the rest of these copies of Xayah to 3-star it?
I think at this point you have most of what you need. You can get a little bit stronger, maybe you hit 2 more Swains in your next few shots, but at this point you just want econ back up to 50 because rolling now doesn't really help you. Even if you hit 3 more Xayahs, it's just going to sit on your bench. So you just want to econ back up to 50 and make sure you hit that econ breakpoint as much as possible until you get close when you have around 7 or 8, depending on how desperate you are. Then you can start dropping below 50 to look for it in a burst of rolling.
I saw he found 1 before we swapped off of his board, so he might
and a
snap
Slane.
that up. All right.
It kind of looks like Pedro's disguising their Crystal Gambit, but I don't know if anyone's going to fall for this.
Did take it off the board just for a hot second, and it does, I guess, remove the Crystal Gambit, but you're facing off against a player that's locked into the mech anyway, so I think you're fine. You're very happy with this if you're Pedro.
Yeah, if you're just scouting really fast, you might not see that Pedro has Crystal Gambit double down because he put the Syndra in at the last second, but for the most part, these players should know what's going on.
It's still nice to, just in case, you know?
Yes, nice matchup for Pedro too. Taking like only a 4-unit loss is pretty much as good as you can hope for in this spot.
Get another look at how our boards are shaping up. Stellar Minhee taking the slam in is going to hope to get a couple more levels in the next stage.
They've got a lot of Star Guardians on their board right now, with Crystal Gambit in as well. So could potentially go into Star Guardian, or depending on the cash out, might just go for a fast 9.
I mean, those are pretty good Jinx items, right?
Yeah, very good Jinx items. With Gather Force, Chojin is kind of best in slot, where it turns more of your cast into AD, and Gather Force is simply the strongest fruit for Jinx. So hopefully he can hit that if he does go for the Jinx. It's always kind of scary not being able to hit the fruit you want.
That's why you've got a couple removers. Cross your fingers. Hope that one of those is going to get you what you want. But Taliant actually ends up getting another Xayah 2, as he did roll a little bit more.
Yeah, that's huge for Taliant. Already having 6 Xayahs is pretty far ahead of tempo for when you're expected to hit.
Now just needs to find it in stage 4, and I think you're really, really good. But I want to see this cash out.
Yeah, I think Pedro's only going to get the 250 cash out, which is... it's pretty good. Normally you would get 300 if you kill just a few more units. You would need to kill 6 more units. So about 1 more unit per round would have gotten you to the 300 breakpoint. But even this is he has one more round, so he will get to the 300. Okay. There's a pretty big difference between the 250 and the 300. The 300 is a tier where we saw Pedro Batata actually win the very first game we saw today with the 3-item cash out. So actually has some huge high roll potential for sure.
I'm really impressed with how Pedro Batata has continued to go down this loss streak route as well. I think for me, it's always so risky when I watch players do this because sometimes you just don't have enough HP to actually get yourself to the very end. And then when they win with only like a sliver of HP left and they're on that last life and they're still able to take it all the way, it's just really impressive to watch. A lot of players would crumble under that type of pressure.
Yeah, we got a huge turn for Pedro Batata coming up. Probably gonna go straight to level 8, I'm assuming, and I think he's probably going to roll for Star Guardians, which could be a problem for Stellar Minhee.
Kava has the Karma on the bench as well as the Aatrox too, so I actually wonder if there's still an angle to go for the Mighty Mech if you can hit the Yone as a high roll.
That's true, yeah. He is holding more of the mech units than the Star Guardians, like I said, so actually I think you're right that Pedro is more so hoping to hit the mech units. Oh, it gets this cash out. That's kind of like the variance I was talking about, where some of the cash outs are really strong. This cash out, the Sivir is just sold immediately, and I would expect the same for the Ezreal. You do get the 1 artifact, which is nice, but quite a bit weaker than the three full item cash out.
Now, I'm a little surprised actually that Pedro Batata even put items on the Ezreal. I guess it's like a just in case you don't hit anything else, or...
He might be worried about losing to wolves if he's been watching like Robin songs or something recently.
I guess you're right about that one too. All right, let's see what you can find. It's 1 Rise, a couple Senna, and still looking for some more of those Mighty Mech units. Finds the Jarvan, now is only missing the Yone.
Yeah,
to make sure that he actually get the 7 win. The Jarvan was the hardest part last game. So
that's true. That's true.
Feeling really excited to at least get 2 Jarvan here. Oh, Mech Pilot
as well.
Great. Now he's schmoovin'. Oh, but artifacts with the Mech Pilot. That was
for the mittens, which has quite a lot of attack speed.
Yeah, that was a fast pick.
Yeah, I like the mittens choice. I think Light Shield would be like an okay option, but just giving the mech a lot of attack speed has a lot of value.
Yeah, that was a really big win versus 1v9 Peter as well. Who has Crystal Gambit in?
Yeah, it's pretty nice for Pedro to fight 1v9 Peter on that round, where Pedro hasn't quite finished their transition, but they got to fight against the Crystal Gambit and get an easy win. Now just looking for the Karma too, and maybe this is enough to try to go 9 for the Yone, but no, just rolling on 8. Needs a few more upgrades before he feels comfortable sitting on this board.
Which makes sense. You got your next mech pilot as well. Nice to watch that little sequencing as well to get the first mech pilot, take a fruit away, and then put them back onto the units that you actually want. Although I will be curious to see whether or not he ends up keeping the Gangplank fruited, or if he ends up moving that to the Senna a little bit later.
Yeah, Minhee does go for the Star Guardian line, just 1 off of Jinx, and has Cassante 2 in the shop, but no Poppy 2 as well. Does have the Seraphine, but I'm pretty scared for Minhee's spot. If Minhee cannot find the Jinx 2, I think it's pretty much a guaranteed bot 4, and even if you do hit, I'm not sure you'll have enough power with this setup with no team-wide combat augments in stage 4.
And that would be really unlucky for Minhee because he is sitting at 20 points. He's at the top of the standings so far without the other lobby having been completed for this game. If Minhee goes bot 4, that might destroy his chances of just making out of this play-ins entirely after this 4th game.
Yeah, I mean the stakes are high for all the players, even for the ones who are lower than Minhee. It would be unfortunate they're potentially eliminated, but definitely would be very sad if you're in a really good spot to skip the last 2 games, but then you're not able to from this game here. Minhee's spot looking really rough.
I was gonna say maybe having the Seraphine early is kind of nice. You get a chance to put 2 items on her, but the fact you still don't have that Jinx too, and you're poor, like it's tough out here.
Going against Slice Down's Vi 3, kind of a powerhouse at this stage. But maybe it's not enough. Oh, Minhee gets a huge win, snapping the 5-loss streak.
I mean, that's at least one saving grace. Maybe it buys some time for Stellar Minhee to actually find that Jinx, even on Carousel. I might even consider that.
Oh, for sure. Jinx with any component, you're always taking it here. Minhee did find the Gather Force on the Jinx, which helped perform really well against Slice Down's board, full of Juggernauts. So Slice Down just trying to stall out the comp, working in Minhee's favor.
Also, Cute Tech, I think Minhee actually popped the component anvil as well before going to Carousel so that he could see what component he could grab that would help complete an item for the board.
Yeah, that is a very neat trick. Sometimes, even though Minhee's first pick, sometimes the component you want is not on your side. So you can see the 4 options in your anvil as you're going into the carousel, and he picks up the anti-heal.
Buff will be a nice 3rd item for that Jinx if he wants it. As we watch Bio try to go for this Malzahar roll down, and at the perfect time, finally hits that Malzahar 3. Whew.
Oh, Bio puts a rod on the Malzahar. I personally think you really want this Striker's Flail on the Malzahar. You have it on the Darius too, but now that you have the Malzahar 3, you could have the 3 items there instead. I think it's worth a lot more. But also didn't have a lot of time.
You have the 2 removers, so you could use the next combat round to actually swap around some of those items if you want. But I'm worried that he doesn't even get that, because you would have liked to see a win here. And Bio is going to take another loss, looking towards the bottom of our standing so far in this game.
Yeah, it's looking really scary for BO. Also, when you have to drop below 30 gold, the value of the Gambler's Blade actually drops in about half. This item's been changed a couple times throughout the set, so I don't remember exactly, but I think it gives around 70% attack speed, but if you're down to 0 gold, it only gives about half of that.
Yeah, you need that gold in your bank to keep that attack speed nice and high. And Theo still isn't making the decision to actually swap around any of those items. Must be very content with the combo that he has on the Darius so far. But with this Battle Academia Katarina reroll on the other side, I think this is also a board Theo might struggle against.
Yeah, we can see if the Katarina gets onto the Malzahar, or if it even matters, Shanton's board might just have too much value against BO's. But it's definitely looking close.
Yeah, the Malzahar's getting stuck on this 1-star Leona, though. If it can't take it out, then this Malzahar is going to bite the dust. And very close call, but Bio isn't able to actually weave through that damage. And you can see how kind of Chunnington's choice to lock into Katarina reroll so early is really paying off there with that. It wasn't over 9,000, though. He had the... He had a different fruit.
He took Unflinching, but he ended up removing it and took a Finalist now, which is kind of an interesting choice. We don't see Finalists that often, but it's going to be pretty good in Shinington's spot. You're expected... This fruit gets stronger as other players die, and he is definitely going to outlive all of the other players we were just watching this lobby, for sure.
It's the extra damage amplification for every player that gets eliminated, and so, yeah, I think this Katarina is about to go absolutely off. That's another one of those scaling fruits that I think could be really powerful, but sometimes it does depend on what everyone else's board ends up looking like at the end of the day. And you have body change on this Leona rather than putting something like the Unstoppable on Rakan or Leona.
Yeah, it looks like Chinatown doesn't have any fruit removers left, so probably was looking for the Unstoppable on the Leona, but it is harder to hit than it is on Rakan, as Leona just has like a lot of other options.
Okay,
Bio does
Bio,
get a 3 out of Malzahar.
yeah, ends up being able to put a Gnasher's Tooth on it to round out that set, but it's so rough when you're still looking at, like, I think one, maybe 2 lives left if you're able to get enough units off the board.
Yeah, picks up a good win against Black Sheep, who is not able to find that Yone like we're talking about. The Mighty Mech board, of course, one of the strongest in the game, if not the strongest in the game if you find that Yone. But if you don't, then it could be an 8th place.
Black Sheep is one of those players that cannot afford to take another bot 4 here with only 5 points. You are looking in the danger zone of getting eliminated after this 4th game from the play-in, so I think Black Sheep really just not gonna be able to get there. Not enough gold. Still level 8. The chances of actually finding the Yone are so slim unless you're able to somehow get through to the next carousel, then maybe the Yone shows up there for you.
Oh, it's not looking promising. They would have to win 2 rounds, and now going up against Chennington's Katarina 3. I think this might be the end for Black Sheep.
Too bad. Black Sheep is one of those players that I feel like has just been getting better and better throughout the last couple of sets of TFT. And I'm really hoping that... Hold on! Katarina? I started speaking way too soon. Katarina.
Okay, T-Line's fight judging, my bad.
That's crazy. Wow. Well, what I was going to say still applies here, because I think Black Sheep is one of those players that we want to celebrate. I think this is a player that has been on the up and up, and I remember being able to look back at how Black Sheep performed at the Magic and Mayhem and North America's regional finals, ended up making that final lobby, but just, and making it to the Tactician's crown. And so that is somebody that we hope to see back there. He's the type of player and of the caliber that could find themselves back at a Tactician's crown. But it is going to be a long road to get there. And I still worry with Black Sheep being at only 5 points, whether it's possible mathematically to make it through. But a good placement here might save them.
Hollyant going up for Tournament Life against Slice Down. The Smolder 3 versus the Zaya 3 in the back. It's pretty close.
Oh, it's such a big stun, but it just wasn't enough time to actually get the Zaya to go through 3 champions. And so Taliant does get knocked out here in 8th place in our lobby as Black Sheep takes a hit, but I'm not sure whether or not he actually ends up making it through that. Oh, whew, okay, actually he didn't take that hit. He's still here. Is there a Yone? No Yone.
No Yone yet. Just looking for that elusive Yone.
There's a lot of Rage Blades, though, if you want to pick up one of those.
Yeah. I mean, 2 people take Rage Blades, maybe just for the units. Black Sheep was playing a Lee Sin, so takes another Lee Sin. And 1v9 Peter does have a Zyra on board and takes another Zyra. Oftentimes the unit is more valuable than taking the item. I kind of think of it as like taking a golden duplicator off the carousel, because that's who you would use it on.
Hey, that's a good point.
Oh, Black Sheep did find the Yone.
Oh, okay. Whew. But maybe that's why he was able to win that last round, because I was definitely very nervous. But now that Black Sheep has found this Yone, I think it's a stabilization point for sure.
Yeah. It's also funny, Black Sheep only won 1 Lee Sin after taking the Lee Sin, so he actually had to roll so deep and sell his Lee Sin to just get even more gold.
Oh my goodness, there's so many players, Asa, that could be eliminated on this next combat. Black Sheep is going to have 12 HP, but from there on down, there's not much in between 7th place, where Bio is currently sitting with 1. Almost like he's on Last Stand without that actual augment being active. The Seraphine goes through from 1v9 Peter, but Pedro Patata has also hit a lot.
Pedro Batata also with a 7 Mighty Mech online, so Black Sheep and Pedro kind of bullying the lobby with their 7 Mighty Mechs.
That's going to be an elimination of Bio as well as 1v9 Peter. 1v9 Peter, at the very least, was sitting at 17 points heading into this 4th game, but Bio, it is going to be a little bit tight at least he was able to sneak out one more placement, and maybe it's going to be that extra point that makes the difference so that BO can play out those final 2 games of the day.
Yeah, every single point matters, and if you make it to those last 2 games, you absolutely can make it. It's not like some of these other tournaments where you sneak into the final lobby, but you still can't win. All you have to do is get in the top half, and anyone can make it at that point to advance to the next day, and that's what these players are playing for.
Right now, Black Sheep does have a chance to try to upset the status quo of things. If he's able to keep strong with the 7 Mighty Mech after finding the Yone, and maybe finds himself even in a first place, that is going to make our standings very tight as some of our players finish out this 4th game at 13 points. So Black Sheep is, you know, he's pumping his fist. He's saying, maybe I can do this.
Yeah, the Yone came at the last possible moment. Black Sheep was probably dead if the Yone was even 1 or 2 shops deeper.
Still has that extra life to play with. The Lee Sin on the board as well, just sitting at this level 8 stable. Chunnington unfortunately gets knocked out in that last round as well. And that's surprising to me just because that Katarina came online so fast. But maybe that's sort of the power or the lack of power that we saw from the fruit choice on that Katarina.
Yeah, Chunnington went for the finalists. They were winning a lot of rounds, and it kind of looked like they were going to make it to be one of the finalists where you get a ton of the power from that fruit, but instead they went out in 5th, so only getting the power from 3 eliminations below them. That's not what you want to see as Chunnington. I'm definitely a little surprised they went out in 5th.
Yeah, it just looked like the board was going to be so strong, but I feel like you were still missing a couple of other factors that make that board be able to withstand the power of 2 other 7 Mighty Mech players.
Yeah,
Black Sheep just one of them.
One person's high roll is another person's low roll. I mean, Black Sheep is a player that Chunnington was probably thinking was going to contribute to his finalist value, but ended up not being the case.
But we do have those 2 Mighty Mech players facing off against each other. Pedro Patata, who has been sitting towards the top of our standings, versus Black Sheep, that's hoping that his board is going to be enough to make sure he doesn't get eliminated here. It's very close as we see these 2 mechs duke it out against each other.
Yeah. Pretty funny to watch, but it's so close. It seems that Black Sheep might be going down here with Pedro Patata's had the Lee Sin too, so just that gave him the extra edge that Black Sheep didn't have.
Wow, what a valiant effort from Black Sheep to make it this far, to get a top 4 in this game, but it does depend on how everything else is going to shake out. But with Shoma in the other lobby, who is also sitting in our bottom 4 of our standings, could be one of those players that's eliminated, and Slice Down, who was actually sitting in the bottom 4 heading into this game with only 9 points, is in our top 3, so mathematically it's going to shake out to be very interesting for that bottom 4 cutoff.
Yeah, Slice Down also with the finalists and actually getting value from it. With 5 players dead.
Yeah.
Going up against a Mighty Mech though, I don't know if this Vi is going to be strong enough to take on the 7 Mighty Mech.
Oh, the Mighty Mech is actually losing quite a bit of health, but it's these extra slices, and the fact that the mech pilots also get ejected out of the mech to help out in this fight, there's just too many units for this Smolder to actually get through. So Slice Down's going to take another hit here, really hoping that maybe you could squeak out one more placement, as Sailor Minhee is also in danger of getting eliminated on this next one. Who knows where these combat rules are going to fall and whether this Smolder can do it.
Yeah, both of them have 1 life. It does look like the 7 Mighty Mech is most likely going to take the first, but Minhee and Slice Down definitely. Hey, every placement can be the difference. This next fight is going to be really important for both of them.
Stellar Minhee feels like he's almost locked it up to be able to get through these first 4 games of our day in the top 4. So as a reminder to everybody watching, our bottom 4 are going to get eliminated. We'll not be able to play out these next 2 games. And our top 4 will move on to play in tomorrow's day of competition at the Americas Regional Finals. So for Stellar Minhee, he's playing for that Pedro Patata as well. Having those 16 points has a great shot if he wins here to be able to move forward and not play out those final 2 games of the day. Looks like it is going to be a tight race, but Pedro Patata's board is just too powerful. Stellar Minhee is going to get eliminated here from this mech, and we'll have to see how Slice Down actually shook out here too. But it looks like Slice Down beat the Ghost on the other side.
Yeah, you're right about Minhee. Minhee might have enough points anyway to just move on. They're going to be sitting at 26 points, which
It's a lot.
I think that just might be enough, honestly. Like they had a phenomenal 4 games. But yeah, Slice Down did get to go against Minhee's Ghost, and we saw Slice Down have a visible sigh of relief the moment loaded in and saw Minhee's units on the other side, knowing.
Yeah, I mean, if that's a win for you, I think that's a really big deal, because Slice Down is, again, one of those players that is in the bottom of our standings right now, is in danger of being sent home and not being able to have those extra 2 games to play. So while it might be really tough to take on Pedro Patata here, you've still bought yourself a lot of points by getting the 2nd place in this lobby. Oh, but the vibe positioning, getting able to walk in the back, I wonder if this can change things. Or if I'm just hopium.
We'll see. I mean, it's looking promising. I mean, I can't really tell who's gonna win yet. It does seem like the 7 Mighty Mech is just too strong, though.
Oh, I thought maybe the finalist value would be good enough since you actually took out the mech this time, but no. It is Pedro Patata and the 7 Mighty Mech being the mightiest of them all. That first place in the lobby could secure Pedro Patata's place in our competition tomorrow. 16 points plus 8, 24 might also be good enough to sit there alongside Stellar Minhee. So what a great 4th game we had here, and then we'll have to see how the standings all work out after this.
Yeah, this is it. After game 4, we're going to lose half of our players. 4 of them will move on to the next day, while the other 4, their set 15 is over, unfortunately. But for the remaining half of the players, we have 2 more games for them where they have a chance to move on to the next day.
We're going to tally up all of those points, and when we come back, we'll be able to share with you how our standings shake out and also bring you our next game of the day. So we'll see you then.
Welcome back, everybody. Gangly Dobbs, Pie Hat here, back on the analyst desk after game number 4, and we've been saying it all night long. Game number 4 is where the day really starts to heat up, right, Pie Hat? Because this is where top 4 are going to move on into tomorrow, week 1, day 1, and 4 players from the bottom are going to be eliminated from contention. Their run to the TPC, their run to the Tactician's crown is going to end right now.
I shouldn't be the one who speaks about this because I am not the one who got the best, the most hype out of it. I see Dobbs here, like already smiling, nodding his face. Whenever we get to the standings, he'll be able to shout out the reasons of why he's happy. But it was mostly a regular game that we've seen so far. But Pedro Batata playing like their third game of Crystal Gambit in a row. For the first time ever, we saw Saya being played on the game. We also saw Malzahar game, which I know you have a lot of thoughts about that game.
Another time. This is listen. I do think Malzahar heavyweights has its place. Unfortunately, was not the place for BO to be able to pilot it to victory. But Dobbs, something that's worth mentioning is that people were obviously aware that these cuts were happening, and I think that did shape the way that some people wanted to play the game. The two that stood out to me the most were two opposite ends of the spectrum, right? You have Black Sheep, knowing he's at the bottom of the standings, clear mind, full econ, try and play the 7 mech, and then Slice Down on the other side, who's toward the bottom of the standings, but not the absolute bottom, and plays Vi, the Knuckle Duster composition, to just try and get some points. Obviously, people were approaching this game a little bit differently than each other.
Exactly. When we arrive on these games that they're so near the cuts, you have to change your strategy depending on how well you are on the standings, and it's worth to take risks sometimes, but it will never. I mean, sometimes it doesn't pay off. Black Sheep stayed with a fort, but it was just not enough to him to reach the next 2 lobbies.
And here we have the standings, and we will see the bottom 4 players, Talion, Bio, Black Sheep, and McMano, all unfortunately are going to be eliminated from contention. But on the top, let's talk about it, Pie Hat. Minhee, CMB, Pedro Patata, and Replay. Forget it, Pie Hat. Dobbs, let's talk about it, buddy. We got 2 Brazilians moving on.
Sorry, Pie Hat. I mean, of course, we always gonna cheer for the whole region to be doing well. But on the bright side, having 2 players qualified already for tomorrow, and still have 2 games to go, it's really important to see that Pedro Batata as well as CMB did a great job in here. I'm pretty sure they studied together because I know they're pretty close, and that actually played off. And I'm super excited to see the way that Pedro played his games. Playing the Crystal Gambit, as you said, in multiple games. It was like, I guess every single game he played Crystal Gambit, he at least got a top 4, and he finishes 2 of these games in first. So well played.
If I had the thing that stands out to me about these 4 players, 3 of them were not in the TPC this set, right? CMB not in the TPC, Pedro Patata not in the TPC, Stellar Minhee not in the TPC. Only Replay being the lone player from the TPC to auto qualify into week 1. I am getting word though that a break is ready, and when we come back, we're going to have 8 players left on the day. 4 of them will move on to tomorrow to continue their quest to the TPC. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute for games 5 and 6. Welcome back, everybody. We got games 5 and 6, the final 2 games of the play-in stage of the Americas KO Coliseum play-in phase of the regional finals. Man, that was a mouthful. Pie Hat, it's been a long day. It's been a journey. For some of the players, the journey has ended a little bit short. For some of the players, it ended short, but in a positive way. And for some of the players, we've got 2 more games to go. JRC, Chunnington, first, 1D9 Peter, Brosif, Slice Down, Kuramex, Ladder Slayer, Shoma. I want to hear gut reaction. Who are you looking forward to watching the last 2 games of the day?
I just like we were talking during the wait, I just want to see JRC and Chunnington like play them very comfortably. They don't have to breathe out. I just want to see any random reroll, something like that gets you like top 4, top 3, because you have such a point lead to the rest of the crew. You just don't need to overcomplicate yourself. Just it's something very simple. And that's why we're going to see them play Crystal Gambit like first or 8th, because that's just how it goes.
Yep, exactly. I mean, there is some element of, if you try not to go 8th, sometimes that's exactly the attitude that does send you 8, right, Dobbs?
Yes, I mean, if you're trying to avoid that too much without respecting your spot, maybe you're gonna end up going 8. But if you play like Robin would do, like respecting the line you have, maybe you can save some placements and finish it at 4th or 5th. That's maybe good enough for the players that has the lead. So it's important to not take the many risks as you would, because it's important to keep up the points that you have.
Doma getting the cat dropped off of Orb and immediately checking for Max Arcana or over 9,000. Doesn't find it, does find Hemorrhage, which, I've actually seen a lot of players value this fruit. Obviously not as much as the others, but does give you some direct combat power and allows you to play a bit more of like the tempo style of it. We'll have to see whether Shoma thinks it's good enough, though.
It will give us a bit of an insight on what their plan is, because they'll have a fruit remover on 2-1. If they have a good augment that maybe enables play Katarina, maybe they'll just remove and gamble for like a better late game or scaling augment or fruit. For them.
Yes. Another thing to keep in mind is that Shoma is the player that is at the bottom of the standings. So he is the one that's going to play maybe a little bit differently, as he needs to catch up the points that he's missing.
Wait. Okay, I would not have made it, but he could have duped for a Caitlyn 2, by the way. He did sell it instantly. I'm pretty sure if you make Caitlyn 2 there with your dupe, you're 5 lost.
Yeah, I'm thankful that they didn't do it.
I would bet that you'll be losing like 7 straight rounds.
Yeah.
At least.
Okay, branching out, Caretaker's ally, underdogs. I mean, Caretaker's actually, you would think that it's unnecessary because of the dupe, but it actually works even better because it allows you to roll even less before you're guaranteed your 3-star. The question, I think, for Shoma is how many 2 costs can I 3-star that are going to guarantee me an actual win?
Yes.
I do like this part because if we're staying at Katarina, we're also looking at the 1 component opener. So this may guarantee him, if he high rolls like a glove or something like that, he can have a full item, and maybe ahead of the curve, you'll see a couple of people choosing item augments, especially for that, just to be a little ahead and try to win streak, just because of the sheer power of having an item versus only having 1 component.
We see it on the other side, right? Brosef takes item grab bag, an augment that I feel like doesn't see as much play as it used to, but I think you're outlining the perfect scenario, Pie Hat. Yeah, 1 component opener, everyone has econ. Normally, you having 1 extra item is not that big of a deal, but when the item you're getting is 200% the amount of items as everybody else in the lobby, suddenly item grab bag sounds pretty good.
Exactly. And the other options that he had was like much more economy oriented augments, and in the top of that we still are playing on the Braum encounter that will give extra gold for everybody. So this is a high economy lobby, so we can expect a lot of players sacking the game to play the Mac, maybe the Brush 9 strategies as well. Let's see how the tempo of this lobby is going to work.
I really like this because I feel like when you're in a gold sub lobby, there's different ways to approach it. You can look at your 2-1 augment as a way to multiply the additional gold that you're getting. You know, obviously, if this is prismatic, a good example would be hedge fund. Struggling to think of a good one off of silvers in particular, but you can also take a different route where you diversify your resources, and that's what we're seeing, where Kuramex and Broseph both take the item grab bag and say, listen, I've got gold covered, I'm going to look for something like items now. And then on 3-2, that's why in 3-2, 4-2, it's more common to see people take the combat power. It's kind of diversifying the resources that your board has to eventually get you to a spot where you hit critical mass.
And there's also one extra path that we haven't discussed, which is Channington. We're saying about how he needs to just not go wave, just salvage enough points.
True.
And it's a very low tempo start, and he also grabbed he has extra health. I never remember what the name of the augment is. Not in English, not in Spanish, so that's on me.
I think it's Titanic Titan, right? I think that's what it's called.
That
Yes,
can be.
I guess
That makes
it
sense. But he's playing for us. He's trying to save spots. He's trying to save placements for that. So I do like that approach, especially on a game like this where there's not many people like with free items, a reroll comp, like fully punishing you. At least not for now.
Yes, and having extra HP is actually pretty good if you have access to traits like Crystal Gambit. So I wonder if he will be able to find that across the early stage 2 or 3, so he can turn that HP that he gets into actual power on his board with the cash outs.
I want to draw attention to Ladder Slayer, who took the Latent Forge. We're going to be getting an Artifact Anvil on stage 3, but has the Malzahar opener with an open tier and just picked up a second tier with a Caitlyn off the carousel. Based off this setup, there's pretty much 2 traditional lines you'd really want to be playing, either playing a heavyweight Malzahar or a Crystal Gambit Malzahar, both of which I would say it depends on what you're trying to accomplish, right? Personally, I'm a big fan of the heavyweight Malzahar line. I think it's incredibly consistent, very powerful, has a reasonable top end. That said, Ladder Slayer is 16 points, 16 points would have been last game, actually. So Ladder Slayer no, that's correct. Yeah, 16 points is updated. So is in the bottom half of the 8 players remaining. So it's a philosophy question, right? Ladder Slayer gets to decide, am I going to try and play for a more consistent play style, get this middle placement, 3rd through 5th, maybe have a chance at a top 2 with a heavyweight board? Or are we going to shoot for the stars right now and say, this is an opportunity for me to lean into a little bit of high roll? And if I can find the 5 crystal board, then all of a sudden I think Ladder Slayer has an opportunity to go top 2, but also obviously has way more, much higher chance of going bot 2 as well.
And they also have a win out option because due to the artifact in 3-5 or 4-1, maybe we can see like a Blighting Jewels.
Yep.
Maybe we can one of those like
Mana Zane as well could be
exactly.
good. A lot of frontline things too. I think there's a handful of different options you could get there that would be really strong.
Yes, the point is actually it would depend on how his stage 3 goes, because if he naturals a lot of Terriers, he can actually get an artifact for the front line as well. So it would turn up. He doesn't
Prowler's
need
Claw,
to.
Darius incoming.
Yeah, it is good. I mean, he doesn't need to go all in this game. If he can get a great placement with a solid heavy hitter composition, he can still wait for the last game to try coming back, like for going to the first.
This is why I love that illustration we talked about earlier of playing around this weighted coin. And real quick, do you want to just call out Broseph on this current 100 streak is up against Slice Down. Both boards really strong. Actually, pretty large implications if Broseph does it. He slams the TG.
Oh,
it's just
enough.
Oh,
The HP from the Thieves loss was enough for the Lucian to
That's
withstand
crazy.
one more auto attack. That's insane.
Yeah.
So when we were talking earlier about this visual metaphor of a weighted coin, sometimes when you're playing in a TFT tournament, you have to be willing to risk the game. You got to flip it at some point, but you don't know if the coin is going to be weighted in your favor more now or the next game. So when Dobbs, you're saying he could play safe right now and then next game go for more points, there's the question of like, hey, what if next game he doesn't have as good of a chance to play for a top 1 as right now? And that's why I'm saying it's hard to really make a definitive objective call on what's correct, and I'm really curious to see how Ladder Slayer decides to play it out.
Yeah, that's why the TFT is so beautiful, because it doesn't. There is no right move. You just have like plenty of choices that you can make, and that will change your game entirely.
And just want to shout out, like the how the item augment was enough for the win streak for Broseph. So I so far I think he's been playing it quite well, and I'm just really happy to see how that goes forward, because depending on the augment, depending on how much gold they get for 4-1 due to the encounter, it may either be, it can very easily be anything that they want. It's just they have the I actually don't know where I'm going with this. And they have they can do whatever they want. That's basically what I'm trying to say, in a very convoluted way.
All right, next set of augments coming up here. Still got Broseph streaking on the top end. 1v9 Peter, full loss, going to 3-2 augment. So going to be an inflection point for everyone. Silver again.
Fire Sale, the best augment in the game. I mean, who's balancing this augment, man? It just gives you tons of gold. It's so good.
I do want to see if someone gets the enhanced augment.
Ooh.
That they'll guarantee a prismatic
Didn't get it.
ability. No one has it for now.
Okay, and Shoma actually opting not to take fire sale, says we've got enough gold subscription econ opener, and wants to play preparation instead. Try and get some combat power later on the stage.
I would say it wasn't that good for him, because he doesn't need that extra gold. But imagine, in a word that Bros have got the fire sale, he could go straight to 9 and play mech with tons of HP. So it is a great augment, but not think the right player.
Just want to shout out the point out that Broseph grabbed a silver Destiny.
Silver Destiny,
I wasn't really sure what they were gonna get, and then boom, plus 25
Titanic
HP.
Titan. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. So we should talk about Ladder Slayer slamming the Edge of Night there. That's a really interesting slam to me. I'm not exactly sure what that is signifying. It's not an item that I feel like is typically slammed in either of the two lines that we presented before. Actually, I feel like in general is an item it's slammed way less often than it used to. So I'm not exactly sure what direction that's telling us. I don't know if either of you have a better insight on that.
I don't know. I mean, you can put the Edge of Night on a spare unit, but in a game that it's giving you few resources, it's a little bit weird. He could he's not win streaking so much. Maybe he could wait, but I'm actually interested to see what he's planning for that Aeon.
I think it does tell us he's not playing Darius, because I think if you were trying to play Darius, then you're most likely slamming BT and then having open vest for something like Titans and just playing around the bruiser version instead of like the crit more damage forward version of the line. So I don't know if this does mean that he's just going to be trying to play some sort of crystal. I mean, we've seen Edge of Night be played on prodigies in the past, right? It was played on Yumi and the Battle Academia stuff for quite a bit. So maybe there's still some sort of like 5 crystal Edge of Night mouths. I feel like there's a line here that we might just be missing though, because it feels like a very strange slam.
Exactly.
Trying to see if anything else has been popping off. Not really, because all the lines have been meticulously marked from the start, and no one has been like fully taking the lobby out on the storm except for Broseph.
Look at these two Titans walking around on the carousel.
These giant beasts.
The big
Yeah,
silver ring.
It's so fun.
Chunnington did find his first loss or maybe second loss. Yeah, second loss of the fight of the game this past round. But with both the Rage Blade and the Kraken Slam, looks like he's going to be trying to fast 9 out of this. Shoma, we saw him pick up the preparation earlier this stage, is playing it pretty slow. And this is I think this is an interesting way of playing this line, right? Shoma, obviously, at the lower end of the standings, realizes that he needs to be able to win out. A lot of times when you're playing 2-cost reroll, people try to be strong on stage 3. You know, roll down on 3-2, upgrade your whole board, use that to slingshot your way back into the game, save HP. But Shoma is clearly saying here that he needs to be able to play more first or 8th. Also, he has both the upgraded Katarina and the Rakan, so he has the ability to play it slow. I'm actually a little curious that he didn't roll to find another Rakan to at least guarantee preparation stacks on it. But
He
taking
just
this very, very
upgraded
slow.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
He just upgraded his account, so he
Okay.
could be like full upgraded or at least 3 rounds upgraded, and then he can finish their job on the PvE.
I
Makes
will
sense.
call
So
out,
I'm
though,
not sure.
I will call out that Katarina doesn't have any healing items. Like the items that their go-to items have been Nashor's Tooth and just Guardbreaker, or Striker's Flame. I'm sorry. And they,
man.
unless they do a Hand of Justice and just play without an Edge of Night, that Katarina is probably not going to have any healing unless they change the fruit, because they've been playing only with Hemorrhage. The Hemorrhage doesn't give you healing; it just gives you more damage. So it's the question of what are they going to prioritize? Are they just going to try to find a fruit to help the Katarina out, since they haven't played like any scaling fruits like 9,000 or Max Arcana or something like that?
Here we go. They're playing the Jenna against the Mighty Man board in transition. I mean, this spot for Rosef, it's so good. Like, he actually can push levels, and he's pretty much guaranteed making it to the level 9 with this amount of HP. On the other hand, we have one Mercenary Peter sitting on the 6 Jennas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, 6 Jannas.
Yeah, it seems pretty good. It's a solid composition. Not as good as in the last patch, but still a great comp to play for.
What is
Whoa,
this?
wait, okay.
Lord?
So we found some direction here from Ladder Slayer.
No
Okay,
way.
that'll do it. Okay. So
I mean,
We
Ladder
were
Slayer-
talking about direction. That wasn't what I mean.
I
What
mean, did you want it? It's a unit that you would use the Edge of Night. Here we go. A Twisted Fate with a Flicker's Blade.
Flicker Blade. I mean,
But-
also, yeah, we had talked about the what is it called? The Latent Forge coming in through the back half of stage 3,
Yes.
and we did miss it when it first came in. But obviously, I mean, this is, if you're trying to play a sort of fast 9 composition, getting the Flicker Blade on your TF is all the damage you need. Item drop coming through though, a lot of damage stuff. How do we get a third item on TF here while also starting to build some front line?
I guess you have to play for some Reforger in here.
Yeah, you can reforge a couple of things.
Can beat Braum. Maybe he forged something. Okay.
I wonder
not-
if they're
not
gonna
that
put
good.
Crystal Gambit.
Mhm.
That's one of the things I wanna watch, because
I don't think he actually needs to play Crystal Gambit with the TF.
you think that he's gonna win a
next-
lot?
No, I feel that next round he's going to roll down a lot to upgrade the board and then go 9 later with the TF1.
Yeah, it can be.
It's a little bit scary. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would have roll on this round instead, but maybe he wants to know the augment, and he, for a person that already have both TF and Braum, he could sack a little bit more because the Braum will have you some extra lives later.
Oh, gonna be prismatic questions here. Do we want combat? We want econ. We are rich. So the question now is, how do we start winning relatively soon at 30 HP? So combat is probably most likely. I'm surprised that sponging has not been rolled here. Actually, are we considering this?
Here we go.
Okay, a coronation comes through. And this is a good composition to be able to place
Romper.
in like coronation because of how flexible the front line can be. Braum
What's up,
too!
Braum?
Whoa!
Here we go.
Okay, settle down, buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
Well,
He's
and they're
starting to look
giving-
good, man.
I just want to see the poros. Probably the
Yeah.
poros, like throwing them all around. That's gonna be a lot of damage. And no
I don't know-
as well, just fate. That's a one way to stabilize the board.
I don't know if you guys were able to see the new fruit of Brawl. It's so good. It does so much
Power
damage.
snacks.
Yes, the
Yeah.
new power up.
Yes.
As-
yeah.
This is a level 9 board happening on 4-2 on level 8, so this is
Yes.
what you want to do.
Well,
Like, your goal is to get to bastions and legendaries. I didn't know this was like the hidden power of Fire Sail, like Docs was saying. So apparently the Fire Sail is also giving Twisted Fate some prompts, so I'm gonna pick that up now.
I really like that decision to take Coronation specifically because of how well it scales with having an econ augment like Fire Sail, right? Because Coronation works best when you're able to roll a ton of gold and have that extra unit, that 9th unit on your board, be something really valuable. You don't just want some random Neferi 1 on your board. You want it to be something that's going to give you a little bit of oomph. And for there, we're able to see him get Luchador on because of the Volibear and also fit 6 Bastion. And so now it's not just that he has the TF and the Braum. He has 2 different traits that are enabling this 2-star Braum as well. And so Coronation kind of feels like the perfect pick there.
Exactly, and later on he'll be able to place a Zyra, and maybe some Gwen without losing the Luchador that is really strong as well. So it's actually a great augment. Plus, it's still a great item to have on TF because it gives him extra attack speed and extra damage.
It's just so goofy because you see the boards as everything 1-star and a Braum too. And on the other side, you have a GRC who has been fishing for a Yone. And he's part of we've seen almost every game someone getting into the Yone on level 8 lottery and usually missing. And we are seeing the one who missed right now, which is the GRC. He has only 10 HP. And probably, unless they hire a Yone right now, I don't think they're going to have much time to get to stabilize the board.
This is exactly what you were saying earlier, Paya Hat, too, where JRC is 23 points. This is the highest point leader of the 8 remaining. And we were saying, hey, this would be a really good time to just play something that guarantees you some points, kind of slide your way into that top 4. And JRC instead plays this very first or 8th style, looking for opting into the Yone lottery on level 8. And unfortunately, just not finding it. It does not feel like there's any real way to dig himself out of this, unfortunately.
Yes, I mean, it's rough when maybe he didn't have like any opportunity to play reroll line because Katarina and Jenna was taken away. So there is not much left if you don't have like the right spot for it. Maybe you don't have like much copies of Darius or maybe Malzahars or something like this. And you have to pick a line to push levels. But maybe he could like play Star Guardian or something else.
At least he's surviving a couple of rounds. It may be enough.
Whoa. You see Slice Down 411 Crystal Gambit stacks?
Oh,
Wait, we need to see Slice Down right now.
That.
Cash out? It should be the cash out right now, right? Let's go to...
check Slice Down.
Here we go. Okay,
Here we go.
Cash out here.
The double douche and a lot of gold.
And look at this.
You
He's
already have the
playing mech.
Yoni.
Slice Down game number 5. What's it? The 4th game of mech. This time it's actually going to come to fruition. He's rolling to 0 before neutrals too at 15 HP. He does need to be able to stabilize though. He has no. I mean, going after this stage,
Are
he
they
will have no more
missing
lives.
anything?
We're
we're
missing
missing,
GP.
We're missing GP on 9. Oh no.
I mean, we have Lee 2. We're going to have a lot of items. We're going to have a TG, I believe, on our Yone as well. So surely this should be enough to be able to win.
We are sleeping on the route too.
And thankfully he's playing against Broseph, who's apparently fast 9, from what I'm seeing.
I mean, he got a little bit lucky with the matchmaking to get this extra life, and he'll be really strong if he can find the GP because we still have a duplicator for the Yone.
Yeah. And now being stuck on a 2 coast and try to find it on level 9 is...
We
never
found
mind.
it.
Never mind.
It was
That's-
easy.
It was just that easy. Yeah.
Problem solved.
Well,
All right, job's not done yet though. We do need to try and find. Oh, actually, wait, no, we have
here
no
we go.
movers.
but
got
they'll get one.
Oh, we got it. Okay.
He got
Yeah,
it.
No, we're good. No problem
We're
solved.
just we're trying
Yeah.
to
These
hype
are
it
the
up and
smallest
just build
fires
tension.
of all time that were instantly put out. Shout out to
Yeah.
Slice Down.
Sorry for trying to build tension, Slice Down. And it's just
Still is
I
room
ca- it-
to improve the board though, right? We still have the Yone
Yeah.
2 coming in, Karma
Yes.
2 as well.
we just need
Rise 2.
one Joan and the dupe, and we should be good to go. Also, be able to take them out from JRC, so they don't have much more time and they get basically out of resources. Not many strong offensive items on the mech though. He's gonna be a very tanky boy. And no dupes either, because there was no Joan 2.
No, Yon is still, yes. But still, he's still in a good spot.
Yeah, JRC on the
Oh,
left
here is a
side of the
Katarina.
board, like trying to stabilize with 4 Juggernaut, maybe giving the mech enough survivability for the carries to do something.
It is definitely not, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Katarina is just running rampant in the back line. And
Yeah.
JRC, despite being first place in points of the 8 remaining players, is going to go out in 8th place. This is going to open up the entire field. Everyone's going to have the opportunity to slingshot their way back into the top 4 and keep their dreams alive for a shot at competing tomorrow. Slice Down finds Karma 2. Still doesn't have the Yone 2, though. Is holding on to 5 copies of Jarvan, though.
Here we go.
There it is.
Okay.
Oh.
This is how things can get crazy because JRC went 8 and he was at the first position, and Slice is actually at the bottom, and he can win this game or maybe getting a second or something because he's looking pretty strong. So things might get crazy on the standings.
Yeah, at this point, Slice Down could be just 1 point behind from JUC, which was like unthinkable at the start of the game. I'm getting ahead of myself, but looking at that, the board state, it's looking quite promising. On the other side, Slayer ended up going to level 9. Remember, he was the guy who had Brom 2 on 8. He ended up adding a Syra 2, and he's still on Twisted Fate 1.
Yeah.
Anyone else see
For now, at
Goku
least.
is just 50 feet up in the sky? Just seeing Jeff. He's just chucking cards straight up. All right. Chunnington, though, another player that we saw from the beginning was angling toward this Fast 9. Also has a Flicker Blade TF. That TF is extremely scary and is playing the snack time. This is what you're talking about, Dobbs, right? The new
Yes.
power up on the Braum turns this guy into an absolute menace.
I want to talk about something. This augment that he took is actually one of the augments that when you're playing a Juggernaut comp, it's so strong for your main carries. And he's putting the Braum on the back line in order to get the damage amplifiers. So not an augment that you take a lot of games, but in the right spots, it's great.
Wow.
How
You can even see when the Braum does cast, you'll be able to see the Poros coming through. The Poro just absolutely took out the backline there. Unfortunately, though, it's actually not enough, and Chunnington's going to take a hit there from Slice Down. The player that we have been saying has a very good chance of just running away the entire thing. So I don't think it spells disaster for Chunnington, but obviously a little bit uncomfortable going down to 18 HP.
Rosef.
Likely 2 lives, but could be 1.
Rosef ended up going down on. He was the guy, if I recall correctly.
Another mech player.
They had the Titanic Titan on 3-2, and he still ended up
Right.
going down. I'm not really sure what happened there. I think they were also playing mech. I see a Jonah 2 on the board, so I assume it's a mech. And
He
just
did
happened
it.
to make it.
He was unable to upgrade the board. I was trying to look, and he was like, he had the Yone, but every single unit that he has for the Mac was 1-starred. So his Mac probably was not strong enough.
Could be, yeah. And Kurm trying something very different. No Fast 9, no reroll, just a very simple, genuine, and noble Star Guardian board. We've seen a couple of them throughout the day with mixed
Classic.
results. So,
Classic Kurm Mac City.
Yep.
Yeah, just trying to save HP into a normal into a good board. I don't know if it's gonna be correct because Kobuko's gonna ult and it's gonna stun Jinx like every single time.
Yeah, unfortunately, repositions there directly into the Kobuko. And obviously, Janet Kobuko has gotten nerfed quite a bit since it was at its peak, but it's still extremely powerful. It's really just a question of whether or not this Poppy holds up longer than the Kobuko. It's a bit of more of a battle of the front line. We can see that Poppy falls, the Jinx is just deleted by the Janna. And
This was a matter of positioning. If he was like the other side, maybe he could have a chance.
Oh, Slice Down takes a hit. I think that was Ladder Slayer that actually beats Slice Down in a fight, going down to just 4 HP now. How much stronger can Slice Down actually get? Really, it's just going to come down to items, I think, right?
Yeah, it seems so. There's not, and I just want to pinpoint. We were talking about the Edge of Night and why they were building that. The Edge of Night was the reason that they won, because the mech just stood there for like 2 seconds without being able to do anything, and Twisted Fate was just like throwing the cards at the mech, and they ended up killing it, which is probably the reason why.
Can I highlight something in here? That Twisted Fate just got an extra artifact. I've seen the Gwen with the sniper, so he didn't have any opportunity to get another artifact. So it was Twisted Fate.
Right, I forgot about that. Yeah, so if you're not familiar, so TF has certain things that he can unlock every turn, but they kind of they unlock every time that he gets on the board. So if he's not on long enough, getting an artifact's not even in the cards. And Slice Down, he's going to fall in 5th place there. The TF not going to be enough up against the Katarina board on the other side.
I just want to mention what you said. The artifact anvil is unlocked after the 10th round that you have Twisted Fate on your board.
Wow.
So it's been a while.
Yeah, he got the TF on the stage 3. So
he might have actually gotten it in the round that it is the earliest to potentially get it, because it's not guaranteed after 10 round. It's just
it is not
a chance to now get it. So that is a pretty big high roll for Ladder Slayer.
Yes, and also it is a matter of which TF can actually get better upgrades or better cash outs. Yes, because I actually played a game that I was playing TF with Bastions, and the other guy was playing with Juggernauts, and his TF got like 3 artifacts, and mine got like gold every single round. It is crazy. It is crazy because it's not guaranteed.
Lies Down ends up going 5th, sadly, and Channington may hold the line here against the Janna.
I mean, watch the Kabuko. The Kabuko is going to be casting on the TF there, so he'll be slowing down both the Kraken Slayer and the Flicker Blade stacks. Not exactly sure if it's going to be enough, though. Oh, look at the Janna. Gets onto the TF. The Kabuko moves to the other side, and 1v9 Peter is actually going to take out Chunnington, who's going to go out in 4th place. And so Shoma, 1v9 Peter, 2 of the re-rollers alongside Ladder Slayer. 3 players all in the bottom half or near the bottom half of the standings going into this game. Ladder Slayer at 16, Shoma 15, 1v9 Peter. A little bit safer, but still right in that kind of middle point. Now we're going to be seeing the standings looking completely different after this game.
I believe that if Peter wins this game, they basically have the spot locked in. So, especially now that GRC went AVE, I really just want. I am afraid of doing math on broadcast, so I'm just gonna wait for the standings.
Yeah, safer to wait for the standings, but it's a good guess.
Yeah.
And talking about the Katarina, we didn't have the healing until the 4-2, but this is one of the best radiant items that he could got. So that's why he went into now getting the 3rd, because his prismatic was so good.
But we're seeing the downside of not having an extra life, like an Edge of Night. The Janna just burst the cattle down, and she didn't have enough time to out-heal the burst.
Oh, here's TF giving 5 extra gold because he can't use the Yone.
Now it's just the battle of the legendary boards. The Lars Slayer getting an extra artifact, meanwhile the other guy has an extra Yone.
This is crazy.
It's going to be very impactful on where do you position your Braum, because if you put it on a E unit and you just take them out of the fight immediately, it will give the Twisted Fate from Lars Slayer enough time to just walk through the enemy's front line.
Yep. Especially
Yes.
when so much of that front line is invested into one key unit, right? This Kabuko, and you can see right
Yeah.
off the bat, the Braum is
Here we
right
go.
onto the Kabuko. He's throwing him. He does get stunned by the Jarvan, so isn't going to walk him again, but he's going to recast on the Kabuko once again. So the TF
It's
has
crazy.
a chance to get into the back line now, and the Janna is about to fall. Yeah, this fight is not even close. 1v9 Peter made it this far, but it's going to look like the end of the road for him. So we go
Have you
to
guys seen
Paris
the fight that the Jenna smashed the other TF player? It's just
Yeah.
a matter of positioning because both TF players were pretty strong, but the other fight was so one-sided because of the Kobuko kept stunning the TF, and the other player had lacing too that couldn't even finish his casts because he just died due to the Kobuko. But instead, the Braum
That's
throwing him away, you just can't control that.
huge upgrade on Peter's board. He had an open cloak on the board, and he grabbed the spatula.
Oh.
That's a second strategist emblem on the for him.
It is still really scary, like we're saying before, the big problem with the positioning battle here is that if you want to use your Kabuko to knock up the TF, you have to put it directly in front of the Braum, which means that your Kabuko is always going to get targeted by that Braum. So he instead actually does move the Kabuko one over to the left here. Let's see, it's probably still just going to stun the front line. It's going to be less impactful, but maybe the front line with the strategist spat will have enough to hold the line and let the Janna get onto the back line of Ladder Slayer, but it does not look very good.
That's a lot of damage, a lot of units, and the power is just overwhelming for Lars Slayer. Good for them. That's a really solid win for them, and a lot of points, which may be a relief going into the final game.
I mean, absolutely. 16 points for Ladder Slayer. That means they were at the bottom, right? Tied for 7th place of the 8 players remaining, alongside Kuramek, Slice Down, and then Shoma with 15 points. We saw Shoma get that 3rd place. We saw Ladder Slayer get a 1st place there, which means they're all going to be completely slingshotted back on their way up. So, oh man, one game remaining, Dobbs. It is scary because we've been saying all day long, like, you run out of time to shoot for the stars and go 1st or 8th, and now the lobby is going to be very, very close together, and everybody's placement is going to be determined on their placement in one final game.
Exactly, and we just saw a bunch of players like flipping the coin, trying to go to that Mac line, and in this last game, it's gonna be even harder because some players will have to flip their coins, right? So I'm really down to see the last game and how it's going to be played.
All right, well, we are going to send it over to our analyst desk after a quick break, and right after that, we'll have game number 6 of the play-in stage of the KO Coliseum Regional Final, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Americas Regional Finals here for KO Coliseum. I'm back on the desk with Asa to break down the action that we had in that 5th game. And Asa, honestly, looking at the standings, things are not starting to look very close anymore. They did when we were entering into this game. And then the way that that game actually shook out, there is a pretty big gap now between those top 4 and bottom 4 spots.
Yeah, the top 4 are looking really good, and the bottom 4 are looking pretty bad. You're basically playing for exactly first, or maybe second if you're in the bottom 4. You're the top 4. You're just playing for like a top 4. Well, pretty much seal the deal.
But for those players that were in the top 4, I felt like they really understood the assignment and what they were working towards. You know, Shoma did put himself into a bit of a better position, getting a 3rd place in this lobby. Still going to be a little bit hard for him in this final game, but I loved the commitment that he showed early on, picking the Katarina, able to get that Katarina reroll online very quickly, and then finding a 3rd place with it.
Yeah, the Radiant Relics is super good in this Katarina comp that he was able to get at the end of the game on the stage 4 augment. You're focusing so much of your power into the Katarina, and Katarina is just a really thresholdy drain tank unit. That getting the Radiant Gunblade was just the difference in winning so many of those fights.
And I think just also not playing Mighty Mech ended up helping out a lot of our players. As you saw there in the bottom 4 of our standings, all 3 players that went all in on that Mighty Mech strategy were not able to actually find that final unit in order to complete the 7 Mighty Mech, or even if they did, the other players were starting to get way stronger in the lobby where they were able to capitalize on what the early game gave them. They knew it's gold subscription. There's only one component dropped at the very beginning. We can leverage that, actually utilize some augments to get us a couple more items and get us to that late game where you can cap out with these big legendary boards.
Yeah, we've been seeing Mighty Mech win several of our lobbies today, but all 3 Mighty Mech players today in our last game just didn't make it. Only one of them even made it to 7 Mighty Mech, sliced down fighting Yone after getting the 400 Crystal Gambit cash out for 40 gold and 2 golden duplicators, but still wasn't enough to hold up against the 2-star legendary comps enabled by the gold subscription.
So Ladder Slayer ending up there in 1st place in our 5th game, followed by 1B9 Peter, who was able to get that 2nd place. Really helps to catapult them up into these standings, as we're gonna lock it, like, but put our focus in on that 5th to 12th place spot. Looking at that graphic, those are our players that are left that have this final game to play out. The top 4 of our final lobby will move forward to play in their next day of competition tomorrow. The bottom 4 will go home. And Asa, I was sad looking at Brosif's spot. It just looks so good, but you gotta like kind of brush it off, right? And go into the next game.
Yeah, Brosif is a player who's really cheering for. I think he has such a good attitude about the game. He's just really positive and really helpful to his people who ask him for help. And it's looking, going into this last game, he's probably going to need exactly a 1st, maybe a 2nd to be able to make it through. So really hoping he can pull that out.
For him and Shoma, it's going to be that 1st place required and a couple of other dominoes to fall a specific way. And that's why we send it back over to our casters to take us through our 6th and final game to see which players will move on to tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Necra and Asa. Pi-Hat, Dobbs, we've got game number 6 ahead of us. 8 players remain, 4 from the TPC, 4 coming in through the qualifications regionally. 2 of those players from each section are in the top 4 and the bottom 4. It's completely split down the middle. And like Asa is saying, Pi-Hat, what's scary about this lobby is for some of those players that are in the bot 4, you have to get a 1st for some of them, get a 2nd, maybe even a 3rd could be enough. But on top of that, you kind of need the dominoes to fall in a certain way for you to qualify. And so on some level for these players, the cards are no longer fully in their hands.
I mean, if there was a game to just gamble on Yone on a mech, this is the game. As you were saying, like a 3-point gap between getting eliminated and qualifying is a lot. So it's gonna be really hard. It's probably gonna at least maybe one of them can make it, and it's mostly on JC's or Ladder Slayer's end of the spectrum to see.
Yep.
Will they be able to just perform and not go wave? That's the bigger question right now.
Opening up on Scuttle Puddle too, it does mean that we've been seeing all day long Mighty Mech, Fast 9, reign supreme. I'm gonna guess right now, Dobbs, how many How many Fast 9/mech boards are we seeing? I'm gonna say 5 combined. 5,
Yeah.
maybe 6.
I was about to say 5 because I would say three Mac players and maybe one Bastion TF and one Juggernaut TF. So 5 is a great guess. I mean, I still wonder if it's good enough to contest 3-way Mac, because what we have seen today is like one of them goes pretty well, but the others just go down bottom 2 or something. So this is something that I want to talk today, because tomorrow people are going to look into that status from the tournament, and they might change strategy. So I'm very excited to see if this lobby is going to play 3-way contested Mac, if that changes tomorrow.
I'm just scared, I'm gonna be honest, because this is one of those games where you really have to pick your line very carefully. It's very easy to just bait yourself into going to one line or one train of thought that almost everyone is doing. So you just basically, hopefully the Alchemists give them enough direction, just not funnel or not just tunnel into just going mech or going or go home.
First, Augment is going to say a lot about how this game is going. If we get something like Prismatic, then all of a sudden the resources will be flooding in. But no, okay, it's gonna be Silver, and a couple different options I really like here personally. If you're Shoma, I mean, I do like the Pocket Recon Bob. It gives you a lot of early game direction. Question there is, at 21 points, Shoma is one of those players that says we really do need to see a first place finish. How often are you going first with Pocket Recombobulator though?
There's another train of thought. Circling back to mech. You can just pick John 1 and 3 and gamble for a Joni on Carousel stage 4 and be the first one to go. Oh, he did.
Never mind. But still, sometimes players would think about that. Here you go, branching out Protector. It is pretty good. I mean, Protector, the best way to cap out your board, I guess, is Protector Poppy. I might be mistaken. It used to be great on the last patches, but still good.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, when you think about Protectors, like if you're trying to lean into the reroll stuff, I feel like that's just not going to be enough, right? Trying to play like Protector, Cogmaw, or any of those like Protector lines, it does feel very hard to see Shoma placing first. Yeah, maybe gambling for the Star Guardian. It's just hard because, again, like Scuttle Puddle does mean we're expecting people to go level 9, go level 10. And there is a question there of whether or not playing around a 4-cost tank as your cap is going to be enough. So I think Shoma's got his back up against the wall here. He's gonna have to be a little bit creative to see how to get there.
One thing to point out looking at the augments is that the next augment is at least not going to be a prismatic due to JRC having the augmented power, which will make him have a stronger augment than the rest of the lobby. It could also just be that the second augment is just silver and he gets a gold augment, but it can also be that he gets a prismatic and the rest of the lobby just gets gold. So it's gonna be interesting to see if that actually pans out for them, especially someone like JRC who didn't really need to play for the big cash out on the first game,
right?
And when and now they're just gambling on the same thing for a good prismatic to just secure the top 4. At this point, seeing how they've been playing throughout the day, I am leaning more towards the first play, the first part of just trying to secure a first.
I think there's a couple different outs there, especially if you end up getting a gold augment for the lobby and prismatic for JRC. The one that comes to mind instantly would be that if you can find invested. We've talked about that quite a bit today, but playing Scuttle Puddle with invested, it's one of those augments that multiplies the strength of the portal, right? Having the rerolls come in because of the amount of gold that you have, being able to get the 70 gold interest threshold, or the 70 gold threshold right away, means that you're scaling off of the amount of gold that you have earlier on in the game. So I'd love to see what JRC ends up taking, because I do think it opens up some different high roll for him.
Exactly. And the thing is, I'm actually surprised on how well JRC was on the standings, because he went 8 and still have a 3-point gap. So he doesn't need to push into that risky lines once again. So I expect him to be a little bit safer on this one, as the first game didn't go that well, playing into the flip coin Yone thing.
Yeah, and Peter is doing the opposite. Peter's 26 points, second on the standings, decently with a decent point lead, just trying to not go wave in this case. He's playing a little more aggressive, and Mecha Blade Aatrox always a good option to just salvage enough HP throughout stage 2 and stage 3. That's gonna be a decent outcome.
We might get to see the Mecha Blade Aatrox tempo into heavyweight Malzahar this game coming in through 1v9 Peter. I'm just going to throw it out there, let it manifest to the universe. But fingers crossed.
Yeah, we were discussing about this. We are discussing about this specific power up. The Mecha Blade is such a strong one, but in order to be good enough, you have to have good items on Aatrox. If you don't, it might not be good enough. So he has a TG that can help like the first couple rounds. So let's see if he's going to change his power up on the stage 3 or just keeping.
Yeah, for now he's mostly trying to be the strongest one in the lobby. I'm not really sure if Lars Slayer or Rose have something even stronger. And for now we're seeing Shoma, which is the guy with Protector stats, playing just a good old stage 2 mech. Because that never goes wrong.
It is going to be just a free streak for 1v9 Peter here for the most part, it looks like. Yeah, no real threats on the other side. Keeping our eyes on the right, we see Broseph did lose his streak, it looks like, and Ladder Slayer was able to win. And so it means 1v9 Peter and Ladder Slayer, 2 players that are going to be contesting the 5 streak at the end of stage 2.
And on the same side, no one from the bottom half of the lobby has a 4 loss streak.
Someone does. Yeah, you gotta go all the way up.
Yeah.
For that.
I mean, you were right because you said the bottom doesn't have any, so he's not at the bottom.
Technically correct. You're right. Yep. Slice down on the 4 loss streak. Also at 61 gold right now. So I don't know if they're like full opening or if this is them playing just Crystal Gambit board, but certainly going to be able to secure a 4 loss streak with no one really contesting it. 1v9 Peter is going to hit Chunnington, so Ladder Slayer and Peter both have the opportunity to secure a 5 streak through stage 2.
And
That could be a huge thing. That could be a huge thing to saving HP and moving forward to the next stage, as they are just looking into placements. Doesn't have to be that risky. It's so good when you have like a great opener that can lead you into better decisions and just keep up the momentum on the game in order to have the better placements that you can get it out of it.
And both players actually managed to do it. Both Peter and Lars Slayer are on a 5-win streak, getting a lot of resources now. We're gonna be able to get. They're probably gonna be level 6, 50 gold on free one if depending on how the loot from the crabs go. And slice down with a 5 loot streak, almost on a very similar spot. So they're gonna be a little ahead of the curve, at least compared to the rest of the lobby. But you can see Peter's board bench. You can see what they're angling towards.
Yep.
Yes, I can tell.
But we know we have at least a handful of mech players or players who are clearly angling, even at the beginning of stage 3, toward this line. Question is how contested is it going to be? How many of them are going to actually still roll on 8, even though it's Scuttle Puddle, versus go fast 9? And if they do go 9 before that they roll, what does it actually mean for the lobby, right? Because if they are fast 9ing, it means that everyone's board on stage 4 is going to be significantly weaker than it would otherwise, which can have a lot of implications for anyone that might be re-rolling, whether it's a 2 or a 3 cost, because they would be getting fight wins that otherwise they might not be getting if people are sending it to 0 on stage 4.
Exactly. Interesting is slamming here, right? He's slammed the Even Shroud in order to keep the momentum. Not an item that you're used to see in a mech comp, but actually with the mech being so strong right now, it's just a matter of how much HP you have until you can sack them Saki to go into that level 9.
Wait, look at this. Ladder Slayer, Peter so close. It looks like, yeah, Peter's going to be able to take it. Continuous streak. Ladder Slayer's streak, it will get snapped there.
And it ends up being a prismatic for JRC since it's gold for everyone.
Yes.
You're very
I
right.
wish
Yeah,
you,
we
can,
got
you
it.
can see his choice.
Oh, we got invested. Oh, my God, we did it.
Masterclass gangly predictions.
Yep. You're welcome, everybody. And in case you're watching and you don't quite understand why that's so valuable, so Invested is an augment that will give you free rerolls up to a certain amount over 50. So if you have minimum 70 gold, then you'll get the additional, it's 80, the additional 3 for rerolls per round. And because we're in Scuttle Puddle, this means JRC is going to have the minimum threshold for your maximum rerolls every single turn, even starting now. So if you're JRC, I mean, you are sitting pretty, and we know that JRC wants to play mech based on what we've seen from previous games, even though it's contested. Being able to play the prismatic econ augment in Scuttle Puddle into it is going to give him a huge opportunity to roll before the rest of the lobby and have first dibs on all those precious mech comps, if that's what he's playing. We don't know exactly. I'm just throwing it out there.
Exactly. I mean, I wish I could ask Asa, because Asa is great at the nerdy things about the game.
Sure
I wonder if he's actually able to go into that level 9 on 4-2. I guess he will be able, but I'm not sure.
Look at
Because
the go.
going in that level 9 on 4-2, it means that he will roll up like so ahead of the lobby to get in the Yoni.
Yeah, we'll find out eventually on during the carousel what are the directions of everyone, because we'll be able to see the boards at each and every one of them. Channington playing an Ashe is something that really stands out to me, because you don't usually play Ashe like ever. So they have decent good items for her. Basically, like the old Ashe items right before she got the rework on how her ability works.
I am pretty sure that you see an Ashe, but Chunnington just sees a baby Twisted Fate. I am almost
Totally
positive.
agree.
Yeah,
I would
that's
agree.
what we got here.
But the point is how much he's going to roll on late, because I don't think he needs to push in that level 9, because he has 27 points, so he can like roll late, fight a S2 or something, and then push the level 9 earlier. Later with more HP. But maybe he fight the Ashe 1 is enough to push into the level 9. So let's see.
So one of the things that you can do with Chunington is that you're having 3 rounds of win streak on stage 3, well, not win streak, he lost, but he can double down on 4-1 and just lose 4-1, 4-2, and 4-3. 4-5, he's level 9 with a lot of resources, a big cash out and all that, and just play towards that win count.
Oh, at some point we do need to check in on JRC, because something we didn't mention before, not only is he playing the power up with Invested, he also has Crystal Gambit. Ooh. So I don't know how long he's had that on, if he's currently doubling down.
He had on Seishu, if I'm not mistaken.
Seishu?
I'm pretty sure he had on Seishu.
Okay, so at some point in time we got to see where the stacks of JRC are, because if he is also on top of playing Invested, getting something like a 250, 300 cash out, this is maybe not only a game where JRC could go first, we might even just see like a 3-star 5 cost.
Becomes a KO.
This part is rough. We were talking about how Kale, I think it was Talian's game, how Kale demands you to get her fast and go to 9. Talian wasn't able to go to 9, and that Kale went 8th, and this is a similar scenario. It's 3-5, Kale free, but only 20 gold. I know it's Kalopao and you'll have more resources, but as we've been building up throughout the game, players will be very strong very early, and that Kale, I'm not sure if she's gonna be able to go to level 9 and actually cap out. Especially if she continues to lose like this.
Yeah, I mean it's tough, and he has a lot of gold on his bench as well, and he can sell the Malzahar and the Jin in order to make more 10 gold and in order to make 30. So it's looking a little bit bad.
Just a
Yeah.
Nate lost streak on kill. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah,
No, I mean-
if you could save a little of HP on the early game, would be best.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good. The good news, like you highlighted, Pyhat, is that in PvE round we should be getting enough gold to, make the interest threshold that we should have already. But even then, it feels pretty disastrous for Kurum. Obviously, Kale is a composition that technically can win out when you make it to 9. But I don't know that Kurum has the HP and it certainly does not have like the econ compared to the rest of the lobby to make sure that he's able to get there safely.
Yeah, that kill isn't level 6, so there's no AoE damage, no real pieces of shred, so it's just a rough final game for Kurum here, especially when
Yes.
everything's on the line.
Yes, let's see, but still have like a chance if he gets like a great augment or maybe like a good loot. Like maybe the game gives like tons of gold on the Crab Haven with the Scaropodo. Here's the cash out for JC.
Yeah, just barely misses the 200 cash. Instead, okay, actually pretty good. I mean, allows you to still freely, go to 9 without having to worry about having good odds to upgrade the the small things. The other way you can look at it too is that if you need to remove your fruit, oh no, we already have Mecha Pilot. I was gonna say it gives us more chances to get there, but we already have that locked down. I mean, this spot looks really, really good for JRC. 44 HP does mean we probably don't want to sack too much. Ooh.
Gold orb, and he got a spat, so he can make another.
Yeah, they'll probably
Synergy
something
to
like
Mac.
Executioner's Path, so you can just put that on the Aatrox or the GP and have
He's
the
rolling.
Mecha have 3 more, like an extra synergy.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, it does have to roll pretty deep here. Finds TF. I mean, upgrading pretty much everything that we need, but we don't have
The Dupes of
Yone,
Aatrox.
obviously, so should be. I mean, obviously, with most of this board upgraded on 4-1, you have to imagine that this is stable, especially with the Karma 2. Question is really just, how many other people are going to be racing to 9, and how soon can JRC find Yone? Because we have seen players in similar position where they do find the Yone 2, and even then, it's not enough, right? We saw it from, I think it was Slice Down last game, where even with a fully upgraded board, there are boards that can cap higher.
But the point is, he rolled a lot, but he spent mostly his free rolls. So he's still at 70 gold. I guess he's like, he's like on the 4-5, he's going to be able to go into that level 9 anyways. So I guess it was a great move to roll down and stabilize for the stage.
And you're seeing how desperate some people are to actually just go rush to 9, slice down 4-2, try to grab duo Q just to get anything online. A Syra 2 is not like really great hit, but you need something, and that is a thing. So just the front line is a little lacking for now.
Is he playing Varys? Like, I mean that old legendary board.
Yeah, Slice Down's hitting him with the old school.
Yeah, I thought he was
Spain on
going to
there as
go
well.
Bastion, and then I looked that he didn't care about the Bastion he had on the bench.
Whoa, when did this happen? Wait, Ladder Slayer's playing Darius, we didn't even know! I did say he had the angle. He took my advice. You're welcome, Ladder Slayer. And playing a pretty cool version of it, there's the two main ways of building out the Darius. You either play around the Bruisery, the Titan Sterix BT, or around the crit version that really lets you prioritize getting the Darius damage in there. And Ladder Slayer playing with the Pandora's Bench allows him to very, very quickly get the Darius 3. And at 24 points, Ladder Slayer has to feel really good about his chances just to move on. I mean, even just HP alone, right? 94 HP. This is pretty much locked in that you are going to be getting enough points to move on to day 2.
Exactly.
I want to
This
pick
is
your brain. Go for it, though.
no. I was just about to say this is some kind of play that I was expecting the JRC to push. I
Yep.
mean, playing safe, roll on 7, have some reroll, and then move on because he has like a tons of points. But go ahead. I had.
No, I just wanted to ask you both of you a question. Just pick your brains on your Al-Sahar heavyweight and how you play that comp. What are your thoughts on Rocket Grab on Darius? Because I've seen that a lot. So, do you like it? Do you think something better? I know Gangly has some thoughts about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rocket Grab. So Rocket Grab is one of the newer power ups that's come through, and one of the things that it does, if you're not familiar, it gives you this shield and then it pulls your target to you, right? I'm not entirely convinced that this is overly broken, particularly on Darius. I do think that it's more the effect of Darius not having any fruit that is completely transformative. There are a lot of units in the game right now where if you find this one fruit, it completely, activates them and turns them into a 1v9 monster. Darius used to have that in the form of Fusion Dance, but I think what this does, especially when you play the Malzahar version, I think it's better in Malzahar than it is in Smolder, for instance, is that it elongates the fight. It allows you to build fully offensively on your Darius and play things towards this crit, and then the Titan's Resolve, which now is giving the additional damage amp, and then still have some defensiveness, right? Having the Rocket Grab that gives you a shield. When a new unit is pulled towards you, you get a new shield. So all the weak units on the enemy front line are dying to this Darius, and you're re-procking this shield over and over to give enough time for your Malzahar, even in the backline, the Malzahar 2, enough time for him to really take over and deal this damage over time to the enemy board. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I would say I like your take, and despite the fact that Not Done Yet is the best fruit on Darius, sometimes you can't access to that because you just find that on the stage 2. So that being said, I would agree with you for sure.
Thank you for your insights. I've taken a lot of notes for this. Yeah.
You just gave Gangly what he likes.
That's right. This is wonderful.
Asking like a question, giving him the time to speak.
I knew what I was getting myself into.
All right,
No,
let's. I think we should kind of take stock as we get towards the end of stage 4 though, and look at the players on the bottom 4 of this top 8. Right, Broseph, Shoma, Slice Down, Kurum-X, to see where they are in the lobby and how many of them actually have a reasonable shot at going first here. Right. Okay. So we see Kurum-X, we saw was playing the Kale board, was significantly behind at this point. Doesn't really seem to have stabilized. Slice Down was the player that we saw go fast. Nine's been on a 2-win streak, but at some point in time is going to have to fight JRC. Broseph, where is Broseph right now?
Broseph's going to cash out.
Okay. You're right, yeah, 230 right now. Already. Going double econ as well, and then going for this cash out. He's going to be able to get the 250. No, the 300.
Oh, exactly.
Whoa! Exactly 300 cash out. All right, so we really need to be able to see Broseph's cash out this turn.
Yeah, this 300 cash out is actually pretty good most of the times.
Let's see. Is this most of the time? Oh, he's gonna actually roll a little bit first.
It is items, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, they got the triple item cash out.
I mean, this feels pretty good when you've got Lee Sin, TF. A couple other things you can probably throw on board that you want to itemize too. Yeah, Braum as well. I mean, this is a good composition to play when you've got an excess of items, I think.
Yeah, here's the listen.
There's a gold orb in the
Please grab it. Yeah, I was so scared. He was probably much more fine than I was.
Yeah, of course. But they actually got a Lee Sin too from the drops at the end, so that
he had a pair.
As we were stating, yeah, at least one of the stronger units overall. If you are planning to go to fast 9, so that's a really good investment on that end, and also TG for anyone, especially in a comp like this where almost anyone can use items, and TG is extremely valuable.
We'll say we are missing some other key upgrades. You know, we don't have Set 2, we don't have Zyra 2, we don't have TF2. Lee Sin does a lot of damage.
It's a little bit scary.
But this is a good test. Chunnington has the TF2. Zyra with 3 blue buffs on the other side. Whose front line's going to hold up? Oh,
I don't think that was the test he wanted.
Oh, and Broseph, it's going to be, it looks like it's exactly lethal. Broseph, unfortunately, is going to go 7th, and Kuromex going 8th. Slice Down and Shoma are the 2 players that are currently in the bottom 4 that still have a chance. Slice Down on a 1-win streak, and yeah, I mean, actually playing the exact old school Fast 9 board back, what, I don't know, 3-4 patches ago. This was the premier way to Fast 9, playing around the Varus TF Zyra, and then utilizing the Strategist and the Crystal Gambit as well to kind of renew your cash outs over and over again. It's kind of fallen to the wayside a little bit, but, you know, Slice Down showing he's bringing back the vintage comps.
Yeah, and he doesn't have an R, and he should need an R. The NAR is so important on this line because it's like the bot for Varus and Braum.
Yeah.
It's just a little. I don't know if he will have enough. Peter just playing regular good old Samira, not going AFE Samira. So that's just gonna be enough to make him not go to qualify to the next day. It's really disheartening for people like Shoma or Slice Down because they not only need to play well, as you were mentioning, they also need the other players to underperform. And you see on the top 10 of the leaderboard, you have Ladder Slayer, a lot of HP, of leeway as well, and JRC is just every round that goes on, he's just getting stronger and stronger. So it's a little. I don't see it.
Well, at this point, the main thing that needs to happen is that Slice Down and Shoma would need to outperform Ladder Slayer or JRC by 3 placements for a tiebreaker, 4 placements to actually overtake them. So with 6 players remaining, it is still possible. I think you're probably, I don't even know who you're looking at, to be honest, actually, because Chunnington and Slice Down are the 2 lowest health players in the lobby. JRC is lower HP, but we saw how crazy his board is, so it's kind of hard to imagine JRC or Ladder Slayer going out in 6th here.
Especially seeing now that the people, since Ladder Slayer is gonna be at a point where they're falling off a little because they don't have mods free, and they're basically giving out, I want to say free wins, but they're giving out wins to people who are just the legendary boards. So they will, the HP will just close down. And the Slice Down also lost another round, so that's scary.
Yes, when he decided to go to level 8, and he had like 7 Malzahars, and he was like praying to the Pandoras to find the other 2 copies. But he still didn't manage to get into that Mosa 3.
Yeah, you should know that Pandora's Bench will never actually give you the units that you're looking for, right? I think we all know that that's just the truth of TFT. No one's ever found a unit that they wanted from Pandora's Bench.
Here we go.
There we go. See that? Who needs Pandora's Bench? We'll fight it the old-fashioned way, says Ladder Slayer.
Yeah, he saw that because he recognizes that now is the time that he needs to win a couple rounds. So can't wait for the Chase 3.
Yeah, he just needs to outlast one of them. And looking at the HP, how the top 4 are currently the qualified players, and he's gonna be feeling really good about himself. And Slice Down playing his heart out on his final game. And I'm not sure if the bars are gonna hold.
Oh, it's so close. So barely close. Hold on. But again, it's not just about Slice Down doing well, right? He has to outplace JRC or Ladder Slayer by 3, and with Shoma taking another loss, that it's becoming even less likely. Slice Down does find TF2 though. Shoma on a 5 loss now. Has the Janna 3, Kabuko 3, and just unfortunately not really much room to improve here besides the Rise 2.
Yeah, the Rise 2 is actually really good because it supports the damage. And I don't know if it's gonna be enough because it's a little bit late on the game, but still a great upgrade to have on this comp because the 4 Mental Rise actually does a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, they were on a timer throughout the game. There were a lot of people who were trying to have the highest cap possible, and that Janna, the clock just ran out, and poor Shoma is not gonna be able to make it. With that, probably 6th place at the end.
Yeah, it's going to be the end of the road for Shoma, and also if you're Slice Down, you have to be upset because you realize that the placements that you need to gap the rest of the field are dwindling. But actually, JRC loses to Chunnington in that last fight, and now this is the last potential ray of hope for Slice Down. If JRC is able to lose, go out in 5th, and now Slice Down's able to overtake him by, what did we say, 3 placements for a tie, 4 placements.
Yes.
For to step over him means that Slice Down would go 2nd to tie or 1st to actually secure a spot into tomorrow. So it all comes down to whether or not JRC wins this next fight, because I believe there should be an elimination coming. If Slice Down goes level 10.
Yeah, now he can feed everything on the board because he played around with the TF on his bench.
Oh, and he found Nar. He did find Nar. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
You
The round-
for now. It's actually great.
The round that he found an R, he played instead of TF1, and then he found the TF2, and then he leveled up.
Oh, also, keep in mind, we have the Braum Poros as well. Okay, he's going to be up against 1v9 Peter, the Soul Fighter board, which, to be honest, is doing much better than I thought it was going to. 1v9 Peter's been staying alive for quite a while. The front line of Slice Down seems to be holding up, though. Yeah, 1v9 Peter's going to go there. But we got to watch JRC. He's up against one of the other mech board teams, right?
No, he's playing
Actually,
against.
It's the other Fast 9.
Down.
Oh, it is the Ghost of Slice Down. Oh my goodness, we're seeing Slice Down on the right-hand side. I think there might have been an elimination that happened on the right-hand side. Or maybe Slice Down just saw the Ghost fight that JRC was barely able to win. We need to see how many people are still left in this game to see if it's even possible for Slice Down to actually overtake JRC.
They're keeping us in suspense. We don't know if someone died already.
Yeah.
They may
I
have
know.
already been at the 4.
Please.
Great time to have the suspense. I mean, it increases everybody's attention in the game.
Okay,
On the right
Slice
side,
Down's
Slice
going to be
Down will go.
getting a Ghost, and then it's Ladder Slayer. Oh man, JRC, I actually think is probably really happy. It is going to be the Malzahar 3, but actually, you know what? Even though the mech is going to be able to fight through the Darius, does the Malzahar have enough to take out the rest of the board? No, it doesn't look like it.
No.
JRC's going to find a huge win.
Ooh.
On the right-hand side, Slice Down should stay alive here.
It should survive the mech, yeah. Just the barrels alone will be able to make it through. JRC also is alive. And I don't see the usual glow up that happens when on the board when someone top
Here you go.
4.
Everyone is
Yeah,
alive.
their faith is
Oh!
5 HP.
Wait, so Ladder Slayer's at 5 HP as well, though, right? And so now,
Yeah.
and it's not just JRC that could go 5th. Ladder Slayer could go 5th. Slice Down could win this, and if he goes 1st and either one of them goes 5th, Slice Down could still hop back and make it to tomorrow. The next fight has huge implications. Slice Down is going to be fighting 1v9 Peter, but I think it might be a Ghost, actually. We can see here at 1v9 Peter is going to be fighting up against JRC.
This is absolute
Oh,
TFT.
they're fighting JRC versus Ladder Slayer, right? Is that what that said? Oh, it's gonna be.
Lars Slayer against the Ghost of JRC, and Peter is fighting against. I think that's JRC, yeah.
No, yeah. One. Peter is the one that's actually fighting JRC on the
Yeah.
right-hand side, and 1v9.
And
Peter
that
actually
that's
gets
not.
destroyed. Oh no! Wait, so what does that actually mean? Because now, if 1v9 Peter lost worse than Ladder Slayer did,
Lars Slayer lost
might,
as well.
but he might still go 4th because of the HP difference.
He went
1v9
4th.
Peter goes 5th, Ladder Slayer goes 4th, which means that they can only tie it. And if Slice Down can win the lobby, it's still going to come down to tiebreakers between him and Ladder Slayer, I think.
Now I have
And
to see it.
I'm actually so lost with this late in the game. I'm good.
You wanna hear the fun part of this? If Slice Down wins, they're tied on the first tiebreaker as well. So I don't know what happens after that.
Oh my gosh. An artifact coming in. Wait, what was that artifact from?
TF, probably.
Yeah, it's been a while now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, Horizon focus on the Jarvan. That's going to be quite a bit of damage. Oh, and he's fighting JRC. It's basically all of the, Crazy Cap, the Mech, the Fast 9 boards that are left. We got 3 different variations of the Fast 9. The Mech, the old school Fast 9, and then the new school Fast 9 from Chunnington.
Oh, it's so tense. I don't know if Sliceup's gonna be able to do it.
Oh, okay, watch the Jarvan. Where's he gonna go? He jumps on the back line. The Lee Sin doesn't get stunned. The Cassante takes one. Oh, everything in the back line dies. It's just down to the TF. Is there enough damage left though to actually kill everything? Cassante falls. It's just the TF against the mech. I think it's gonna do it.
Oh my god, it was so close, man.
That's disheartening. They fought with their heart out.
It's
and
actually
they,
heartbreaking.
Yeah, they did all they could. It was a really nice attempt. But different variation of a legendary board that we've seen the whole day. It's just sad, man. I feel for them.
Of course, I mean, let's keep in mind too the story of Slice down this set, coming in by winning the first sub-regional in North America, making it to both Tacticians Cup, going 7th in the Tacticians Trial, and then getting the final slot in Tacticians Cup 2 to earn their way into the play-in stage. This is a player who nobody knew anything about 3 months ago, and then narrowly lost in the play-ins. And I gotta say, did it their own way, playing Fast 9 game after game, showed a level of confidence that I think no one else in this field really was willing to show today, and unfortunately, just coming up short. Chunnington and JRC, they're playing for first, but the reality is both of them sitting in the top 4. They already know what this is. This is a victory lap. They've both secured their spots in for tomorrow already.
Exactly, and we've seen that tier 1 players in here securing their spots. Johnny replay that was the other one that secured. But overall, we had some mixed players qualifying through tomorrow. A couple from Cups, some players from the TPC, some players from Ladder. So it's nice to see that the multiple ways that you can arrive in here, you still can show your job, that what you learned across the set.
What's crazy is that as exciting as today is, 16 players getting cut down to 8. Tomorrow is even crazier, right? Tomorrow, 48 players. We got 40 more players joining the fray, and we do it all over again, but bigger.
That's just gonna be insane. You can see a lot of that. This is like a snippet of what is gonna happen tomorrow and on Sunday. Tier 1 is so close. They just need 2 good days, and people like JRC or Channington, or even someone like CMB or Ripley, who had already made it in 4 games, it's gonna be a boost of confidence. Saying, this is my game plan, and I have already played in the field, and I know that it can work, at least with the flames. The question is, can they just carry on that momentum throughout the week, the rest of the week?
Exactly.
I completely agree. Go for it, Dobbs.
No, I would say, of course, there always be room that you can actually lose into the game 1. But if you're coming from the play-ins, you already have the feeling that you can do it. I mean, you're having like your second day of competition, and the other guys are maybe like cold or something because they didn't showed up on the first day, so they can bring up a little bit of experience for the field.
Absolutely. I think the biggest connecting point I want to make to that is Chunnington, the winner of this lobby, because Chunnington to me has been this story of someone who kind of had this breakout set out of nowhere in set 14, made it into the TPC from the Boom Kitchen study group, and then this set did extremely well on ladder, was ranked 1 for quite a while, and the results in tournament just didn't match. We had this huge mismatch of ladder versus tournament, and to see them come into the play-in, make it through, have a strong performance in the back half of the day, to me, I think it might actually be exactly what Chunnington needs, because oftentimes the best edge you can find in TFT is having the ability to play like yourself. And what you're saying, Dobbs, being warm going into tomorrow, having a couple of reps in a tournament setting, that might actually just be the difference for a player like Chunnington and the rest of the field. But 6 games are done. It's time to break down the standings. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, Nekra and Asa are going to go through everything we saw in that game and tell us the 8 players who are making it into tomorrow, week 1, day 1 of the America's KO Coliseum regional finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute, and then we'll see you tomorrow for an even bigger day.
What an end of our day to the play-ins of the Americas Regional Finals. I'm Mia Sakura, and I'm back once again with Asa to break down our final game of the day and to prepare us for tomorrow. Asa, what do you think of that final game we had?
I gotta say, it was a little bit of a letdown because there's such a big gap between the top 4 and the bottom 4. But it was props to them for playing really well in the first 5 games, so they definitely earned that gap. But it was exciting to see Broseph and Slice Down go for those Fast 9 competitions because they're basically playing for like exactly a first place to have a chance to make it out. Unfortunately, did not quite make it. But yeah, congratulations to the top 4.
Yeah, I thought maybe, like, I know the casters were getting so hype about this Slice Down being really close, but with that first place, I think it would have been really interesting to see those standings afterwards. But for now, it was a victory lap for Chunnington and JRC, as well as, kind of the rest of our players that were in that top spot. So congratulations to them. It was a hard fought 2 final games of the day, that is for sure, Asa. And also a story that I feel like will be a similar one for the rest of our weekend. These Fast 9 comps versus those 7 mecha comps.
Yeah, definitely. These are the kind of 2 comps that they're very high variance. We're frequently seeing the 7th and 8th place spots being taken by players playing for 7 Mighty Mech or playing these Fast 9 boards and they're not hitting their 2-star carries or they're not hitting the Yone. But we're also seeing the 1st and 2nd place frequently being taken by the 7 Mighty Mech or this 2-star Twisted Fate, 2-star Zyra. These 2 legendary units that just pair so well together, Twisted Fate scaling off the attack speed and Zyra giving him the attack speed.
A lot of different front lines to play along with that, but I think we were still able to see a couple of those reroll lines shine through. Looking specifically at Shoma, who was trying to be able to get that first place spot. We saw that Gianna reroll, that protector emblem that came out of that branching out that he was able to play around, but unfortunately not quite enough. I still think we'll end up seeing a lot more reroll as we head into the rest of the weekend, but which reroll? Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. I think definitely the Katarina was doing pretty well today. Janna seemed like it did all right. We saw the Call to Chaos from the other game where he got all the emblems and did pretty well. We saw Janna play quite a bit throughout the day, doing decently, not amazing, but not super bad either. We didn't see too much of Zaya. Ladder Slayer did top 4 this game with a heavyweight Malzahar reroll, and we saw a little bit of Kog'Maw as well. Either way, it does seem like kind of all options are a little bit playable. At least we saw some people go for Crew and Kale as well. So 1 cost, 2 cost, 3 cost. They're all there.
A lot of variety in the composition we've seen so far, despite the fact that 7 Mecha was ruling at the top of our day. But we'll also take a look at who was ruling the top of our standings. As a reminder, all of our players that were in 1 through 4, they did not have to play those last 2 games of the day in order to qualify to tomorrow. But Chunnington, JRC, 1v9 Peter, and Ladder Slayer did finish out games 5 and 6 in the top 4 spots of that lobby, so they also get a chance to move forward to tomorrow's competition. And Asa, that's where things are going to get really exciting. That's really where I feel like the regional finals are going to start in earnest, as our 8 players today join 40 players who have been waiting in the wings for the regional finals to really kick off this weekend.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Tomorrow we're going to have 48 players, as Necro mentioned, and we're going to cut a third of them the next day. And they're going to be joining a lot of the players who are coming from the pro circuit. We had some of the pro circuit players who were at the very bottom end points play today, but a lot of the bulk of the pro circuit players are going to be joining in tomorrow, including players like Milk, Greya, Just Soap, Pokygon, Marcel P, some kind of fan favorites over here in the Americas.
Oh yeah, and to think that we're also going to be able to see some new rising stars come out of this weekend, because it's not just about who can make it to the Tactician's crown, it's also about who can make it to the next weekend and solidify their spot in the TFT Pro Circuit for set 16. So there's so much on the line for all of our players as we get a chance to look forward to our competition continuing tomorrow. But for now, we get a chance to celebrate one of our top competitors of the day from the play-ins, and that is Chunnington joining us on the broadcast. So Chunnington, congratulations. How are you feeling now that you've made it through the play-ins and get a chance to play tomorrow?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited to keep on playing. It was like unfortunate being 25th in the pro points, so I had to play in play-ins, but I'm glad I made it through.
Yeah, that's awesome. At what point during this tournament did you start feeling confident that you're gonna make it?
Oh, I mean, like, I did like the first 4 games. I already knew I was like after like the first 4 games, I already knew I was in a good spot, and then after the 5th game, I was like pretty much. I think I was guaranteed through, even if I went 8th based off like tiebreakers. But yeah, I mean, I knew I was pretty much locked in after game 5.
It must be a good feeling, even though you just also had barely kind of missed out on making it through from those first 4 games of the day. But what's kind of your game plan heading into the plans? Was it just, all right, I've got these 1 or 2 comps that I really want to try to stick to try to get through this? Or were you really trying to play to the patch?
I mean, I know Fast 9 is like very strong right now, but like obviously every game you can't Fast 9, and then like I'm just like trying to put myself in like good win streak spots if I can to like enable that, and then if I can't do that, just try to play and like conservatively and try to play for placements if I can't.
Ancient, how tell us a bit about your prep. Are there any other players that you talk to regularly, and how's that go? How much do you prep for this tournament?
Oh, I mean, I prepped a decent amount. I wouldn't say I didn't scrim too much. I just scrimmed like the day the patch launched. But I was watching a lot before that, and I practiced with like the kitchen and some of the EU players like Elia, Solo, and Dasic and Moon and Raptor, like some of those EU players, and then like players like in the play-ins day, like Brosif, Dehua, I mean, Slice Down, Shoma, Peter. But I did a good amount of prep. But I mean, I wasn't like fully confident, but I'm glad I did well today.
Yeah, I thought the Knuckle Dusters Vi comp that you played in one of your earlier games was really fun, and I'm hoping we get a chance to see even more variety from you tomorrow. So now that you've made it through this play-in stage, what are your expectations of yourself? Do you feel confident going into the rest of the weekend and making it forward to that second weekend of competition?
Yeah, I mean, I feel good that like I played well today, and I like felt like I wasn't like falling behind ever at any point, so that's a good feeling. I'm just hoping that I could keep that up in the next 2 days, hopefully, and make it back to tier 1.
Chen, tell me about your goals with TFT. Is this more of a hobby for you? Is this something you're thinking about pursuing more seriously than just that? I've been playing against you for a while on ladder, but I don't know like too much about you.
Yeah, I mean, I started like playing in tournaments in set 11, and ever since then I've just been playing them. Like it's like a hobby, but I take it like somewhat seriously. I spend a lot of time in it, and then I mean, I'm still trying to make it back to tier 1, and it would be nice if I could stay there and like maintain that. But I think for like now, it's like still just a hobby. Like I'm still looking for a job. Like I'm about to graduate out of college, so.
Oh, wow. Okay, so a big year for you. Being able to already play in a TFT Pro Circuit for KO Coliseum, hopefully being able to get back there for set 16 and also graduating. That's a lot to accomplish here, Chunnington. Thank you so much again for joining us on the broadcast, and we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Chen.
Thank you.
I love being able to talk to our players, and I love that you asked that question, Asa, because I think for a lot of people, you know, there's so many players that we get a chance to see come through our broadcast, but it's very rare that we have the opportunity to speak to everybody. And so to hear a little bit more about Chunnington, kind of his hopes for TFT, I'm really hopeful for this guy. I hope he can do it this weekend.
Yeah, everyone's kind of got their own story. I actually wasn't aware Chennington studied with the kitchen, the Brosum group that we talked about at the very start of this show. But I mean, they are really motivated over there, so he's got a good team behind him to help him prep for tomorrow.
And the prep already paid off today so that he can play tomorrow. And I think that's what really counts. Because tomorrow, as we take a look at our action that we have coming up, as we said, 488 players now will be taking to the stage tomorrow. And we will cut down that competition number ever so slightly before we get to our day of competition on Sunday. And so I cannot wait to see what's going to happen. All of our players are hoping that they can make it through these cutoffs that are going to occur on our competition day tomorrow as well as Sunday, and then make it through to that final weekend next weekend. Asa, it's been such a pleasure. Any final thoughts from you before we wrap up our day?
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to casting tomorrow. The cuts are not going to be as extreme. Today, only 1 out of 2 players made it. But next day, 2 out of 3 players will make it. However, the competition will be a little bit fiercer. I think we had some, not that they're very strong players, of course, but some players who are kind of newer to competing in tournaments, whereas tomorrow is going to be like mostly veterans.
It's going to be an action-packed day, that is for sure. So thank you all so much for tuning in, but we hope you can get some good rest to cheer on our players, both in the EMEA Regional Finals as well as the Americas Regional Finals that will continue tomorrow. So thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you then.